The speaker began by explaining the rules for the sacred rock, paper, scissors, drop one duel. The first rule stated that every combatant must equip a different weapon in either hand. Following this, the speaker revealed that there were three distinct types of weapons available. First, the fist, or rock, was introduced as representing a hammer capable of shaking the very earth. Next, the two fingers, or scissors, stood for a guillotine with the power to slice through the heavens. Following those, an open palm, or paper, was then presented. The dialogue begins with a casual dismissal, describing something as merely being like a sheet of cloth, quickly followed by an exasperated complaint about how lame the previous attempt was. The tone shifts as one character derides another, criticizing their limited vocabulary due to a science major background. This leads swiftly into an escalation, with the other party warning that they are being challenged and confronting potential conflict. The conversation intensifies, as the speaker aggressively asserts that regardless of the outcome, they seem to be deliberately seeking a fight and provoking physical confrontation. A more strategic voice enters the exchange, positing that the efficacy of any weapon depends entirely on which other element it is being matched against. The comparison is made with a clear example. The hammer is shown to be capable of smashing the guillotine. However, the power balance is immediately challenged when it is revealed that the guillotine possesses the ability to slice through the cloth, proving its own unexpected strength. The cycle of vulnerability completes with the dramatic conclusion that the cloth, in turn, is powerful enough to render the hammer useless. The speaker then addresses the audience, first questioning if the explanation was clear, and immediately follows up with a warning any demon who does not understand should raise their hand. In a rapid, almost echoing response, the person calls out their own name multiple times, indicating an eagerness to be seen and recognized. A sudden, chilling announcement follows. All those who raised their hands are immediately eliminated. The speaker concludes with a sharp declaration that fools will not be allowed to fight. A voice then interrupted the tense silence, requesting permission to continue with a further explanation of the rules. The atmosphere became even more bizarre as both competing fighters were shown to raise their weapons and simultaneously begin chanting a game of scissors, rock, paper. The announcement continued, urging everyone to place one weapon forward at the shooter drops one signal. Following this instruction, they stressed that only those who could quickly assess the unfolding situation would succeed. The instruction was reinforced, emphasizing the need to move both quickly and precisely through the challenges. The culmination of the events finally arrived, and the result was simply a win. A moment of confusion spread through the crowd as one person exclaimed, genuinely shocked by the outcome and questioning who the true victor was. But this sense of uncertainty was immediately replaced by loud, triumphant shouts of someone proclaiming their victory with overwhelming enthusiasm. A muffled gasp echoed through the sudden silence. Then a sneering voice pierced the air. The speaker taunted another person for being unmemorable and pathetic, immediately following up with an aggressive outburst, yelling about how much they were annoyed and questioning if anyone truly understood their feelings, especially those calling them worthless. The confrontation escalated into a chaotic round of accusations. Several people challenged the accuser, expressing that they did not understand or were also completely unsure about the situation, until one person declared themselves the third. Suddenly, a voice boomed across the field, announcing that all remaining fighters should prepare for their next match. A number, 680, was displayed prominently before the remaining fighters. A commanding voice roared a declaration, announcing that Region 3 would go first, urging everyone else to gather around. This was followed by a more deferential query directed at a male figure, asking for understanding. The weight of the situation was revealed when a realization dawned upon them: only those who truly understood were spared, leaving the rest behind. A new revelation shifted the focus, designating a wise man Tortoise as the Lord of Region 3. However, this designation was immediately challenged by an apology, questioning the authority without a proper fight to establish it. Suddenly, a forceful declaration erupted. A character identifying himself as Rasta roared that he was the rightful Lord of Region 3 and demanded to know how another Lord could exist in the area. This immediately escalated into a physical confrontation, with Rasta challenging the old man, Tortoise, leading to a powerful shout of rage. Scene transition. The scene shows a moment of intense pause following the conflict. The confrontation reached a critical point, resulting in an unexpected game of rock, paper, and scissors. The decisive move was declared Swissers, or perhaps simply a sudden, determined action mirroring the three options, marking a shift from brute force to a calculated duel. The tension built, culminating in the familiar countdown of ready, followed by the collective declaration of rock, paper, scissors. The moment demanded every ounce of focus. Then a sudden command echoed out drop one, setting the stage for the final, dramatic reveal. The outcome shocked everyone. The character realized that the opponent was incredibly small, far smaller than they had expected, making them almost impossible to spot. A frantic demand for a closer look was shouted out, followed by a distressed cry of pain. Despite someone's protests about the used cloth, a decisive announcement rang out: the little lizard had won. The victory was absolute, even amid attempts to point out another discarded item. The pronouncement of the little lizard's victory remained unshakable and final. The declaration repeated its core message: the little lizard was the undisputed winner. A triumphant proclamation followed, declaring the little lizard as the Lord of Region 4. The name echoed with palpable awe. Finally, the spotlight shifted. The voice announced that only one person remained in competition. A sinister, booming laughter echoed through the hall. The antagonist sneered, dismissing the challenger's abilities by declaring that they were never suited for combat, and stating that their physical condition would never be enough to handle a proper duel. A single, casual chuckle escaped the challenger's lips. The victor offered a wry comment, implying that the entire performance was exactly what was needed to help foster a legendary reputation. The narrative then shifts dramatically, transporting the audience to what is known as the Human Lands. Specifically, the location settles within Marnica, the imperial capital. The scene continues into the bustling heart of the capital, setting a new stage for whatever events await. A memory flickers into his mind, a vague recollection of something he saw. He realizes that the form in question was something deeply familiar, having witnessed its true appearance across several past lives. The memory deepens, suggesting that even in times when his own strength was far from its current peak, he had possessed the ability to command such an immense and powerful energy. A sudden realization hit the viewer, prompting critical questions: how could this be possible? And more urgently, how did the hand of fate allow the demon lord to reveal its true form? The atmosphere hangs thick with unspoken tension as the implications settle over everyone. A profound sorrow washes over him as he reveals a deeply unsettling truth. He explains that his existence, throughout countless past lives, was not one of free will. Instead, he merely operated as a puppet within the grand design of fate's command. Nothing in his history had ever been truly of himself. The weight of his realization proves too much to bear, and he admits that standing on his own feet remains a distant impossibility. He muses aloud about the hypothetical moment when the truth might be unveiled. He continues his musings, hinting that he could manifest the true form of a certain weapon. The core question hanging in the air is whether these revelations mark the end of his existence as a controlled pawn. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts with a flurry of activity. A voice calls out in an urgent, familiar tone, naming Sir Kimchai and confirming someone's imminent arrival. The narrative then transitions to a different moment, detailing the satisfaction of Her Royal Highness upon witnessing the Chunos. This observation brings forth a palpable sense of relief for those involved. The gratitude was immediate and vocal, directed towards someone named Sir Kimchai for the help received. The praise continued, specifically mentioning that Sir Jangchial Kim had provided even more assistance. A request was then made, hesitant yet earnest, asking if the person present could be bothered to grant a favor. The envoy confidently proclaims that Revaj's tribute this time has been a massive success, noting that the demon lands are filled with mysterious items and phenomena they do not yet understand. With a decisive tone, the character then delivers an undeniable command to those present. The order was addressed specifically to Brenda Magentano, instructing her to lead the next expedition and thoroughly scour the treacherous lands of the demons. A strange voice chimed in, explaining that the battle for the region's plant-type demon lord was already settled. The individual then addressed another, with visible confusion over the constant explanations. A strange voice announced that Moltias possessed not only immense power, but also tremendous speed. The character listening appeared bewildered, repeatedly murmuring that explanations were unnecessary, before declaring that the entire world must feel like it was moving in slow motion. He then spoke to another figure, challenging him directly about his identity. The conversation turned to combat potential, with the speaker boasting about Moltias's abilities. He stated that when his opponent prepared a second weapon, Moltias would be able to sense it instantly, adding a dramatic flourish that promised exciting confrontation. However, this boasted figure quickly realized he was dealing with someone who simply would not stop talking. To further confound the listener, a different detail was revealed. Moltius's first opponent was actually Phoebe. The speaker pointed out that this opponent could only form the cloth with 2 fists, causing an outburst from the listener, who vehemently told him to simply be quiet. Earlier, the audience was reminded of a combatant who could only form simple scissors motions with their appendages. A sense of resignation settled over the group as they realized that many had already forfeited their chance, because they knew the battle was lost. Suddenly, a hesitant voice pleaded with the Demon Lord for permission to forfeit. However, this plea was immediately shut down by a sharp declaration that such forfeiting was no longer permitted. The person began stammering, struggling to find an excuse with their 2 hands. The pronouncement became terrifyingly absolute. Any weakling who dared to back down would face a gruesome fate, suggesting they would be boiled and consumed. With a sudden surge of energy, someone announces that everyone needs to get ready. The tension builds as the group begins a game, calling out rock, paper, scissors. With a sudden, sharp sound of gunfire, the sequence abruptly cuts. A heavy silence follows, broken only by 3 points of ellipsis, suggesting unspoken tension or deep thought. The silence that followed was thick, leaving the audience hanging on the weight of unsaid things. Shock ripples through them, forcing a desperate questioning of what just occurred. One character cries out in bewilderment over the sequence of events and the use of 2 rocks. The mystery deepens as they question why Moltius would resort to such actions. The realization dawns, hinting that what they just witnessed is something profoundly significant. The grand truth is finally whispered. This power, or perhaps concept, is nothing short of the legendary warrior who wins before the dropping of weapons. A sudden, booming realization interrupted the scene, announcing that the Lord of Region 2 was none other than Lady Phoebe. This revelation caused immediate shock among those present. The entire assembly was commanded to show profound respect to the legendary figure, known as the warrior who wins before the dropping of weapons. The implication was staggering. Both the Demon Lord and his powerful generals were suddenly forced to kneel. This incredible sight led one person to express pure astonishment, but another immediately criticized them for their poor memory. The truth was then laid bare, revealing that the legend itself belonged to Phoebe, who was revealed to be the demon from legend. The conversation immediately took a playful turn, with one person questioning if the opponent had previously defeated someone using rock, paper, scissors. Another retorted sharply that this accusation was baseless and merely accusing the other of being lucky. The excitement escalated, leading someone to insist that the match needed to be redone. They pointed out that the demon generals had been standing right behind the person in question. The focus then shifted to a moment of tension. A concerned voice asked if something was wrong with someone, prompting an anxious whisper that suggested the issue was behind them. When questioning escalated into what seemed like taunting comments, the subject grew visibly upset and quickly offered repeated apologies. A grand announcement echoed through the hall, declaring that the new region's lords and ladies had been determined through this sacred and public duel. The pronouncements continued, commanding that all demons must strictly obey their orders. Furthermore, any future conflict regarding rank would need to be settled by a ritualistic rock-paper-scissors duel. These stringent rules were declared before the Demon Lord and various demon generals, with a chilling warning that anyone who violated these decrees would face immediate execution in the name of the Demon Lord. With the decrees laid out, the assembled crowd was finally dismissed with a single, sharp command. One individual observed that the ruling authority was no different from a dictator, noting with some amusement how undemocratic the whole affair felt. This observation led to another reflection that many demons would certainly curse and complain about the situation. The speaker advised them not to worry about the inevitable curses, encouraging them to let all their complaints run their course. The speaker declared that the current demon culture was a complete mess, concluding with a resolute statement that everything needed to be uprooted and started from scratch. In response, the character offered simple encouragement, cheering for their success. The conversation then shifted into playful banter. One character complained about being embarrassed, suggesting a direct insult. Instead, another confidently replied that insulting was indeed their primary job, and they were quite happy doing it. The first person then mocked the other, claiming that even without seeing his face, he must look smug right now. This taunt prompted a sharp protest, questioning how the other person knew about his face, immediately followed by an exclamation of surprise regarding the sudden outburst. Despite the mounting chaos, one character maintained a plan, announcing their intention to restart the three-sister farming method. With a powerful cry, the leader first calls out Veers to, followed by an enthusiastic shout of harvest, signaling the start of their efforts. The energy continued to build as the speaker addressed the region 4 demons, motivating them with a rallying call, urging everyone to do their very best. The plans became more concrete as they announced the initial tasks. First, it was necessary to extend the fields. The responsibility for this task was assigned to the region 4 Lord Little Lizardor Cheetah and his adult-sized demons, who promised to handle the work efficiently. Next, they laid out the planting schedule, starting with the corn. Since their forces included numerous plant-type demons boasting countless arms, this initial stage of agriculture seemed manageable and free from complications. They quickly introduced a method using the healing abilities of someone named Phoebe or Nox, who was able to accelerate the growth of the corn. Once the stalks reached about a finger's length, they planned to plant beans around the base of each one. These beans served multiple purposes. They were responsible for maintaining nitrogen in the soil, while also providing a kind of protective suit of armor for the growing corn. Furthermore, they played a vital part in replenishing minerals and nutrients that had been depleted by the main corn crop. Following this, squash was planted along the edges of the dirt beds to cover the entire field floor. Finally, a unique element was introduced: creatures described as Region 3 Lord Wise Man tortoises or Doomba, and their kind would act like natural mirrors, effectively redirecting sunlight across the fields. The narrative points out that individually, the three sisters appear delicate and frail. However, when they stand together, their combined strength allows them to thrive even in barren lands. This remarkable resilience is identified as the miracle of solidarity and cooperation. The setting's atmosphere shifts, becoming noticeably humid. Soon after, the characters notice the ominous appearance of dark clouds gathering in the sky. Even within the dreaded demon lands, it seemed the weather was undergoing a slight, unpredictable change. The setting soon revealed itself to be the grand and intimidating Demon Lord's castle. A sudden, sharp sound of effort escaped the characters. A character muttered about how both the heat and humidity were overwhelming, noting that this entire place felt unnervingly like a literal hell. The name Ion Ho appeared, hinting at a sudden focus on the character. Immediately following, rapid panting suggested great exertion and heavy breathing. Suddenly, a loud warning pierced the tense silent surveillance. A critical alert indicated immediate danger. The warning was followed by desperate, repeated cries for mercy, adding to the rising tension of the situation. The dramatic intensity held high, building towards the next major revelation. The situation took a startling turn, as characters realized that the corn in this immediate area was being ravaged by a fatal fungus. They quickly understood the gravity of the threat, realizing that the spores from this fungus were capable of spreading rapidly through the corn, threatening to wipe out the entire crop. Against this backdrop of agricultural disaster, a careless declaration was made: "I let my guard down," signaling a moment of vulnerability or misplaced confidence. The sudden revelation was shocking. The entire disaster stemmed from the southern corn leaf blight. The journey brought them to the entrance of the abandoned lands, marking the border of what was known as the Sleeping Forest. A sudden moment of panic set in. They realized they had somehow gotten lost, even right at the very entrance to this strange territory. One character worried that Captain Magentano should establish a camp for the night. However, Magentano countered that camping here would make it difficult to defend themselves against a potential monster attack in such tricky terrain. The consensus was reached: they needed to leave this forest first before deciding on any overnight plans. A commanding voice suddenly rang out, urging everyone to remain alert, warning that they had entered a dangerously cursed demon territory. Addressing the generals and demons gathered before them, a figure delivered grave news: the corn crops had been struck by blight. The seriousness of the situation demanded immediate attention. Consequently, quarantine measures were immediately put into place. A sense of urgency pervaded the atmosphere as they realized that those already infected with the mold spores were beyond any chance of recovery. With a sharp shout, someone cried out the name Cersei, urgently instructing others to cut down any corn stalks that showed spots. A frantic directive then spread through the group, urging them to quickly gather all the chopped corn. A sharp, urgent cry rings out, demanding that everything be burned immediately. It's a raw command, punctuated by frantic shouts, adding a tone of extreme desperation to the scene. The warning quickly becomes clearer: they must burn all the cut stalks to prevent any potentially dangerous spores from spreading. The threat of contamination looms large, demanding immediate action. The tension shifts as a concerned question is raised, directed specifically at Lady Knox of Region 2. Someone needs to know the precise status of the corn harvest right now. A grim assessment follows, revealing that numerous small stalks are already infected. While the current healing powers can hold back the spread for now, the severity of the situation is mounting. The immediate focus must shift. They realize the urgent need to reinforce the cell walls of nearby crops using Knox's healing powers, attempting to suppress the dangerous spores. However, a cautionary voice warns that this intense effort cannot be sustained indefinitely, suggesting the resources are running critically low. A voice rises in panic, questioning if they must burn all the corn stores and worrying that when their supply of chunos runs out, they might starve again. In response, a figure reassures the lowly demon that there is nothing to worry about. The narration guides the focus to Demon Lord Credos, describing him as currently deep in thought. It builds suspense, suggesting that when he finally makes a decision, it will be significant. The passage concludes with a quiet realization, hinting that he always seems to find a way through difficult circumstances. The conversation touches on the feasibility of modern sanitation, musing aloud about spraying disinfectant. However, one character quickly doubts that such a thing even exists in this world, noting chemicals designed to block mold respiration and halt cellular activity. With a small sound, the discussion seems to reach an abrupt conclusion. Suddenly, a different threat surfaces. Someone recognizes a debilitating status effect originating from the Paladin of Blood, specifically identifying it as mold infection. A sudden realization rings out, announcing that the fire moss might very well be the answer to their predicament. The group is urgently instructed to move towards Region 2, heading straight for the Marsh of Decay. They are commanded to gather as much red, glowing moss as they can find. An individual speaks up, recalling that they had predicted this outcome all along. Echoing the advice, a guiding voice calls out to follow them immediately toward the Marsh of Decay in Region 2. One character expressed immediate concern about the well-being of Mr. Asuraith, who was described as a demon general. Another person challenged this worry, suggesting that his nature should make him immune to such concerns. The concerned individual then pressed on, reiterating their persistent worries. Despite the worrying conversation, one person dismissed the concerns entirely, stating that they were not worried at all. The emotional tension escalated when another character spoke up, accusing someone of being mean and reminding them that the man in question was a boyfriend. This sudden revelation caused utter shock. Characters reacted with disbelief, exclaiming how ridiculous the situation was and repeatedly questioning what had just been stated about a romantic relationship. Despite the shock and widespread disbelief, a persistent voice insisted that what had been revealed was undeniable truth. Others responded with fervent skepticism, unable to believe the statement being made. A sudden shift in conversation occurred. Someone made arrangements for Hardock, Knox, and her ladies to work in shifts, so they would not become exhausted. A desire was then expressed to visit the ruins of the demon castle. When challenged, another voice strongly objected to the idea, leading a staff member to confirm an instruction from their master. The characters mused on the sheer unpredictability of events, acknowledging that things kept happening which they never could have imagined. A focus quickly turned to preparation, suggesting the need to be ready for any possible threat, whether it involved simple farming matters or the complex storyline of a game. For example, such unexpected scenarios could easily arise. One of the characters showed a sudden moment of confusion and surprise. The reaction was a drawn-out moment of disbelief. A question arose regarding the nature of what they were witnessing, asking how such a thing could exist. The thought process deepened, leading to the incredulous question of whether demons possessed enough intelligence to build such complex structures. The protagonist noticed what appeared to be a keyhole, only for another voice to urgently caution against touching it. A sudden, sharp sound broke the silence, immediately followed by a high-pitched vocalization. A sudden, sharp cry rings out retreat, fall back, signaling a desperate scramble away from the immediate danger. The sudden chaos is punctuated by guttural noises, urging the characters to continue their hasty flight. This moment seems to hold a breath, allowing the audience of the story to prepare for what comes next. The tension continues to build, drawing the viewers into the unfolding mystery. A sense of shock ripples through the group as they react to a spectacle never before witnessed in the game, leading them to question what they are seeing. The realization dawns that the source of this unusual phenomenon emanates from the neighboring sleeping forest, leading to a sense of disbelief and immediate concern regarding its true nature. The suddenness of the event left the character completely bewildered, causing them to question what had just transpired. A figure, or perhaps something else entirely, caught the character's eye, prompting them to gasp in shock. The realization quickly followed, cementing the terrible conclusion that before them was indeed a demon. The entity spoke with chilling gratitude, acknowledging that the life force of 10 humans was what had successfully broken the ancient seal that held it captive. The entity began describing a magnificent being, one with wings and clothing that could transform into spears, possessing dark skin and striking white hair. The listener reacted with shock, realizing who the entity was talking about. The scene shifts to a location designated as Region 2, within the abandoned lands known as Marsh of Decay. A question is raised regarding whether the moss found there alone would be enough to sustain their farms. A character addresses Lord Asuraith, pointing out the alarming lack of moss. Consequently, they decide it is time to head back. A sudden sound causes the character to express surprise, looking utterly bewildered. Then another character speaks up, demanding to know the origin of the person they are confronting. A sudden surge of anger erupts, with someone raising their voice in disbelief at the tone used toward them, specifically recognizing themselves as a demon general. They then dismissively address another party, suggesting that all of those involved are obviously gathered in the cornfields, while questioning what purpose the other person has lingering near. The realization hit them with force that brilliant light had definitely emerged from the sealed tomb, and what was resting within those deepest confines. It seemed something immensely powerful awaited revelation. The identity revealed was shocking. It was the demon lady, hailing from 2 generations before Credos. And her name, Artanis. According to the lore, she is not just any enemy within the crypts of the sealed tomb. She was considered a hidden boss. She was notorious for possessing arguably the hardest difficulty level in the entire game. It was revealed that Demon King Moderato had expended nearly all of his power just to trap her with a single spell. When any player finally met her, she could barely move more than one arm, yet even in such constrained condition, the sheer difficulty of the opponent was inescapable. The narrator confessed that even on his 10th playthrough in post-game, it required at least 50 tries just to overcome her. The level of power displayed was considered absurdly even unfairly strong. A chilling realization swept through the observers. If a monster of that magnitude were ever truly released, even the current demons would prove insufficient to contain her. In a sudden burst of force, the area was struck by wicked thorns of damnation. The appearance of the menacing thorns was announced by sharp, repeating cries. A desperate plea followed, calling out for someone to arrive and simply be present. A faint sound, a soft gasp, indicated that someone had been struck by the attack. With a sudden, harsh cry, someone urgently demanded that the person was wilted and needed a stretcher immediately. Others urged everyone to hurry up, while another concerned individual cautioned that the target was not yet recovered. However, the injured person felt ready to return to their duties, but others quickly intervened, reminding them that they had not fully recovered yet. The name of the individual was revealed on Ho. A frantic cry then alerted everyone, warning that the affliction was spreading to another area. A question was posed, demanding to know if the other person possessed a death. This query was immediately followed by a sharp protest, warning against profaning their precious field. A sudden, sharp interjection broke the tension. A voice spoke a single word of surprise before calling for a halt. The scene remained momentarily silent, allowing the weight of the accusation to settle. A firm certainty then took over the atmosphere. The identity was undeniable, confirmed as Artanis, the Siren Witch. The atmosphere shifts dramatically with shocking revelations. It is revealed that Moderato, the one who trapped Artanis and became the Demon Lord, has perished. In his place, a new figure named Credos takes command of the demons. The tension in the air remains thick, following this sudden change in power. The voice, belonging to the new Demon Lord Credos, speaks with a sense of purpose. He proclaims that his will is meant to liberate them from their predetermined, endless struggle, simply for survival. The narrative ends on a powerful, unresolved note, leaving the characters to grapple with these profound shifts in destiny. A sharp, declarative challenge rang out. Who dared to claim that character was their demon lord? A sudden, powerful cry of Tibong breaks the tense silence. A gasp of shock echoed through the silence. The characters stared, unable to comprehend what they had just seen, a creature resembling a dragon. They quickly realized that this being was far more dangerous than they had initially assumed. In a burst of urgency, one character cried out a name, urgently calling for Tibong. The environment seemed to take on a dramatic musical quality, signaling the rhythm of heart moderato. A powerful, driving rhythm commanded the moment with a clear direction to motivate. A sudden, cheerful voice pierced the silence, greeting someone with hearty enthusiasm. A forceful declaration echoes, demanding to know if the person before them could be Miss Artani's. It is revealed that Moderato, the demon lord before Credos, possessed tremendous powers far surpassing those of his successor. Furthermore, Moderato had once been one of the 4 demon generals serving Artanis, the Siren Witch. He eventually absorbed the powers of the other 3 generals to challenge Artanis. With his amassed power, he focused the 3 generals' abilities directly onto Artanis' voice. Then, using his own might, he managed to seal her body away. Despite the chaos, Moderato was overcome by fear, keeping him unable to sleep. Utilizing every last scrap of physical strength remaining in his body, he began forging a tool designed specifically to stop her. Credos certainly did not waste the opportunity presented by Moderato's actions. The device that was built launched a powerful force field, aimed directly at Artanis. The true nature of the device soon became apparent. It struck right at Moderato's very heart. A moment of silence falls over the battlefield as the dust begins to settle, leaving a heavy atmosphere of anticipation. A forceful shout rings out, calling names like Bahal and Circe, followed by a loud command demanding someone approach them immediately. The sudden tension builds as a rhythmic chanting begins, echoing through the area, suggesting either preparation for a major attack or a powerful ritualistic invocation. The sequence of events pauses, leaving the audience hanging in anticipation as the focus shifts slightly. The atmosphere remains thick with unresolved tension, suggesting that the climax has yet to fully materialize. A sudden moment of silence descends, highlighting the weight and gravity of the situation that has unfolded. The narrative pauses here, leaving the characters poised on the edge of a critical confrontation. The moment hangs in the air, marked only by a drawn-out silence. A knowing voice speaks up, commenting on the look of surprise displayed before them. Then, a massive force field materializes. The source explains that this protective barrier was specifically crafted for the target individual, allowing everyone else to pass through it with ease. The encounter begins with a dramatic reveal, setting the stage for the confrontation. A harsh, mocking laugh echoes through the arena, signaling a major escalation in the conflict. The opponent reveals critical information, stating that even within the scope of the game, self-healing requires the heart of Moderato. Furthermore, they emphasize a tactical weakness, warning that long-range attacks are useless and that physical proximity is necessary for any successful assault. The opponent continues the barrage of critical information. They warn that attempting a rushed attack, while the barrier is active, will simply scatter efforts aimlessly. Following this, they challenge the current state, stating that one has no choice but to drop it all and calling the whole setup nothing more than an item useful only for dropping healing potions. A point dramatically undercut when they reveal their ability to leave the barrier up forever. The tension seems to deflate slightly as the opponent makes a sudden pivot, suggesting that perhaps it is time for a civilized conversation. No dialogue or major action to report in this scene. The conversation, however, quickly turns confrontational. The opponent demands to know the source of the antagonism, questioning why anyone would target their people. The exchange continues without further narrative development in this scene. A dismissive laugh followed, suggesting that the matter was quite simple. The conversation then shifted, raising the question of what the demon lady intended to do next. A counterpoint was raised, suggesting that such grand plans were unnecessary, and survival might be best secured through simple farming. The speaker urged careful consideration, arguing that the most immediate priority was filling our stomachs and simply staying alive. They warned that if a war were to erupt, everyone would suffer greatly, suggesting that it would be much safer to remain fed and avoid conflict. The person speaking raises a sharp challenge, questioning the true purpose behind certain visible traits. A different voice counters, revealing that the current situation and prosperity were all nurtured with the help of his people. The focus shifts to the crops, as there is an urgent plea regarding the sickly corn and the necessity of immediate remedies. However, that effort is immediately derailed by accusations pointed directly at the person they face. An onlooker observes the situation, making a passing comment about how strangely the supposed greenhorn demon lord is acting. Finally, another speaker acknowledges a key action. The person had clearly ensured the safety of his underlings, and this was only an added gesture to what had already been done. The speaker's voice rings out, first questioning if those creatures are truly his people, before quickly dismissing them as mere feeder demons far weaker than him. The implications of that dismissal hit harder when the person declared such weak beings to be his own people. A distinct voice speaks, addressing Madam Murder with a seemingly casual insult. This is immediately followed by an afterthought, as if remembering something important. The conversational turn takes a sharp, critical edge. Someone asks another to cover up an embarrassing situation, quickly followed by exasperated advice suggesting they should use a different weapon instead, all while maintaining a theatrical sense of disbelief. A sharp retort follows, warning that as long as a certain object remains intact, they could not be touched. The conversation takes a harsh turn when one character demands the other to simply go home. Responding to the situation, the character with an air of farewell accepts the premise and wishes everyone a nice time. Finally, the atmosphere shifts entirely. Someone takes charge, loudly calling for everyone to return to work. The scene ends with a decisive word shouted out. A sudden, sharp shout erupts, a boastful declaration of success aimed at a fool. The confrontation escalates immediately, followed by another loud outburst, this time accusing the target of being an exhibitionist. The aggressive shouting is met with a surprised, questioning noise from the character in the scene. A sudden feeling of entrapment washed over the character, causing them to exclaim that they were stuck. The focus shifted to a heartfelt plea, asking why someone would abandon her like that. This was immediately followed by a chilling resignation, suggesting the only remaining option might be for her to starve to death. A panicked cry immediately pierced the air, followed by a shaky reassurance. The person involved managed to assure everyone that they were fine and survived, thanks to the demon lord's intervention. A bystander let out a gasp of alarm, reacting with utter disbelief to the dramatic turn of events. The scene then shifted to growing exasperation. Someone sternly reprimanded the individual for their erratic behavior, pointing out that children were nearby, and added a sharp admonition to properly dress themselves, reminding them of their adult responsibilities. The urgency of the situation prompted several directives. Someone strongly urged others to quickly cut down the speckled leaves, ensuring that the healers did not overexert themselves. With a commanding voice, they reminded everyone to remain calm and avoid pushing things too far. A sudden realization struck, causing a gasp of disbelief. The individual questioned how the demons were able to help one another. A sound of sheer disbelief escaped the character, signaling how utterly absurd this situation truly was. The character suddenly felt waves of heat and thirst wash over them. A growing frailty was evident, stemming from the long period spent sleeping in a sealed tomb. A polite but somewhat hesitant voice called out an address to the young woman. The speaker then politely inquired if the woman had happened to see a man who possessed menacing eyes and an even nastier temper while she was on her way. The speaker continued to defend the man, suggesting that he was not as bad as others might think, and even arguing that he possessed striking good looks. The argument escalated as the speaker declared that because Mr. Asuraith was someone's lover, he must naturally be considered the most handsome man in existence to her. Hearing this, the target character reacted with shock and annoyance, demanding to know why that specific topic was being brought up again. They then seemed flustered, struggling to understand where such provocative talk had come from. A voice suddenly pointed out that the other character had been repeatedly asking about Mr. Asuraith since the previous day, leading to an immediate protest. The startled individual stammered a panicked denial, desperately trying to backtrack their comments. In response to the confrontation, one of them tried to diffuse the tension by reminding the other that they were simply comrades. A terrifying chorus erupts, calling out the names of demon generals. Following this ominous sound, a desperate cry rings out in denial. A powerful declaration follows, speaking of friends and comrades. It carries a solemn resolve that the suffering endured by demons must finally come to an end. Suddenly, a clear declaration announced that surveillance was activating. The characters reacted with immediate frustration, realizing that simply cutting and burning the problem areas was not enough. They urgently pointed out that without a proper disinfectant, their efforts were falling short. They continued their intense measures, detailing the processes of cutting out and burning the source of the issue. However, they warned that even with these extreme methods, efforts to cure it had clear limits. The limitations of their current methods were repeatedly stressed, making it clear that a deeper solution was needed beyond mere physical intervention. The focus shifted, with one character impatiently demanding to know why Asuraith was taking such a long time. As if in response, a system announcement appeared, indicating that the character's surveillance skill was undergoing an upgrade. This progression message explained that, through enduring the agonizing pressure of his eyesight nearly bursting, his surveillance skill had successfully been upgraded. The system immediately displayed a critical update. The required time to keep his eyes open was reduced to 100 seconds. Next, a significant upgrade was announced for his abilities. The future state prediction range was extended dramatically to 7 hours. Despite the massive improvements, a moment of exasperation surfaced, with someone thinking that these newfound skills were not helpful at all right now. The next notification confirmed yet another enhancement: the user's observation skills were now heightened, allowing him to monitor a subject's current thoughts and emotions. Suddenly, an abrupt call was made to switch roles, followed by a muffled sound of effort or struggle. The moment passed in an eerie silence, leaving the characters suspended in anticipation. A sharp voice abruptly challenged the former demon lady, demanding to know why she hadn't seen their comrade Asuraith. The response was immediate and firm: he had not gone far, and he was certainly not the type of person who would be late. The scene shifted, maintaining a tense and expectant atmosphere as the group waited. The concern escalated, with a palpable sense of dread, suggesting that if the awaited figure did not appear soon, their entire farm would face total ruin. A sudden burst of rage erupted, with an aggressive exclamation warning against consuming one's own kind. The voice then escalated its alarm, demanding to know if the figure named Asuraith had been spotted. A clear warning was issued, cautioning that if Circe's attack connected with the target, the protective force field would instantly disappear. This was immediately followed by a soft exclamation of address toward my lord. The conversation shifted, with a greeting directed toward Lady Artanis. A request was then gently offered, asking if the speaker might be allowed to inquire about something. A sudden burst of accusation cut through the air, demanding to know why Asuraith had not been eliminated. The confrontation intensified, filled with a demand for honesty. Suddenly, a system alert sounded, signaling the activation of surveillance and forcing an unexpected glimpse into Artanis' resurfaced memories. The narrative then reveals the location known as Sothat, where the King of Humans resides. A moment of realization follows, suggesting that this entire conflict barely qualifies as a war. The participants note the weakness of humanity, musing that we simply pushed right through them. However, the group's consideration shifts. Some suggest that perhaps Lady Artanis is simply too powerful, noting that she is known by the title of Siren Witch. This singular strength might be overshadowing everything else. The sheer power of her song was overwhelming. Merely hearing it alone proved enough to shatter the will to fight, forcing even hardened opponents to bend their knees. One thought that it would have been an easy sight if she had used a song of instant death to wipe out the entire enemy force immediately. However, another voice cautioned that such an action was premature. Killing them all now would leave their bodies to rot, making them unusable later on. A moment of deep silence settled over the group as they considered the situation. A troubled introspection followed, questioning whether fighting and devouring one another was truly the only path to ending their gnawing hunger. There was a deep longing expressed for the simple comforts of humanity. The leader's booming voice cut through the air, issuing a sudden and forceful command to all the demon troops. Following that decree, the declaration was made to cease all invasions of human lands and turn the forces around for a return journey. This drastic reversal caused shock, prompting someone to exclaim in disbelief, questioning the sudden change and raising concerns about what would happen to the demons who were desperately hungry. Yet the character stood firm, remembering a promise made in their youth to another person named Moderato. They spoke of building a world where no demon would starve or resort to harming its own kind, the goal toward which they were now returning. A booming voice challenged the assembled group, reminding them of what they had seen on their journey. It pointed out that the humans were actively farming, suggesting that such a skill could also be attempted by others. The number 11 appeared prominently before the character's eyes. A voice calls out the titles of my lady, followed by an inquisitive questioning about what needs attention. A mysterious announcement echoes out, mentioning that someone is looking for the target at the sleeping forest. The mention of Moderato causes a sudden wave of questioning, demanding to know where the person they are searching for has gone. A character reacts with a startled sound, questioning how they arrived, and then murmuring in shock about the passage of time. The character then starts to dictate musical tempo, calling out notes like largo and andante, followed by a sudden command of veloce. A moment of shocked realization washed over them. One character whispered that they had done it, Followed by a desperate plea, the other's voice was claimed as theirs. The sequence of events was interrupted by a grunt and muffled sounds. Suddenly, an enraged voice erupted, shouting out the musical term moderato while questioning the actions taking place. The escalating tension was suddenly punctuated by a furious shout, an enraged demand for the listener to pay attention. One character angrily questioned the source of the disruption, demanding to know what had taken hold of moderato. This was followed by a sudden grunt of pain or struggle, leading to a plea that everything unfolding before them could be nothing more than a joke. The conversation shifted to revelations of deeper history, suggesting that a certain action had originally been planned for after the easy conquest of all humanity. However, the confrontation takes a sharp turn. One character warns that they will kill the other right now, before declaring their intent to become the new demon lord. Suddenly, a strong command cuts through the air, ordering someone named Arda Nis to halt right there. A palpable surge of emotion escaped the character, voicing frustration that they did not choose to be in this specific location. The focus shifted, leaving a moment of charged silence. The subsequent moments were filled with an expectant hush, allowing the tension to build before anything could unfold. The speakers dramatically proclaimed that the Wedemans possessed the strongest power that existed, declaring that they could rule and destroy whatever their whim dictated. This bold assertion was immediately met with derision, questioning what such overwhelming might would actually be used for. He revealed that even in childhood, he had perceived the target as uniquely peculiar. The person was seen not only as powerful, but also described as being both incredibly strong yet fragile and foolish. A moment of realization struck him as he accepted the meaning of being a demon. The story continues in the next chapter. A wave of mocking laughter echoes out, followed by a chilling question directed at the concept of friendship. The speaker reveals that those supposedly close were merely waiting for the perfect opportunity to end his life. They questioned what demon would ever pledge loyalty to someone possessing such immense strength, yet simultaneously exhibiting deep naivete. The truth is delivered with cold precision. Everything the audience has witnessed was nothing more than an elaborate performance designed solely to deceive him. The weight of the reveal hangs heavy in the air, leaving nothing but lingering tension behind. A sudden, alarming realization struck the air. A critical drain was occurring on his magical energy. A final, poignant farewell was whispered to Artanis. A shockwave of accusation cut through the air, questioning how one could know a secret kept from their general. The mystery was then solved with a dramatic pronouncement. Only someone who held the title of Demon Lord possessed such knowledge. A chilling pronouncement followed, asserting that among demons there was no concept of trust or cooperation. Furthermore, the speaker warned of the potential for one's own underlings to wait for the opportune moment to strike at a fatal blow. The voice pressed further, questioning whether the listener had sought answers from these people. There was a tone of profound doubt in the query. The speaker intensified the challenge, focusing on the fallen generals. They wondered if the general had ever truly questioned whether those men harbored any intention of betrayal. A mysterious and powerful presence suddenly appears. With immense force, a declaration of Asuraith rings out. Amidst the chaos, a shout of pure accusation rings out, pointing at what they perceive as a witch. Suddenly, a sense of protective movement registered. The characters surrounding him seemed to be shielding him entirely. The realization dawned that the surrounding beings were not merely protectors, but fellow demons shielding others in a protective circle. A forceful voice quickly broke through, assuring someone that everything would be fine and urging them to move closer. A sudden, powerful call echoed out, shouting the name Mr. Asuraith, as if summoning someone from a great distance. The characters confront the situation, demanding attention to what they are witnessing and emphasizing the significance of this moment. A deeper, more profound secret begins to surface, representing the true nature of demon, something buried and struggling toward the light. The conversation shifts to a call for nourishment and restoration, suggesting that filling their stomachs is intrinsically linked to reclaiming their hearts. This echo of past words seems to challenge the established plan. A message of deep regret reached Artanis, expressing that they could not be with him until the very end. However, those who delivered the news found a measure of peace, knowing he could now rest easily. No new information is provided in this scene. Suddenly, a new figure appeared, another demon lord. This new arrival was prophesied to fulfill the great dream that previous powers had been unable to complete. In a moment of apology, someone pleaded with their lord for failing to restore the much-needed moss. They then confirmed that although other people were alive, they were severely injured. A command was given to Nox, urgently ordering him to take the entire medical unit and tend to the wounded. This left a question mark hanging in the air, prompting another character to express surprise regarding the fate of a certain corn. A realization dawned that the corruption had spread too widely, putting the entirety of their harvest in jeopardy. A name, Esruvs, was called out in the growing panic. A sudden, sharp cry of pain echoes out, immediately followed by a calm assurance that everything will be all right. The narrative then shifts, revealing background information regarding the most powerful demon lady in history, Artanis. It is noted that while she is renowned for her cruelty, there are instances where she can be surprisingly reasonable. Pleading desperately, the character begs not to be killed, emphasizing that a specific moss is essential because its absence would lead everyone to starvation. The urgent plea continues, highlighting the dire consequence: without that moss, everyone faces starvation. The character's resolve is palpable, refusing to let the children suffer from starvation. Lady Artanis' gaze settled, and she posed a direct proposition: perhaps a deal was the best way forward. The character then declared that they would remove the mask, seeming to dismiss whatever pretense was being maintained, suggesting that the person had been asleep for quite some time. They pointed out that while the mask might be cumbersome, making eating and speaking difficult, it could also be taken off with ease. A growing mold is creeping through the corn, and a plea is made to simply wipe it all out. The characters then suggest employing the Song of Instant Death, describing it as an ultimate eco-friendly pesticide. The setting shifts dramatically to the imperial capital of Marnica. Meanwhile, the focus moves to the Asrahan Manor. A conversation immediately catches the attention of a character, who questions if young Master Isir Kimchai is still down in the underground training grounds. The reply confirms that he indeed is. The other person expresses deep concern about the subject, noting that he neither eats nor has revealed his face even once. They recall sensing something peculiar about him, and wonder what kind of training such secretive behavior could possibly entail. This leads to the question of whether becoming stronger is truly necessary for him. Frustration mounted as the character realized that even circulating a massive amount of mana failed to produce any change. It was utterly non-functional. The realization came the power was inherently flawed, suggesting an inability to perform this action unless guided by another person's explicit instructions. A wave of despair washed over him, making him question how he had endured until that moment and where he would possibly go from here. He then looked around, his gaze searching for any familiar presence or sign of help. The silence that followed was heavy, amplifying his sense of isolation. A plea filled the air, a desperate questioning asking if something miraculous could truly be achieved for them. With a dramatic flourish, an announcement was made: the performance of the Song of Instant Death. This incredible display revealed why Artanis earned the title Siren Witch. Her songs were not mere melodies, but sources of immense magical power. It was revealed that among her songs lay a deadly power, one capable of instantly killing multiple targets. This incredible power meant that she could utilize it specifically to eradicate the insidious mold spores plaguing their surroundings. A sudden, expectant silence fell over the group as they awaited the unfolding spectacle. The stage was now set for a critical moment, charged with the anticipation of what came next. The speaker began by dropping a crucial piece of lore, bringing up the established knowledge regarding the succession of the Demon Lord. They explained that when an old ruler is killed by a challenger, or formally designates a successor, the immense authority of the Demon Lord automatically transfers to that new vessel. The individual then continued their narrative, referencing the time when they had taken down Moderato. They pointed out that the authority held by Moderato as the Demon Lord had subsequently been passed on to them, confirming their own acquired might. They then revealed that the mysterious mask could be released through a direct command from the Demon Lord, setting up an immediate and dramatic revelation. With a clear command spoken, the mysterious name Shium was uttered into the tense silence. A warning quickly followed, making it clear that any intent to annihilate them was something the speaker would absolutely not allow. The figure pressed their point further, suggesting that the group shouldn't they wish to witness a bountiful harvest. A panicked cry immediately rings out, urging everyone to move as far away as possible. The subsequent puzzled question hangs in the air. Someone else urgently warns that there is no time for explanations, demanding instead that everyone get far away and clear out of the immediate field. With a defeated sigh, he seemingly gave in to the demands. A sudden gasp of disbelief escaped him as he questioned the actions being taken. He pleaded for another way, desperately asking if there was any alternative, explaining that failure to act would result in the death of all their crops. Another character challenged the current situation, suggesting that he had been aware of this exact scenario previously through surveillance. Artanis' voice was heard, filled with immense power that resonated across the area. Despite this overwhelming power, the character noted that it had not been used in a considerable amount of time. The moment it was freed, a terrifying frenzy would begin, and she in turn would attack them. The speaker admitted knowing that the power was immensely great, having only been able to perceive it faintly through surveillance. However, they expressed hope that possessing such power would not ultimately lead to their own demise, believing themselves to be good enough. Someone else suggested that, in that case, they could merely tell the person it would be painful. A deeper thought was voiced, pointing out that the leader was always the one who endured the most suffering. The atmosphere held a tense stillness, awaiting the next move. A firm acceptance was given, signaling that the task must now proceed. A warning followed, directed toward Lady Artanis. It was cautioned that when the word unseal is shouted, a mask would drop, and her power risked running wildly out of control. She was advised to do her absolute best to maintain control, while also expressing deep worry that the failure of this farm would surely follow if she did not survive. With a struggle visible, the attempt to halt the process was made. Finally, a desperate command to seal was shouted. He felt a profound internal struggle, first lamenting the loss of his voice, only to then experience a sudden surge of power as he realized he could speak again. With a powerful burst of effort, he managed to shout an urgent command. The narrator reveals that the force field created by the heart of Moderato is proving utterly useless when confronted with Artanis' unrestrained powers. The struggle culminates in a dramatic, audible cough. The character reacts in shock, realizing the true gravity of the situation with a gasp. Understanding the immediate danger, he desperately realizes that this is their only way out. A panicked cry echoed out, demanding to know what the other person was doing. A warning was issued about the curtain tentacles, cautioning that if they were to unleash and become deadly, someone would hold them back as much as possible. A final plea followed in an urgent whisper. The focus then shifted dramatically, with calls to concentrate on nutrient intake and dedicate full energy toward maintaining stamina. The current reading showed the character's stamina level to be 274.4. Despite the immense pressure and physical exhaustion, a fierce determination flared within the character. They roared out their resolve, declaring that they could endure this onslaught. A sharp cry of pain escaped him as the reality of the situation hit. Realizing that this agonizing sensation was much worse than he had anticipated, he strained to maintain his composure, knowing that if he released her completely, the resulting chaos would be worse than any single injury. The weight of the moment settled heavily, leading him to conclude that if he failed, everyone around them would face death. A sudden harsh cry pierced the air, followed by a desperate shout for help. One of the characters screamed out in panic, proclaiming that they had successfully escaped. Another sharp cry of distress followed, a desperate burst of sound that signaled trouble. A ragged groan escaped the character, suggesting they were injured or exhausted from their struggle. The immediate chaos seemed to momentarily subside, leaving the characters grappling with the fallout of their intense confrontation. The situation suddenly shifted, sparking a surge of cautious hope that the change in direction might offer them a chance to overcome their odds. However, that burst of optimism was immediately tempered by the stark possibility that this might not be enough to guarantee their survival. The pressure mounted, resulting in moments of intense agony. A deep sense of pain overwhelmed the fighters, leading to an admission that the continued struggle seemed unbearable. Amidst this escalating despair, one character urgently called for another to flee. It became clear that the effort required to continue holding back was reaching a painful and inevitable breaking point. In a moment of sheer panic, one character exclaimed that running away was the only option. However, another voice immediately cautioned that running away was not a good habit. With a sudden sharp cry, the action erupts. With a guttural growl, the creature erupted in raw fury. The villain watched, releasing a dismissive HMPH of air. A final challenge was issued with a powerful declaration like, "Take this." A sudden, massive impact echoed through the area with a resounding boom. A desperate shout warned the characters, stressing how dangerous their current location was and urging them to flee. The speaker continued, emphasizing that simply blocking attacks one or two times would not be enough. A concerned voice called out, checking to see if everything was all right. A dismissive facade was put up, claiming everything was perfectly fine and lightly mocking the concern shown by others. The character then forcefully coughed to draw attention away from their words. The realization of the true nature of their presence was finally revealed. They were demons. A plea followed, asking for forgiveness for the sins committed. A deeper confession was made, admitting to the ruin of a cultivated land essential for survival. The figure acknowledged a profound debt and offered an apology. However, the moment of redemption was abruptly cut short by a casual retort, suggesting that apologies were something to save for a later time. A deep question was posed, recalling a promise made about utilizing a song of instant death to eliminate the mold. The response was immediate and simple, of course. The figure's gaze narrows, his intent suddenly focused on a clear directive naming the target. A sudden, stark character appears in the letter, was if etched into the air itself. A realization dawns on the character. These must be the spores that Credos had spoken of. The immediate concern shifts to their safety, prompting a reassuring confirmation that they are safe. It is then stated that the only entities capable of dying are those that are specifically targeted. Observing the spectacle, one character is overwhelmed, admitting that they had only ever heard legends of the Song of Instant Death and never expected to witness it personally. They explained that in the moment their eyes close while lost in the beautiful song, meeting their end is inevitable, leaving them stunned by such incredible power. Suddenly, a gasp escaped the character, followed by a muffled exclamation of shock at whatever bizarre spectacle had just appeared. The character finishes their performance, expressing thanks for the audience's attention while sheepishly admitting that singing is not their strongest skill. Despite this acknowledgement, they express a sense of relief that at least some negative influence or affliction has lifted. A sudden sharp command echoes seal. An outburst of frustration follows, with someone accusing the singer of not warning them about their poor pitch. This is followed by a vehement declaration that no song has ever caused such an extreme physical reaction as a nosebleed. The emotional intensity rises, with someone angrily challenging the motive behind silencing people merely because they cannot sing. They question why others are getting so agitated by them. A voice interrupts the rising conflict, pointing out that it was not the other person who had sealed the mouth recently. The speaker then makes a sound of shock or realization. Finally, a rule is stated: the mouth of Artanis can only be opened for a limited duration. The weight of the restriction settled heavily, leaving a moment of profound silence to absorb the gravity of Artanis' temporary constraint. A clear restriction was stated: the use of Artanis mask could only be unlocked for 3 minutes per day. The character paused, questioning the rules. He wondered how it was possible that time spent in a berserk state didn't count when he had previously unlocked it, especially after being knocked out for quite some while. A surge of powerful magic erupted, overwhelming the mask's defenses. The character urgently demanded that the mask be removed immediately, while simultaneously noting that although they could talk, the voice sounded quite strange. The figure confirmed that the mask's power had indeed weakened, allowing them to speak once more. However, they immediately added a caveat, noting that while speech was possible, imbuing their voice with magic remained an impossibility. An intense demand followed, warning of destruction if the mask was not immediately removed. This was swiftly countered by a softer request, asking for the other person not to misunderstand their intentions. The explanation followed, clarifying that the mask was not something the figure had placed upon them. They explained that after 3 minutes passed, it automatically reappeared, meaning the mask could only be removed for a duration of exactly 3 minutes each day. The speaker emphasizes that only the demon lord, or the figure currently speaking, possesses the ability to unlock it. The exchange continues with a warning that without the speaker, Lady Artanis will be unable to eat or drink. This statement prompts a questioning response, demanding clarification on what their actual motive is. The conversation shifts when the opposition suggests a trade help with farming in exchange for releasing the seal for 3 minutes. Anger flares up immediately, and the protagonist confronts the opposing side, accusing them of taking advantage by exploiting his inherent weaknesses. The accusations escalate into biting insults, calling their actions despicable. However, the opposition dismisses the anger with a smooth retort, suggesting that the arrangement should be viewed as mutually beneficial for both parties involved. He struggled to regain his composure, uttering words of affirmation and resignation regarding following certain commands. His thoughts drifted to a past visioned dream of building the demonkind with his friends. A figure approached, asking the other person what task they would like them to perform first. A triumphant announcement rings out as an all-purpose farming tool is acquired, signaling a major upgrade in the current situation. The character then makes a request, asking the other individual to first help gather and clear away the crops that had been destroyed. After a moment of consideration, An agreement is reached with a simple acknowledgement. The crowd erupted in excited shouts, praising the former demon lady and declaring her to be the best, marveling at her strength, which seemed equivalent to that of 100 men. A voice announced the next event, calling for a level field. A moment of sheer surprise washes over the characters, prompting a gasping exclamation. The focus then shifts to gardening supplies, with a revelation about the availability of plant seeds. Next, a detailed instruction is given, tasking the listener with ensuring all manure is mixed up and ready by the following morning. The conversation concludes with a brief pause, leaving the characters to absorb the weight of these surprising logistical updates. A sudden realization hit the character, making him pause. He began to question the entire situation aloud, wondering why he seemed solely responsible for all the heavy lifting and effort. A critical voice then brought up the mounting casualties, pointing out that a significant number of people had been injured because of his actions. The speaker questioned whether he genuinely intended for those wounded demons to continue working. The accused attempted to defend himself, claiming he hadn't attacked that many. However, the voice corrected him, pointing out that he had pulled terrifying tentacles on them and completely underestimated the psychological damage those actions had caused, trailing off with a skeptical sigh before prompting a confused realization. The ensuing moment was filled with sharp commentary, criticizing the outfit fiercely, suggesting it was extremely embarrassing to behold. In response to the harsh words, a deep apology quickly followed. The character then appeared to confirm something, suggesting it was true. With profound exhaustion, the protagonist endured Arten's powerful attack and finally embraced her. The rewards were immediate and overwhelming. Both his stamina and magic increased by 40%, accompanied by a special bonus that sealed the deal. Furthermore, a brand new mana seed trait named Take It All was activated, marking a significant power upgrade for the character. The description explained that this powerful skill would automatically trigger when the protagonist concentrated on nutrition, specifically targeting stamina. When activated by the trait, all external forces were immediately absorbed into the system. This absorption process, termed I-Ho, subsequently replenished both the character's mana and stamina reserves. This incredible ability effectively reduced any risk involved when the character entered into a difficult fight. A profound sense of weariness crossed his mind, coupled with a thought that he hoped never to have to use such a power again. The scene then revealed the location, Marnica, within the imperial capital. He reflected upon the abruptness of their departure, wondering how they could simply leave him like that. He delivered a message, explaining that he could not impose on anyone forever, concluding that there was something crucial he needed to attend to immediately. The other character questioned the urgency, wondering what was so important that it required him to reject an offer of becoming the kingdom's sword master. The scene ended with a pressing question, challenging the other character to realize who they truly were. The questioning atmosphere hung heavy in the air, demanding a clear answer about identity. A powerful declaration followed, revealing that the figure was Valgia, the god of bountiful harvests. He asserted his title as the divine presence, who prayed for lush harvests across the entire world. However, the individual's expression was complex. They recalled the name Valgia vaguely, noting that it sounded somewhat different. Furthermore, their gaze held a deep suspicion, suggesting that the figure looked more like a demon than a god. Valgia, unfazed by the suspicion, responded with a booming laugh. He challenged the individual directly, questioning how a mere human dared to judge the divine appearance of a god. A palpable tension settled between them, as the speaker revealed that both parties were pursuing fundamentally the same goal. It was a pointed reminder that this individual had once offered assurances of peace to Demon Lord Kratos. The motive, it seemed, was rooted in a desire for an abundancy of bountiful harvest. The voice then implied that assisting Demon Lord Kratos was the necessary path to make this grand vision come true. Finally, the speaker delivered a warning, subtly implying that while the listener spent time by Demon Lord Kratos' side, they would have an unavoidable revelation about both their own identity and the true nature of him. The speaker concluded with a definitive command, instructing the listener to venture into the demon lands and discover what they sought. The scene transitions, leaving the previous emotional weight behind. A realization dawns, leading to the conviction that the hand of fate is truly at play. This prompts a fresh conclusion. Perhaps the answer resides solely within Kratos. The exchange shifts in tone, beginning with an expression of gratitude. This is immediately met by a powerful retort, suggesting that the recipients are actually the ones who should be thanking the other party for saving them. A promise of future aid is made, asking for a signal if help should ever be needed again. The scene concludes, leaving the implications of their exchange hanging in the air. A sudden, dramatic interruption came with a voice addressing her as the former demon lady. The conversation quickly turned mocking, as one party questioned the recent labor and then scoffed at the smell. They advised maintaining a certain distance while continuing their playful jabbering. A simple, commanding word followed unlock. In response to the situation, a simple ah was heard. The focus then shifted to a shared meal. One individual presented tuna porridge, described as a special dish from the abandoned lands region, and advised that the other should eat while continuing their work. The character offered praise for a job well done, noting that he wasn't sure if the porridge would be to his taste. He added a promise that if the character worked hard again the next day, he would give him more delicious porridge. The character responded with an excited acceptance, thanking the speaker profusely. The moment passed in quiet silence. A sudden exclamation of surprise escaped the character. Then, recalling something important that had been forgotten, the character asked if there was any more Chunho porridge left. The journey continued, leading them toward the entrance of the desolate and haunting lands known as the Sleeping Forest. Soon after, they arrived at an abandoned old cabin nestled deep within the surroundings. As they entered, a moment of quiet confusion hung in the air. A stunned whisper broke the silence, questioning the very existence of humanity. The focus remained fixed, leaving the tension hanging in the air. The sudden absence of action left the tension hanging in the air, forcing everyone to wait for what came next. A chilling proclamation sliced through the silence. Another demon had appeared. The situation remained fraught with peril, leaving the characters exposed to the escalating threat. A subtle sound drew attention, causing the onlookers to murmur amongst themselves about the unfolding events. They seemed genuinely shocked by what they were hearing. One character continued to muse on the scheme, explaining that Moderato had anticipated being overpowered by humanity. This realization led to a deeper conclusion. He designed human life energy itself to be the key for breaking any sealed power source, ultimately intending to use it as his final, devastating weapon before making an escape. It seemed this was exactly what he had planned all along. A noticeable observation was made about the figure's attire, suggesting a high rank within the kingdom. This was followed by an ominous and theatrical greeting. The characters realized they had seemingly fallen into a much larger trap than anticipated. A figure reveals himself, introducing himself as Credos, the current demon lord. He then makes a surprisingly polite inquiry about the other person's name, leaving those present stunned by his courteous approach. The individual responds, stating that she is Bronda Magentano, a knight from the great Camelin kingdom. However, her composure falters as she realizes they might be facing an imminent threat. A light, dismissive burst of energy crosses the space between them. The demon lord then erupts into a series of booming, unsettling laughter, filling the air with an overwhelming sense of amusement and predatory glee. The scene ends abruptly, leaving the tension hanging in the air. The silence following the previous scene held, allowing the immediate tension to dissipate into anticipation. A voice suddenly broke the quiet, making a dismissive comment about how no matter how one prepares human meat, it always carries an unpleasant stench. The speaker then added that such things never appeal to taste, suggesting that one would need quite the specialized recipe knowledge to find it appealing with a theatrical chuckle. This remark caused an immediate reaction of disbelief, raising the question of whether the statement was a mere joke or something spoken with genuine seriousness. However, observing his expression suggested that the words were indeed intended as truth. Observing him more closely, it was noticeable that his expression softened dramatically. The momentary shift in tone seemed to suggest that humor could indeed resolve any difficult situation, followed by a burst of delighted laughter. A series of desperate appeals followed. One group challenged the protagonist with questions about their strength, urging them to follow them toward a distant village. When faced with an inability to move, they shifted to demanding that he simply kill us there. The reaction to these pleas was one of loud, boisterous mockery. One figure burst into laughter, finding the situation hilarious, before pressing their point by questioning how killing him would benefit them in any way, prompting another fit of roaring giggles. A new outburst of anger flared up. The intensity grew as one character passionately shouted that, regardless of what anyone said, those individuals remained demons, unable to conceal their inherent wickedness. A realization struck, suggesting that if the ability to walk was compromised, there would be no other choice. The speaker then announced a plan to summon subordinates. The group's concern immediately focused on a critical threat, questioning whether they would become mere sustenance for the enemies lurking nearby. A warning was then issued, cautioning that any individuals brought back to the area needed to be treated with extreme gentleness. A sudden wave of emotion crossed the air. Some appeared genuinely gentle, but others' thoughts betrayed a deep suspicion. They warned that letting their guard down would be fatal to the sneaky demons. The accusation grew more frantic, suggesting a sinister plan to scatter the group and devour them within the peaceful village. The opponents cried out against what they perceived as wicked acts. The intense confrontation culminated in repeated, desperate cries for a figure named Sir Bronda, as the moment of crisis seemed to focus entirely upon him. A sudden, mocking voice echoed out a question about who was being awakened, immediately followed by an overly dramatic and suggestive apology. The voice then directed the group, stating where they and their men would be staying. It specified that there were 3 designated rooms for the entire party. The speaker continued assigning rooms, noting that the captain would be given the largest room, while gesturing further away to indicate another location. The speaker then brought up the topic of a human who had been residing with them for several months. A sudden exclamation followed, questioning whether this person had been kidnapped. The reality was revealed: the individual was a slave, being exploited by those wicked demons. A firm promise was made to rescue him and assure his safety. One figure observes with a shocked realization, noting that the slave appears remarkably healthy and has even gained some weight. This observation leads to a horrifying conclusion: they must be planning to fatten him up before consuming him, displaying a meticulous and cruel level of calculation. A voice exclaims in feigned shock, remarking how long it has been since seeing the individual. Following this dramatic outburst, a change of tone suggests that something else is about to happen. A casual parting message hangs in the air, wishing the 2 individuals a harmonious relationship. The silence following the departing words is thick with unspoken tension. The focus shifts to Lady Artanis, who is questioned about her intentions, leading to a confused exchange where the speaker demands clarification on her words. A dramatic, sweeping thought rings out, musing that the human race has finally realized the profound kindness of their counterparts. A speaker advises that there is absolutely no reason to hurt the other person's feelings. A sharp voice then interjects, questioning the sheer depth of their kindness for showing such careful regard towards humanity. The conversation takes a darker turn as one figure dismisses the naive nature of their worldview, asserting that they do not grasp the truth that kindness itself can be nothing more than another strategy for survival. The conversation continues with grand pronouncements, detailing the careful laying of groundwork for a sprawling master plan. The speaker insists that establishing an immensely strong system is crucially robust enough to allow demons to thrive and live in comfortable luxury. Suddenly, the focus shifts entirely to domestic matters. A declaration is made that everyone must immediately restart the 3 sisters farming method. The plan progresses with the introduction of Lady Artanis, described as an ultimate farming machine. The speaker asserts that she possesses the perfect capacity to handle not only the demanding work of a tractor, but also the delicate process of pesticide rolling. With the 4 demon generals becoming adept at farm work, and every detail being meticulously documented, it seems that managing this new life is nothing short of a breeze. However, the narrator quickly shifts focus, declaring that it is time to tackle a much bigger problem. The conversation then shifts to the demon generals, with one voice questioning if any of them have been harmed by the forest. The figure responds to the suspicions with a theatrical flair, acknowledging them while downplaying any perceived wrongdoing. Instead of involving themselves in conflict, they explain that their days have simply been spent quietly tending to potatoes and making chuno porridge. They continue to reassure the knights, suggesting that breaks are taken according to a proper schedule and that all meals are consistently punctual. However, the conversation takes a sharp turn when another voice confesses deep regret, admitting that they are an utterly terrible person. They confess that their actions were driven by greed, causing them to live solely off what belonged to others. He began his desperate confession, revealing that growing up in poverty and constant starvation fueled a profound resentment. He confessed to losing his senses in an effort to settle those deep-seated grievances, recalling the initial shock of being brought into their current situation and how his first instinct was simply to run away. Yet over time, a realization dawned on him. Despite his initial fear and pain, he slowly came to understand that the beings before him were no different from ordinary humans. The emotional weight of his story was followed by a shocking claim: the individual in question had been entirely brainwashed. A desperate urgency overcame him, driving the need to escape the area as quickly as possible. He realized that moving the entire unit would certainly attract the attention of demons, so he planned to locate a secret escape route first, intending to return for his companions later. A more malevolent voice observed the scene, calling the characters careless fools for leaving weapons carelessly strewn about. He recognized the crucial tactical advantage. There were no guards present. It was clear that his opponents mistakenly believed them to be easy prey. A gasp escaped, signaling utter shock. Before them unfolded a strange sight, a cornfield. However, the reality defied all logic, as nothing was supposed to grow in this particular land. The realization hit them all, naming the impossible location Rusile. Suddenly, a burst of overwhelming curses exploded into the air. Following the assault, there was a series of strange, muffled sounds, a gentle, crunchy sound, quickly followed by a distinct crunch. A character gasped, realizing the gravity of what they were observing. The realization settled in. Before them stood a young demon. The weight of her mere presence seemed almost impossible to ignore, forcing a panicked urgency. There was no time for further hesitation. They needed to act immediately. A momentary sense of relief washed over him. It seemed only one person remained, and the thought crystallized into a firm resolve she would absolutely take her out. A sharp cry echoed, demanding to know who was approaching. The scene begins with a quiet, contemplative moment. Suddenly, an exclamation rings out, calling for Master Asuraith. The tension builds, leaving the characters poised in anticipation. Another voice voices disbelief, wondering why the person is out in the field. It quickly follows with a second incredulous statement about their whereabouts. The concern deepens, with the characters questioning why the person isn't at home and criticizing their decision to leave during the day, reiterating that they should be following instructions. Facing the barrage of questions, the character offers a casual response, merely saying, "Oh well." The reason for their deviation from the rules is revealed. They were simply worried that the corn might get sick again, explaining their presence outside. The conversation gently continued, bringing the topic back to SAE. A voice chuckled, dismissing the concern over cultivation as a worry meant for adults and even the demon lord. This sudden thought led to another question: were the demons actually farming? And if so, why? It was explained that the demons must be preparing for war. To do so, they would need to secure all necessary rations and supplies. With the notion that all the adults were busy working, a feeling emerged of guilt. It felt wrong to simply be eating and playing all the time. However, this sentiment was quickly interrupted by a reminder of the demon lord's previous words, that a child's job was simply to eat well and play hard. The demon lord continued his advice, instructing the child to grow big and strong for farming later on, and also helping to look after any newborns. A concerned voice then warned that if the child stayed plump, they wouldn't grow big and tall. The speaker insisted that one had to become a proper demon, and urged them to stay strong and healthy. Meanwhile, an observer found the conversation between the demons quite strange, noting that it sounded just like any old nagging next-door neighbor. However, after a while, the observer realized that these demons were no different from humans. A wave of panic washed over the observer, who exclaimed that this couldn't be true. They desperately reminded themselves that these were demons who ate humans. A sudden, shrill outcry interrupted the mounting tension, focusing on an apparent physical negligence. The moment held its breath, leaving the narrative briefly suspended. The overwhelming force of a demonic presence was then revealed, followed by a distinct, powerful word that seemed to echo through the corrupted scene. The speaker delivers a pointed observation, suggesting that the current situation is fitting for a heartless demon general, and further questioning if such actions are meant to cause misery to a poor demon child. A sudden exclamation is raised, declaring the presence of the demon lord. A concerned tone follows, questioning the demon lord's presence in that location. The lord responds with a casual deflection, stating only that he was merely doing something. The dialogue revealed a simpler concern, explaining that the character was worried about the corn and had come to check on it. The response was calm, telling the person to take it easy and suggesting that they hadn't been getting proper rest lately. Another character reacted with surprise, exclaiming incredulously about how such a statement could be made given the other person's expression. Finally, someone interjected with a plea, asking the Lord to try and understand the origin of Asuraith's actions. The accuser spoke forcefully, emphasizing that we had only just begun to change since they started farming. They stressed there was no reason for them to continue invading the humans or spilling any more blood, nor was there any justification for the demons to prey on one another. Transition scene. maintaining the tension of the conversation. Another voice echoed their concern, acknowledging that they did not want to return to the old ways. They countered that this very desire was why he, too, found himself working out in the fields. The accuser continued, noting that Bahal understood this transformation well. He pointed out that the escape from a primitive existence had actually begun with agriculture. The narrator then observed that he was doing it, again saying something deeper than he probably meant to. A skeptical laugh echoes through the air. The accuser pressed their point, challenging the idea and questioning if the group's presence outside was solely due to concern for a mere crop of corn. Suddenly, the tone shifts as Demon Lord Credo steps forward. With a powerful command, he addresses everyone gathered, ordering them all to retire immediately and get some much-needed rest. He further instructed that the next day, they were to wake up ready for planting. The words to faded into the silence. A moment later, a different name, Arn, was mentioned. The conversation remained quiet, allowing the weight of the previous day's events to settle. A sudden whisper cuts through the air, leaving the observer reeling from what they just heard. Observing the figures, one might assume they were all filled with wicked intent, resembling classic demons. However, a deeper look reveals that even within their conversation, no malice could truly be detected. Recalling his time as a soldier, the character notes that he encountered countless lords and landowning figures throughout his service. While many of those people appeared kind and virtuous on the surface, their actions in reality were stained with every imaginable form of abuse and evil. The days when demons invaded humanity were long in the past, and those people had only heard stories of the malevolent creatures. However, none of them had ever witnessed one firsthand. A new possibility surfaced. What if the demons genuinely yearned for peace? Sir Bronda was addressed, and he was told that there was no need to bring anything back from the demon lands. Instead, his sole mission was to learn what existed in those lands, and precisely where it could be found. If the knowledge acquired proved to be valuable, it would serve their needs. A clear declaration rings out, revealing a determined plan. They intend to launch an invasion and claim this territory entirely for themselves. The focus shifts as a name is called out, identifying the man as Captain Magnetano. Following his address, a more immediate concern is raised when someone asks if everyone present has been accounted for. A plan quickly forms in the air. The idea is floated that since there are no demon guards standing watch, and they can all move freely, a surprise attack by cutting off the demon lord's head might be possible. However, this immediate suggestion is quickly dismissed. Instead of action, a cautious consensus is reached. They decide that until everyone has fully recovered, the safest course of action will be to continue camping in quiet seclusion at this very location. A clear declaration rings out, announcing that the mission has been successfully accomplished. The commanding voices gather the assembled generals, exclaiming celebratory greetings and praising them for their commendable efforts on that day. The commendation continues, with praise for their impressive acting skills. It is also noted that the foolish human named Bronda has begun opening his heart to them. The playful moment ends with a burst of laughter and self-deprecation, as if the characters are recalling an embarrassing performance. The conversation then shifts to commenting on a gentle demon general who seems especially fond of the little demon children, leading to teasing remarks that settle into a more curious exchange about one's natural disposition. The focus then turns to a character named Bahal. Initially, it seems there are concerns about his memory or ability to recite lines, because he spoke freely during the performance. However, these worries are quickly dismissed with comforting reassurance that he is not foolish. The group continues to tease, mentioning the general's supposed habit of making us demon generals sing a farming song. They jokingly complain that they barely have time to properly study agriculture in their current situation, which culminates in a playful accusation about whether the character genuinely enjoys farm life. Receiving their complaints, a commanding figure smiled, announcing that he had prepared something just for them. With sudden urgency, several voices shouted commands to Zephyros and Tibong, urging them to hand out the supplies. Suddenly, the character's eyes widened in surprise at what he encountered. Another voice chimed in with enthusiastic praise for a task completed. A heavy realization struck, conveying the worry that their farm was headed for failure. The narrative reveals that our potatoes thrived, benefiting greatly from the decaying matter of Planus. However, a worrying complication arose. These lush crops were seedless and completely sterile. This cast doubt on whether adopting the three-sister method would truly lead to any positive change, leading many to believe they might simply face the same challenging results. This raises a fresh concern, forcing the group to consider if they would once again have to undertake the arduous task of sourcing viable seeds. The memory of such an endeavor weighs heavily, making even the thought of retrieving those precious seeds feel incredibly exhausting. A sudden realization cuts through the fatigue. They acknowledge the necessity of making this effort, driven by a single goal: securing the support and allegiance of that particular royal knight. The characters began to question fundamental truths, musing aloud whether demons were truly inherently evil. A deeper reflection followed, pondering if they were perhaps no different from humanity itself. A strong resolve emerged, declaring that the speaker needed to confront these mysteries with their own eyes and make their own judgment. The conversation suddenly shifted to a fearsome figure, the legendary witch, said to have once commanded entire human armies with nothing but her monstrous shriek. One character dismissed the need for considering principles, only to quickly pivot their stance. They strongly asserted that while they couldn't speak to doctrines, the witch was definitely a vile demon who had invaded their lands. The name Credos was mentioned, followed by a firm reminder that it was not yet mealtime. The character maintained their casual demeanor, despite the serious topic at hand. However, the conversation quickly changed direction. One character stated they needed to discuss something specific with the other, prompting a question about whether this matter was causing any distress. The response was immediate, a nervous denial suggesting the issue wasn't exactly what had been implied. However, this evasion only prompted an impatient demand for clarity: simply speak up and stop hesitating. The hesitation continued, with the character starting to stammer out a response that felt like it was trailing off into an unresolved query. The conversation suddenly veered away from the intense subject matter, becoming disjointed. Instead of addressing the tension, one character shifted focus to complaining about not receiving a good job sticker. The character questions how such great accomplishments could lead to receiving the CNEO. They recount how they meticulously mixed fertilizer every single day and tilled the fields, even limiting their own field snacks to maintain their dedication. However, a more critical voice interrupts the scene. The person suggests that this level of effort is commonplace for everyone. A notice then directs Lady Artanis to work off her demerits first, prompting immediate outrage as she questions how many demerits she supposedly accrued. The reply drops a staggering total 1 million, which leads Lady Artanis to cry out in disbelief at the injustice. A quiet reflection follows, noting just how difficult it is to earn appreciation once one reaches adulthood. The thought progresses to the contrast between newborns receiving compliments even for minor acts, compared to the struggles of fully grown people. The emotional tension continues to build, setting the stage for a deeper critique of effort and reward. Another character expresses shock at the supposed specialty of the good job stickers, questioning their value. This quickly escalates into a bigger concern: how could such an item make the legendary witch seem so desperate? In conclusion, the scene ends with a soft, reflective sound of realization. A sudden shift in tone brought the attention to a gentle plea directed towards someone addressed as Little Dragon. The voice apologized for past actions, followed by an intriguing request if only one could obtain a single footprint stamp. The interaction pauses briefly as a name, Yaman, is called out. The narrative continues without dialogue, creating a moment of visual tension. The mood takes a sudden turn as one character tries to pass by, prompting them to apologize profusely for obstructing the passage and being in the way. The conversation becomes more intimate, marked by a soft exhalation of breath and an exclamation. A heated confrontation erupts. The first character accuses another of both stabbing them with a spike and now kicking a child, calling the recipient a massive tyrant. Despite repeated claims that they are fine or that certain actions were unintentional, the accusations quickly escalate. The question of whether the initial injury was accidental is raised, but this claim is immediately countered: it was done deliberately. Yet another accusation follows, claiming the person purposefully kicked the child. The volume of outrage grows as the character exclaims how truly detestable the opponent is. A playful exchange follows. One character suggests that they should take a break after mixing all the fertilizer, prompting a denial from the second person, who claims there is still some remaining. When this person remains obstinate, the first individual gently challenges their reluctance, eventually leading them to admit that the other party was right. The mood shifts abruptly. One character observes that it would be faster to fly and questions why the other person is running, bringing an immediate tension to their chase. The characters continue their interactions with noticeable exasperation. One person expresses frustration about the second individual, commenting on something being wrong with them, while another agrees, characterizing the behavior as simple laziness. The scene opens with a moment of charged silence, drawing the attention back to the central action. A gasp of disbelief rings out, questioning the apparent weakness in Artanis. The sheer drop in his expected strength is a clear point of concern for those observing. The tension hangs thick in the air, leaving the characters momentarily breathless from the sudden turn of events. A reflective voice muses aloud, acknowledging how well the farming was actually progressing. The speaker then realizes they shouldn't have made such a fuss about it. Another observer murmurs in surprise, considering how unexpected it is that plants could manage to grow successfully even in these challenging lands. The character muses aloud, questioning how the person in question possesses such extensive knowledge about farming, admitting that they had tried many times themselves, but always ended up failing. A sudden realization causes an exclamation of surprise. Another voice cries out in a tone of address, calling for his lady. The conversation shifts as someone states their intention to take the toast, suggesting it be used to assist with the ongoing farming efforts. The tone shifts, suggesting a newfound confidence. A guiding hand encourages the pair to try using something together. A quiet realization dawns on one of the characters. They wonder if this individual is perhaps the boy from their past, grappling with the sight of him accomplishing such remarkable things. A sudden cry calls out the name, addressing Lady Artanis directly. A figure approaches, addressing someone with the name Credos. The tone turns sharply critical as they observe him and deem his appearance utterly pathetic. The figure reacts explosively, railing against his own supposed state of being, claiming to be merely a pile of demerits. The sudden burst of frustration escalates into accusations, calling out the other person as an irritating tyrant and slacker. He asserts with fervent certainty that the very demons they face are so fragile that they crumble at the lightest breath. However, the speaker quickly pivots the conversation. After a moment of contemplation, they declare that they have given it much thought and found something indeed worthy enough to reduce his demerits. Hearing this news causes an immediate surge of desperate excitement from the first man, who eagerly demands to know what this new revelation is. The speaker then guides his attention back, prompting the first man to recall a past time when he experimented with farming and attempted numerous different methods. This recollection leads them to realize why there are farming tools scattered everywhere in their vicinity. The speaker continues, emphasizing how their assistance allowed them to survive until they ran out of all other resources. They reflect on the immense amount of time it would have taken if such tasks had been completed entirely by hand. A realization then dawns regarding a specific field nearby. The speaker explains that this field only exists because of the effort put into its creation. With an air of cold judgment, the speaker announced the accumulated failings, declaring that a deduction of 1,000,001 points would be made. The sheer magnitude of the penalty seemed to momentarily stun the recipient, resulting in a drawn-out, bewildered sound. The abrupt shift in tone was marked by a desperate cry, repeated several times. Then the focus shifted abruptly. The speaker then made a much lighter request, asking if the character could create a good job sticker for Lady Artanis. The speaker delivered a clear, sharp affirmative sound. Following that affirmation, a single syllable hung in the air. A seemingly casual exclamation filled the air, a gesture of praise. The figure laughed maniacally, loudly proclaiming his identity as Artanis, the strongest demon in the world, before adding a theatrical commendation to a former demon lady. A sudden outburst of surprise followed, questioning if the sight of Tibong's small footprints could possibly bring such joy. The words were softly delivered, suggesting that the recipient had matured into a gentle soul. The gratitude was voiced, expressing deep thanks for proving that the character's belief in sowing peace through farming was correct. After witnessing the actions of Credos, Artanis, and the other demons, a powerful conviction began to take root in his heart. He realized that the beings before him possessed a purity of heart. Yet this inherent purity held a perilous duality. It had the potential to become either endlessly good or devastatingly evil. If this duality was true, he resolved that he would personally guide their hearts toward a path of virtue. The sheer magnitude of the find was undeniable, appearing absolutely massive. The discovery was such a bounty that it suggested they could sustain themselves and their needs for years to come. A sudden, dramatic announcement rings out, declaring it is harvest time, followed swiftly by a loud command to cut them all down. The scene remains silent, setting the stage for the tension to build. Suddenly, a voice urgently calls out for the field manager Hardock. This is followed by another warning cry, pointing toward the presence of what seems to be a full and unexpected discovery. However, the warning is immediately cut short by a firm negative denial. The reality, it seems, is that their full harvest remains a significant distance away. Indeed, the situation unfolded exactly as anticipated. Upon inspection, it became clear that the corn, pumpkins, and beans, every single one, were completely seedless. This discovery suggested that sustaining farming efforts near the Demon Lord's castle was an impossibility. Faced with such a profound limitation, they realized there was no choice but to convert the marshland into a proper rice paddy. However, the realization sets in that the marshland they stand upon is poisonous, rendering it impossible to cultivate rice in such toxic soil. If they truly want to establish a stable supply of seeds, there are two monumental tasks ahead. First, the poison must be completely neutralized, and second, they will have to begin the massive undertaking of converting this entire area into a viable rice paddy. Facing such an immense challenge, the characters are left with a daunting conclusion: they have no choice but to join hands with the local humans. A sharp rebuke followed, challenging the other characters' mannerisms as if they were completely demonic. Then, a pointed reminder was issued about the truth of their original human origins. A moment of reflective thought followed, as if the speaker was gradually remembering a key detail. They realized that they had been forgetting the fact that they were merely possessing this current body, and instead started viewing themselves as the actual Demon Lord. However, this recognition quickly became a dismissal. The speaker uttered words suggesting that nothing else mattered to them. Instead, a declaration was made. They resolved simply to be the Demon Lord, a ruthless being who felt obligated to provide for his family. One character proclaimed that something was completely cooked, leaving the moment with a sudden, light-hearted burst of absurdity. The atmosphere quickly shifted as a commanding voice suddenly addressed an unknown human, who immediately responded with startled obedience to the caller's authority. Finally, an unseen source offered something to the human character, bringing a momentary conclusion to their interaction. Despite knowing that the offering came without deeper meaning, and feeling that the other character genuinely wished for a pleasant meal, the human character still found it difficult to get used to such care. The other character then inquired if the human character was eating, only for them to reply that they had eaten earlier and urged everyone else to partake in the meal. A moment of quiet silence followed, letting the atmosphere settle over the group. The display indicated that the character's current health points were 6,782. Following that, the next measurement showed a significantly higher current health total of 8,315. The reading changed again, confirming a current health point count of 10,359. The visible stats continued to increase, displaying a healthy current health total of 13,612. A sharp query was directed at the figure, confirming if he was Zephyros, the records manager. The man acknowledged the identity, addressing the speaker as Lady Artanis. A sigh escaped, reflecting a sense of being mistreated by everyone around him, with the exception of one particular person. Then, a new voice inquired if Kratos was still deep in thought. The conversation then shifted to a professional query, asking if the designated Area 7 had been completely harvested. The name Zephyros was called out, followed by an impatient request to know if he had finished his tasks. He responded with a clear confirmation, asking simply for the question that needed answering. The speaker then brought up Lord Kratos, noting that everyone expected him to join them. However, the information provided was that Kratos often kept to himself because he had many things weighing on his mind. It was suggested that this solitary nature was the reason for Kratos' absence, implying he was unfamiliar with truly relaxing and enjoying himself. A palpable wave of anxiety washes over the character, who grapples with a meticulous plan that now seems poised on the brink of failure, anxiously wondering if everything truly will fall into place as intended. A sudden call for Lord Kratos cuts through the tense silence. Startled by this unexpected address, the target recoils in surprise from the disturbance. The character's confusion culminates in a frustrated outburst, questioning the sudden shift or unexpected complication that has arisen. A sudden wave of urgency swept through the group, with multiple voices shouting for everyone to move quickly toward the open field, alerting them to a serious and immediate problem on the scene. The gravity of their discovery demanded swift action, leaving little time for deliberation. The sheer magnitude of the situation prompted immediate alarm, with characters questioning what had transpired. They were quickly guided forward, pointing out a new direction they needed to follow. The attention was directed right over there, signaling the next crucial point of interest that needed their focus. A chilling voice whispered words of profound gratitude, thanking them first for their existence and then for the sustenance they provided. The current atmosphere was marked by irritation, as one character exclaimed about the immense amount of dust. This quickly escalated into accusations regarding the wastefulness of their labor, followed by a sudden apology for previous deceit. Despite this tension, there was an undeniable weight to the words that claimed they had not anticipated the other person's appearance. The focus shifted, with the revelation that Lady Artanis had been the one to inform the speaker about their situation. Later, a pragmatic discussion took place among the group. The notion was presented that forcing someone to relax was pointless instead. They needed to help the individual rediscover their drive. It was concluded that helping someone get back on their feet was not nearly as difficult as it might appear. It was revealed that a sincere word of thanks, that simple acknowledgement, was all that was truly needed. The spotlight then fell upon Lady Artanis, who seemed to absorb the weight of the moment. He then turns his attention toward the lurking demons, desperately crying out for them to heed his words. The passage of time was marked by a specific tradition every year on this particular day. The community gathered to give thanks to the heavens for their bountiful harvest. It was a celebrated day, intended for plenty of food and joyous play. And this annual celebration, they revealed, was to be called Thanksgiving. A simple question hangs in the air, wondering if this celebration will be repeated next year. A cheerful affirmation quickly follows, suggesting a continuation of their yearly traditions. A new journey is announced, starting the very next day. They are heading directly to the human kingdom with a clear mission, establishing crucial diplomatic relations. The conversation shifts, leaving the other party questioning the true intentions behind establishing diplomatic relations with the human kingdom. The man responds to an implied accusation, asserting that calling him mad is not something he would ever dare. When challenged about his words throughout the years, he offers a plea for forgiveness, insisting that he truly does not remember what was said. The pressure continues, with the interlocutor reminding him that they had stated this need before. They emphasize the critical requirement for a steady supply of seeds sourced from the humans. The character dismisses the point with a nervous laugh, proclaiming it to be the most peaceful solution imaginable. However, a contrasting voice interjects, cautioning that the relationship between demons and humans has been defined by centuries of bitter enmity. Still, this voice persists in expressing belief that change is truly possible. They argue passionately that there is no past event that cannot be altered. They point out that even nations once facing mutual destruction are now able to forge alliances built on shared benefit. The argument intensified, with someone demanding answers from a Suraith. The questioning figure then pressed him on the last time he had attacked a human, causing a Suraith to react with visible surprise and denial. A Suraith responded simply and definitively never. The focus then shifted to Cersei, who was questioned about her own history. She immediately became defensive, insisting that the question was too embarrassing to answer. When prompted further, she admitted that the reason it was so awkward was because she had never killed a single human before. Finally, the conversation turned to Hardock. The questioning voice assumed that he had a similar history. While Hardock claimed his focus was on being a strategist and preferred elaborate schemes, he ultimately confirmed that he had indeed never killed a single person. Another voice immediately interjected, arguing that Bahal hadn't killed a human either. When the person spoke a second time to tell them to stop asking questions, another speaker brought up the concept of karma, warning that killing builds bad energy. This led to a frustrated sigh and questioning where all this dramatic knowledge even came from. The flow of the argument prompted another character to observe that everyone present was quite ridiculous. They pointed out how melodramatically they were posturing, acting like mighty demon generals, yet none of them had ever actually fought a single human before. Despite the current banter, the focus shifted back to the primary conflict. It was noted that if demons were indeed attacking humans, an issue from the distant past, it meant that a positive change was still possible for them. The conversation quickly shifted into more ominous territory. A warning was issued about the danger of confirmation bias, suggesting that if they were observed, an attack from the demons would inevitably follow. The tone grew intense as a critical question about the meaning of possession was posed, leading to a moment of confused analogy regarding property rights before dismissing the entire topic. However, a third party stepped in, offering assistance with the specific subject that had caused so much confusion. The focus then drew attention to a specific individual by the name of Sir Bronda. A clear offer was then made the individual would accompany them to speak directly with His Majesty, the king. Through this meeting, they planned to convey that the demons of today sought peace. They would also inform the king that natural resources from these lands could be provided, exactly as he desired, and all without any bloodshed. The response was enthusiastic. They expressed great pleasure, noting that the individual was actually volunteering to help them. Although the initial response was certainly welcomed, a voice raised an important point. The risk factor was high. They might attack at the very moment they were seen. The strategy shifted, suggesting a minor fabrication. They proposed claiming to be the representatives of the exiled group, recommending they begin by stating that the descendants of the exiled had already established diplomatic relations with the demons. Another suggestion followed, though it was framed as a humorous afterthought. A laugh echoed, acknowledging the advice while dismissing it with confidence. The astonishment in the air was palpable, as many couldn't believe that such vicious-looking monsters could truly exist. Suddenly, a booming shout cut through the tension, addressed to all the assembled generals. The energy then reached a peak, with calls like it's morphin time, and playful sound effects echoing through the scene. One character makes firm pronouncements, urging one individual to remain and handle things, while declaring that others Bahal, Circe, and Asurath must accompany them. This is met with a mix of reactions and excited shout about food, followed by outright refusals to go or comply. The narrative shifts to a command demanding an immediate pack mule, paired with a forceful instruction to eat up the food. Finally, two names are called out: Alpa and Pel. A feeling of deep strangeness washes over the characters, followed by a clear irritation directed at someone who seems to be enjoying the current situation far too much. A formal announcement is made, declaring that the demon general's so-called diplomatic mission is now departing. A moment of hesitation fills the air, marked only by a quiet, drawn-out sound. One person reveals a desire to also go, leading to a sharp cry of alarm about who was present all along. The truth is then revealed: the other individual had been there the entire time. The confrontation escalated, with one person questioning why the other had been lurking in a dark corner without speaking. The accusation continued, as they brought up how often the target's subordinates commented on them. The response was dismissive, characterizing the situation as creepy. A second party added that maintaining such behavior only gave the target more reason for others to criticize them, while a third character wondered aloud what the issue actually was. The scene shifted, offering a moment of silence as the characters' tension reached an unspoken peak. The spotlight then turned to Lady Artanis, who was questioned about her motives for wanting to travel to the human lands. She paused, giving an uncertain response, seeming unsure of how to answer the deep-seated question. She then revealed that she had, in fact, invaded the human lands before. More significantly, she expressed a genuine desire to apologize for those past actions if given the opportunity. The speaker then offered an elixir, which prompted surprise from the other party. The warning was issued to keep clear of a specific corner location. Finally, the instruction was given: unlock. The character pondered the nature of Artanis, wondering what form it might ultimately take. With a thoughtful pause, they mused that since such abilities were said to reflect one's inner self, perhaps Bahal's version would be quite revealing. A moment later, a strong reaction was voiced, describing the sensation as absolutely awful. It became apparent that her inner self was profoundly complicated. The characters expressed genuine surprise, murmuring that they were wondering how to pass through Margaret Fortress, and realizing this new development solves all of their immediate problems. Their attention then shifts, and they determine that their next destination will be the human capital. They thank Lady Artanis for her assistance, concluding that they will reach their goal very quickly and acknowledging the good fortune of having her with them. Suddenly, a small, distinct sound broke the quiet atmosphere: meow. The remaining characters reacted with visible shock and exasperation, loudly pointing out the small cat's unexpected display of communication. One character questioned its age in an audible burst of disbelief, while another muttered about how embarrassing it must be for the feline. As they approached the capital, a more serious tone settled over them. The group was instructed to wait outside the walls for a while. Then it was revealed that one character needed to speak with His Majesty first. Finally, the others affirmed their trust, assuring her that we were counting on her. The strategy formed was quite detailed. First, they would present these mysterious creatures to the king. Following that, giant corn and beans were meant to be offered. And finally, the plan culminated with a grand proposal, a detailed deal being put forward. A sudden, unexpected sound prompted a startled reaction from the group, leading to an immediate whisper of surprise. A sense of mounting urgency filled the air as one character struggled onward, muttering that they were almost there. After declaring an intention to visit the king and promised to return, one character suggested they would make camp nearby. The group paused, the moment hanging in the air. A tone of doubt entered the conversation, as characters questioned whether their plans would unfold according to expectation. Nevertheless, they acknowledged that we had no real choice but to proceed. The conversation shifted toward hope, hoping that the king, who was dearly cherished and saved countless times within a game simulation, truly desired nothing more than peace. The group's efforts drew attention, leading to a dramatic announcement. Bronda Magentano had finally returned from the depths of the demon lands. The realization dawned upon them as one looked around, spotting the immense magnitude of the situation. The speaker emphasized how astonishing it was that the individual who had managed to bring such enormous crops from the demon lands waited outside. They inquired if this person still remained waiting. A polite affirmation was given to the high-ranking person. Furthermore, they revealed that this individual had not only brought crops, but also exotic beast creatures never before sighted in their own lands. The assembled parties fell into a moment of thoughtful silence, absorbing the gravity and unprecedented nature of the gifts. Hearing the words, someone's command to observe the gifts with their own eyes, broke the silence and charged into the center of attention. A voice of shock questioned whether the royal figure truly intended to grant an audience to these people. Another character interjected, questioning why the heir was extending favor to the descendants of exiles. A third voice spoke, reminding everyone that according to the divine code set by their god, which was a law their kingdom had to follow, it was the king's duty to uphold the law of perfect order. The voice continued, suggesting that reclaiming the abandoned lands would indeed be a pursuit of order. However, it immediately pivoted, noting the request made by the poor peasants. A character addressed Sir Hector, questioning the implications of what he had just said. Sir Hector then corrected himself, making it clear that he had never stated his intention to grant the peasants' request. A reminder was issued, letting everyone know that their majesty was about to arrive. The atmosphere shifted, anticipation building for the arrival of the royal figure. The scene abruptly shifted, transporting everyone straight into the grand reception room. The space was vast and opulent, making the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. A sound of a low, questioning murmur filled the air. Moments later, the atmosphere grew even more strained as an implied command to wait circulated among the assembled parties. A noticeable realization struck, making the viewer question if they were looking at a statue reminiscent of one seen earlier, specifically by the entrance to the abandoned lands. This observation prompted a further inquiry if this was the original placement. Why had it been found scattered and broken far away from its supposed origin? A thoughtful musing followed, wondering if the scattering of the pieces was a deliberate act perhaps placed there as some form of cryptic warning. A revelation hits the air, as someone declares that they overheard everything from Sir Bronda. The focus shifts as the voice confidently proclaims, "I am King Marnika Dior." A new figure steps forward, introducing himself as Jangchial Kim, a man hailing from the village of the exiled. The ensuing conversation then turns to news of the manor's discovery, specifically mentioning that immense crops were found in abandoned lands. The individual confirms to the majesty that, despite the soil being barren, he managed to till it and plant seeds. From this effort, wonderful crops grew: giant potatoes, corn, beans, and pumpkins. The sheer magnitude of the effort caused a dramatic reaction. People were astonished that he managed such remarkable growth despite the completely barren soil. Taking a moment, the individual revealed another capability: speaking with demons. They were not as eager for conflict as one might assume, and now it was time to use surveillance to get a better peek at the king's true intentions. However, a sudden, aggressive voice immediately cut through the air. The speaker severely warned the individual about daring to raise their head when speaking to the king, threatening them with the loss of their very head. Overwhelmed by fear, the individual immediately apologized profusely, claiming to be nothing more than an ignorant peasant and begging for forgiveness for their offense. But the conversation took a sudden, unexpected turn. The individual seemed to taunt, realizing that even while keeping their head lowered, the shiny floor allowed them to observe everything around them. A clear challenge hung in the air. The mood intensified as a direct challenge was issued, compelling the other party to think and devise a strategy. The pressure on all sides seemed to build dramatically. Next, a grand proposition was made, seeking the permission of royalty for a trade deal between themselves and the kingdom's merchants. They offered several giant vegetables as tribute. The negotiation paused, leading to a single question: was that truly everything the other side desired? The conversation took a sharp turn when one voice dismissed the importance of material desires, declaring instead that what truly mattered was simply capturing the other side's genuine wants. The intensity then escalated, punctuated by urgent calls for surveillance, noting that their opponent was clearly far more formidable than an ordinary old man. A different source then shifted the focus, bringing up that the current monarch had previously shown an interest in a powerful relic, something hidden deep within the demon lands. Another perspective suggested that with only a minimal amount of manpower, the wastelands could be reclaimed, offering an immense benefit to those who agreed. It was noted that securing such resources would not happen so easily, fueling a determination within the group. If they could pinpoint what the opponent truly desired, the outcome might change. Seizing on this insight, the group immediately activated their surveillance system, preparing to gain critical information. With the operation underway, a sense of triumph washed over them, signaling that their effort to uncover the truth was successful. The air was immediately seized by the resounding presence of King Marnica, his authority echoing like thunder and lightning. His confidence was absolute, fueled by the conviction that they were nothing more than demons. His voice rang out with disbelief, demanding to know how the protagonists had dared to deceive him and what plans they were truly hiding. The accusation escalated into a furious declaration that demons represented the very epitome of evil, and every single one must be eradicated. The threat hung heavy in the air, a declaration that the very first step taken would be to eliminate them, making it clear that conquest of the demon lands began with their downfall. A sharp cry of realization rang out immediately after. Amidst the growing tension, one party calmly acknowledged a proposal. They instructed Yume to retreat and rest in their quarters, but warned that this fragile peace was short-lived. They foretold an attack within 3 hours. The swordmaster would arrive with hundreds of soldiers to assault them. In the face of mounting danger, a respectful thank you was offered to their majesty. Though acknowledging that starting a battle right there would not result in their defeat, the speaker paused, suggesting an alternative: they could easily flee the immediate conflict. The speaker then repeated the words, calling for peace. A suspicious voice questioned the character's confidence, then pressed further, asking if their arrival had unnecessarily stirred up trouble. The character replied that the human people would eventually invade anyway. The voice suggested that meeting the king face-to-face was a good opportunity. However, the character quickly countered this assessment, questioning how such an encounter could be positive when the man was already planning to kill them and invade their territory. The voice offered a final, guiding statement that a true leader possesses the ability to turn any situation into an opportunity. A profound sense of duty was then hammered into his consciousness, the imperative to protect everything that mattered, specifically his family. A sudden, sharp sound rang out. Despite being told to leave, the individual persisted, pleading for another chance to speak with the king. When questioned about their request, they remained insistent. They continued to argue their case, requesting a second conversation with the king without the presence of any beasts or companions. One voice questioned if the opposition desired their demise, then added a darker suggestion that separation would make such an act far simpler. A different figure accepted the situation with calm finality, stating that they would relay this information to the king. Suddenly, a distressed voice cried out in disbelief regarding the other person's true plans. The other person pleads, asking to see the character again and wondering what it is they wish to discuss. The lowliest man, addressing the majesty standing before him, confesses that he has actually been lying. The character is left stunned, questioning what the accusation truly means. The character vehemently denied the accusations, proclaiming that they were not Jangcheol Kim from the village of the exiled. This declaration was immediately met with angry outbursts and condemnations from others. However, a powerful voice cut through the chaos, stating instead that the true identity belonged to the ruler of the abandoned lance, Demon Lord Credos. The tension remained high, filling the air with unspoken confrontation. One character reacted with shock and anger, questioning the audacity of the revelation in that manner. The confrontation reached a peak as a demanding voice challenged the person to reveal their genuine self. A thunderous roar echoed, calling out a curse against the wretched demon lord. A figure's voice echoed with intense confrontation, questioning whether the listener had arrived in that place solely to meet their demise. The response was immediate, a deferential denial, followed by the calm declaration that their purpose for being there was purely to live. The conversation shifted as a third voice interjected, requesting to ask the royal figure something. The focus then turned to questioning why their majesty was so relentlessly determined to wipe out all demons. The royal figure's tone hardened, challenging the accuser by asking if they spoke from a position of true ignorance. They immediately escalated the rhetoric, pointing fingers, and declaring that their supposed enemy was destined to be seen as sworn foes since time immemorial. The gravity of the situation was underlined by invoking history. It reminded everyone that this kind had a bloody record, having devoured countless human lives over the ages. The pronouncement left no room for negotiation. Payment for those ancient sins was unavoidable. The air grew thick with palpable tension as the confrontation reached a dramatic peak, leaving the outcome hanging in the charged silence. A sudden shock of disbelief echoed through the tense atmosphere as one person questioned the other's very presence. A sudden, powerful command rang out enough. The figure paused, their gaze challenging with the question, "What is it you wish to say?" No narration needed, smooth transition. The demon lord began speaking, confessing that while his words might never be enough to suffice, he would speak with the utmost sincerity. He proclaimed that even this humble being knew something deeply troubling. He acknowledged the sins committed by their ancestors, and then humbly pleaded on behalf of all descendants for forgiveness. Finally, the demon lord concluded his plea by declaring that he would gladly accept any punishment bestowed upon him. The plea was desperate, a raw appeal to mercy echoing through the grand hall. "Please spare us," they pleaded. The silence following the plea was heavy, broken only by a faint, cynical chuckle. A voice scoffed loudly. How could this man, who held the title of king, now be reduced to begging? Did the demon lord truly have no pride left? The response was matter of fact. There was no pride left, because apparently pride couldn't fill an empty stomach. However, a sudden interruption cut through the tension. Someone declared they knew him from the game logs, insisting that he was a revered and virtuous ruler. The narrative then paints a grim picture of the kingdom. It was plagued by the corruption and tyranny of its noble class, alongside useless laws. Consequently, the common people suffered immense hardship, left starving and destitute. When the previous tyrant king finally died, King Dior rose to take the throne. He immediately proclaimed a radical and absolute decree, the law of perfect order. Dior vowed that every piece of land his feet touched would burst with perfect abundance, setting out to build a utopian kingdom where absolutely no one would ever go hungry. A clear, determined voice echoed with intense frustration, declaring that the other party would fully understand the deep reasons for this confrontation. He revealed that he had managed to revitalize the long-abandoned lands, causing crops that had never flourished there before to sprout. To his surprise, the growth was enormous. However, he discovered a major drawback: this peculiar soil yielded no seeds, making any future planting impossible. A sharply defensive tone immediately cut through the air, aggressively demanding silence and dismissing the speaker with a remark suggesting that His Highness would never stoop to converse with someone of such low standing. The commanding voice urgently instructed Sir Hector to stand down, but the conflicted emotions of another character kept him from obeying the order. A stern warning rings out, emphasizing that the unfolding dialogue was a private matter strictly reserved for the two kings involved. No dialogue was provided for this scene, allowing the moment to transition seamlessly into the next declaration. The atmosphere shifts as a commanding voice rises, dramatically calling forth the king of the demons. The scene maintains a tension-filled pause, letting the weight of the newly summoned king settle over the characters. The focus then turns to a piercing question, demanding clarity about the true intentions and goals of their inquiry. The response explains that they seek to establish formal relations with the kingdom in exchange for vital seeds, claiming this is necessary to sustain their starving demon population. The negotiation continued, with the other party asserting that forming relations with their kingdom was not difficult. They seemed to notice an honesty in the recipient's eyes, but then challenged the very notion of receiving any truth from themselves. The conversation then took a sharp turn as the other party questioned, demanding to know the true reason behind their desire to eradicate all demons. The accused then responded by stating that the recipient had much to gain from their extermination, nothing less than revenge for the past, alongside glory, honor, and total dominance over the land. However, the accuser continued to press on, asserting that despite all the grand promised revenge, the glory and total dominance, King Dior was not interested in any of it. Instead, a deeper, more unsettling truth was revealed. The true motivation was simply the fear that the demons would one day invade, and that King Dior's people would inevitably suffer. A warning voice echoed, demanding that the listener prepare themselves and asserting a clear boundary its conditions would not be easily met. The speaker acknowledged that the terms being discussed might be outrageous and one-sided, and that farming could potentially become more difficult. However, they suggested a pathway forward, providing compensation for the terror previously inflicted upon the human population. The speaker emphasized that if their people could secure food, then the existing hardships would feel like a mere bargain. However, they continued, suggesting that before formal relations could begin, there were several matters that needed to be settled first. A sudden outburst followed, calling the figure a wretched demon lord and demanding to know what manner of scheme it was. When challenged, the speaker quickly denied any knowledge of the situation, insisting that they were as alarmed by events as everyone else. A sudden cry echoed out, calling for the majesty of a figure in distress. Next, people screamed about the sacred angel statue, pointing out that it was not only moving but actively headed right towards them. A sudden, explosive declaration rings out, "Demon Lord." The call quickly intensifies into a fierce vow of attack, "I'll kill you." The outburst prompts a realization, suggesting that the legend mentioned was indeed true. However, this leads to immediate confusion as someone calls out and demands to know exactly what specific legend is being discussed. An explanation follows, recounting how the ancestors, in their fear of demons, had pleaded with the heavens. They claimed that the celestial powers responded to this fervent prayer. The narrative continues, detailing that those prayers resulted in the gift of an angel statue, one which was imbued with the profound power of a high-ranking angel. But the tension ratchets up immediately. A sharp cry of alarm rings out, noting that their target has noticed them and has begun to move, forcing a dramatic change in plans. The atmosphere remains tense and charged, waiting for the next move. The characters continue to observe, remaining ready for any sudden change in the environment. A palpable sense of dread settles over the scene, intensifying the feeling of danger. The situation demands immediate action, setting up the next major conflict. The conversation suddenly hit a snag when someone mentioned the name Credos, which seemed to change the entire dynamic of the meeting. The dialogue quickly grew cold and absolute. It was declared that no foreign relations could exist between the two parties, accompanied by a harsh order for everyone to leave the premises immediately. Faced with this abrupt and demanding departure, one of the characters let out a sharp curse, signaling that this encounter was far from over. A sudden shock of disbelief echoed through the air, prompting a character to exclaim about an utterly inexplicable sight. The focus quickly shifted, revealing a holy statue that seemed to writhe with energy, actively attempting to eradicate the demonic forces. Others immediately cried out, urging everyone present to halt the enemy and prevent their escape. A cry of panic rang out, calling for Lady Artanis, as the group realized they had no choice but to abandon their current location. The urgent calls continued, directing everyone to escape through a specific passage. A loud shout accompanied the action, as something was forcefully thrown or acquired. With a sharp intake of breath, the character stumbled back. A panicked cry rang out, calling for Lady Artanis. A desperate cry goes out for Lady Artanis, followed by a shout of distress admitting they have been trapped. Concerned for the safety of everyone, someone asks if they are all right, quickly followed by an urgent command to hurry and fly them out of their current predicament. A painful cry rings out, complaining of a spear stuck in the backside. The speaker follows up with an anguished lament about being hit while transformed, noting how much pain it causes. A sharp rebuke follows, calling out the complaining character for slacking off. The speaker reminds them that they have endured lightning strikes every single day and mocks their complaint, referencing their identity as the former demon lady to emphasize how ridiculous their whines sound. A sudden, panicked cry erupts, questioning the erratic behavior of a powerful and unstable entity. One character speculates whether this volatile action is a result of the presence of nearby demons. A desperate warning follows, stating that if they remain in place, the creature will completely destroy their surroundings. Consequently, the immediate realization sets in that flying is their only means of escape, a point the group reluctantly agrees to. A sudden feeling of wrongness sweeps over them, making one person exclaim that something truly felt off. In response to the strange feeling, someone called out to their majesty, demanding that they look at something in particular. It quickly became apparent that people were scattering, seen actively fleeing the location. Then, a frantic warning followed the statue itself would begin to pursue them. Suddenly, a voice called out an insult to Pasty, followed by a dramatic warning that the demons were now in their immediate vicinity. A moment of pause was followed by confusion, as characters wondered why the presumed danger was not pursuing them. A second question arose: why wasn't it following? It was speculated that the situation was too cold, perhaps causing a malfunction. Eventually, it was revealed that the source of this calm was actually an ancient wish made by the previous inhabitants. A powerful plea echoes into the void, asking for protection against the terror of wicked demons and sending a divine messenger to keep humanity safe. The ancient wish continues, aiming not just for safety, but also to drive out all evil, specifically naming the lurking presence of demons. The conclusion is stark and alarming: all evil things are identified as demons, declaring the entire location to be saturated with wicked energy. A harsh accusation rings out, labeling someone a cheater. This quickly escalates as another figure is called out, accusing them of being a thief. The accusations pile up, reaching an embezzlement charge against a third person. The realization solidifies that the entire location is overwhelmed by an abundance of wicked energy. The dramatic climax brings a final, chilling command and instruction to wipe them all out. The sudden development throws everyone into a panic, prompting cries of confusion and alarm. The group observes the strange occurrence, realizing that whatever force was controlling them is now separating. A moment of unexpected relief dawns over them. The weight of the situation suddenly becomes overwhelming. The characters acknowledge that their presence at the royal palace was a colossal mistake, realizing they have completely lost control of the outcome. A figure speaks, an utterance of the word credos hanging heavily in the tense air. A deep moral conflict surfaces, a refusal to repeat the atrocities of their ancestors against humanity. They conclude that they are already too involved and cannot simply turn back. A realization dawned on him, leading him to agree with the others' words. The others continued, warning that if they ignored the matter, the blame would fall on them regardless. Furthermore, failing to act could make establishing relationships with humans impossible and securing seeds even more difficult. A voice interjected, suggesting that a player's most brilliant move often emerges only after their worst one. This was quickly followed by the enthusiastic declaration from a figure addressing great demon generals, urging them to return and shatter the object into pieces. A sudden, loud exclamation cuts through the tension. Following that outburst, a sharp cry of surprise resonates in the area. Confusion quickly sets in as characters question the demonic forces. They express disbelief that the demons blocked their escape route and wonder why the creatures would take such an unexpected action instead of simply leaving. A sudden, unsettling question echoes through the silence: is this truly the end? The screen fades to black, leaving the audience in anticipation for the next chapter of the epic journey. A sudden outburst breaks the tension. One person shouts loudly, urging Captain Curmudgeon to move the king somewhere safe immediately. Captain Curmudgeon is taken aback by the sudden address and demands to know what was just called out. The speaker repeats their plea, urgently demanding that he hurry. A sudden cry of accusation rings out, questioning why the individual had returned when escape was within their reach. The response comes from a lowly demon, who makes it known that even their nature allows them to grasp certain concepts. The demon continues, hinting at knowledge concerning what humans call doing the right thing. Meanwhile, a different scene reveals someone speaking aloud about how much they enjoyed hitting the mark with their phrasing. They reflect on their current predicament, wistfully declaring that being a liberal arts major would have been better for them. A sudden, urgent shout cuts through the air it's about to attack. "Get out of the way!" A gasp of shock echoed through the area. One person exclaimed that this being was so powerful it could send Artanis flying, followed immediately by a panicked question about whether they were truly capable of overcoming such a foe. Despite the overwhelming threat, a mix of frustration and determination settled over the group. One individual exclaimed their lack of knowledge about the foe's true power, but quickly followed it up by vowing that they would find a way to overcome it together. The realization of the danger caused a surge of disbelief, prompting one character to declare the entire situation utterly ridiculous. However, a pivotal thought cut through the panic. One voice asserted that sheer brute force would not be enough to defeat the opponent, adding a subtle but weighty emphasis on yet suggesting that another solution or path must still exist. The realization dawned that within the context of this game, the entire objective was completely destroyed. This sudden piece of information suggested an entirely different approach if it was broken in the game. Then there must be a way to overcome it. However, the focus shifted immediately. They were urgently told that running was the most critical action needed at that moment. A sharp gasp escaped the characters as they realized their predicament. The momentum of the chase seemed to momentarily pause. A brief moment of tense silence enveloped the area. Suddenly, a battle cry rang out as the demon generals arrived. They immediately focused their efforts on attacking its ankles. A shout of realization pierced the air, revealing that the demon lord had indeed identified a critical weakness. Suddenly, a collective surge of determination erupted, signaling an immediate assault. The sheer speed of their lord was beyond what anyone had expected, leaving the onlookers in utter astonishment. A sudden cry of pain ripped through the air. A powerful voice shouted, urging the generals to hang in there. The remaining time was announced 400 seconds. Knowing the objective, the character determined that while the demon generals distracted the target, they needed to utilize those 400 seconds to carefully observe and discover its weakness. A sudden cry of pain erupted, signaling a moment of unexpected vulnerability. A sharp, urgent shout rang out Cersei. The character realized that despite all the taunting and mockery, their true target remained Lady Artanis. The confrontation began with a declaration of camaraderie, followed by an assurance that saving their comrade was simply natural. Smooth transition to the next action. Suddenly, a cry for Lady Artanis pierced the air. This was immediately followed by her protests, struggling to move and stating that clinging to her hindered her ability to fly. The scene transitioned with a drawn-out sound, amplifying the sudden shift in momentum. The sequence concludes, leaving the characters momentarily paused in their action. The scene remained silent, the moment of transition hanging in the air. A single, urgent shout echoes out Artanis. The figure swiftly pulls out a spear, though the visual details hint at ongoing pain and struggle. Despite the evident discomfort, however, they possess a unique ability to buy time when it matters most. The narrative emphasizes that Artanis remains the best candidate to stall a critical situation, leading to a decisive command unseal. A sudden, overwhelming surge of energy erupted in the area, heralded by a powerful cry song of shock. The onlookers cheered wildly, showering the lady with praises and urging her to continue her phenomenal performance. The audience's awe was palpable, murmuring about the powerful vocal performance. A sudden cough interrupted the cheers, followed by urgent advice to sing using her head voice rather than strainingly. With a sudden flurry of motion, the scene concluded as if swept away by an unseen force. The sound of a forceful impact echoed through the area, followed by an abrupt cry and a muffled curse. A realization struck the combatants, while a magnificent glow accompanied their enemy. It couldn't compensate for how sluggish its massive form actually was. They began coordinating, questioning how they could possibly overcome such a powerful opponent. A sudden, booming proclamation echoed through the area Demon Lord. Following this, someone excitedly revealed key intel, stating that they had discovered something through surveillance. They further elaborated that while the target appeared to have no specific weakness, there was a crucial caveat. A powerful, guttural growl cut through the tension, signaling the presence of a formidable opponent. However, the conversation quickly shifted focus when it was revealed that despite the initial assessment, the target did possess a critical vulnerability emergency shutdown switch. A sudden warning shouted out, urging caution and vigilance. A terrifying burst of energy erupted, manifesting as what appeared to be thorns of damnation. A sudden, echoing sound filled the air. One figure urgently pleaded for others to cover them, immediately followed by a determined declaration that they would head directly toward the source's core. The voice suddenly echoed a warning, not a chance. A sudden, sharp cry pierces the air. A hand reaches out, grabbing something unseen. With a sudden, powerful declaration, the character cried out a name of reverence. A desperate plea followed, calling out a title of high authority. The narrative progresses with a mere slide, marking the passage between moments. A sharp, urgent shout echoes out, warning someone to get off of them because they are acting like a freak. Another muffled cry, expressing discomfort or pain, continues the tension. The surroundings erupt in urgency, with shouts demanding that the Demon Lord be completely exposed and knocked out. A desperate cry erupted, demanding to know if their collective strength was insufficient to bring him down. The desperate challenge echoed through the air, a clear demand to repeat their devastating assault. Suddenly, a powerful voice roared out, announcing the arrival of Imperial Sword Master Hector. He declared his presence and openly offered his help to the fray. The sudden appearance shifted the dynamic completely, momentarily halting the intense conflict. With Hector now present, a new weight settled upon the battlefield as the characters awaited his intervention. With a sense of powerful achievement, the character declares that they have finally accomplished something significant. Next, the protagonist recalls an emergency shutdown method they observed through surveillance and realizes it is time to implement it. The scene provides a moment of charged silence, setting up the action to follow. The story reaches a natural pause, building anticipation for the next crucial moment. The tension breaks with the announcement of a kiss, described as one of true love. However, the next moments are filled with sudden shock. Characters exclaim in disbelief and confusion at what is unfolding. The scene concludes with a dramatic moment, as someone is observed falling down. With a sudden, triumphant shout, the word victory echoed across the battlefield. It seemed as if a kiss of true love had managed to soothe the wrath of a sacred angel. The realization that such an ancient legend might actually be real left the characters breathless, followed by a flurry of emotional words implying regret and wishing something had been said sooner. They mused on how ridiculous it felt to believe in such magic. Even within the confines of this game, the simple statue proved incapable of distinguishing between a friend and an enemy. When things became that complicated, the presence of those other humans triggered a system-wide emergency shutdown. This explained why the statue had been left in such a compromised state. The survivors noted that cleaning up the mess was going to be an immense task, but they also acknowledged that even this chaotic outcome still represented a victory. One character wondered aloud if they had managed to deal with everything completely. A sharp warning rings out, demanding that the characters pay attention to their surroundings. The speaker then expresses confusion regarding a past action. A grand, divine pronouncement is made. The speaker proclaims to be a sacred angel statue, given the sacred task of eliminating all demons. The entity then resolves to complete this mission through an act of self-destruction. The gravity of the situation becomes clear, as someone observes that the unfolding events are truly disastrous. What was initially dismissed as nothing more than a lump of stone was later revealed to have regained life through the immense power of mana. The narrative then jumped back in time, recounting a past where the heavenly realm responded to human prayers and bestowed upon someone the incredible power of an angel. As the story progressed, a sudden quiet settled over the scene, leaving a moment of suspended anticipation for what was to come. The moment of quiet anticipation was shattered, signaling a dramatic shift in the unfolding narrative. The tension remained palpable, as all focus narrowed onto the escalating conflict. With a powerful declaration, a character vowed to unleash immense power in an instant, heightening the stakes of the confrontation. Suddenly, alarmed shouts erupted, questioning the unusual sounds and demanding to know what was occurring. A voice responded to the confusion, stating that whenever a specific beeping sound is heard, it invariably signals an imminent detonation. The silence that followed left the tension hanging heavily in the air. In a panicked rush, one character desperately instructed Lady Artanis to use her clothes to cover him and the luminous object. His insistence was urgent, declaring that this represented their only opportunity. The tension peaked with a high-stakes wager, followed by an immediate gasp of alarm as the situation suddenly shifted away from their plan. The conversation then turned, as one character questioned another about a new power they intended to test. The latter confirmed that, in his role as the Demon Lord, he possessed a unique and remarkable ability. A debate about mutual help ensued, with one side asking why they needed to assist the other. The response explained that everyone else was currently occupied elsewhere. A third party interjected that they were also busy, leading to a reluctant agreement that perhaps it was time to begin. The focus then moved to a powerful ability, revealed as the special mana seed skill gained after stopping Artanis' rampage. The character declared an intent to absorb everything, initiating a potent move. A realization dawned on the character concerning this unique ability. They recalled that if they focused everything solely on stamina during nutrient focus, it would activate automatically, granting a skill capable of absorbing all external attacks while simultaneously restoring both mana and stamina. Testing its effectiveness was crucial before relying upon it in an advanced situation. With the knowledge secured, it was time for a trial. The character made their intention clear, dedicating their full focus specifically to stamina reserves. The skill successfully activated, announcing its readiness to perform. A challenge was issued, inviting any aggression. This unexpected dare caused a momentary pause and expressed surprise regarding the invitation. The interaction continued with an encouraging prompt, suggesting that the waiting opponent should hurry up and take a break. The response to this gentle urging was immediate acceptance. The opponent quickly launched into verbal attacks, suggesting the main character was incapable of anything right. The words escalated with threats, warning that if nothing changed, they would simply have to endure starvation. However, the tone suddenly shifted. The main character voiced a concern, perhaps suggesting that they might have struck too forcefully during their interaction. The sudden appearance of something caught their attention. They observed the item, remarking that it felt like an energy rush, a surprising sensation that was both sweet and slightly salty. A flurry of chaotic demands filled the air. The pleas became more desperate, demanding harder hits and struggling to expel something unwanted. Finally, a distinct refusal broke through the tension, challenging the absurdity of the current situation. The barrage continued, with another strong demand for more action. This was quickly followed by a shrill cry of distress and repulsion, urging the other person to leave their bizarre antics alone. The moment hangs in a tense pause, leaving the characters suspended between their volatile emotions. The scene maintains a dramatic quiet, letting the weight of the confrontation settle heavily over them. The moment hung in the air, a silent anticipation preceding any further action. Suddenly, a cry of demand erupted from off-screen, followed by a rising scream that built in intensity. The sheer force of the emotion signaled desperation. A weak, choked sound escaped the character, followed by a strained whisper that suggested exhaustion or pain. The intense atmosphere shifted, giving way to a sudden hush, as if the gravity of the situation momentarily overwhelmed everything. A questioning voice broke the silence, demanding to know what was wrong with someone. Another person quickly followed up, dropping a piece of knowledge about psychology, specifically mentioning that it might be categorized as masochism. Next, the character revealed the results of a test, explaining that the displayed skill possessed an incredible ability. It could absorb all kinds of attacks, even those considered quite powerful. However, this sudden revelation was immediately followed by a hesitant pause, suggesting that there was still an important caveat or limitation to the powerful skill. However, the narrator quickly clarified that if the attack surpasses a specific level of destructive force, it will cease being sweet. Furthermore, this inherent limit is not static. It adjusts in direct proportion to Demon Lord Kratos' own strength. Hearing this explanation, the character responded with focused intensity. A dramatic announcement echoed out, calling for a massive stat boost. The character declared an intent to power up every single available statistic. Next, a monumental display of accumulated power was revealed. All previously stockpiled reserves were gathered, showcasing an impressive current HP total of 34,053. With great force, he decided to deploy it all in one massive expenditure. The process continued with a barrage of upgrades. Stat growth was activated, increasing intellect by 10%, followed by strength and stamina. This sequence repeated, boosting both intellect and strength again, stacking the character's power exponentially. Finally, the overwhelming energy expenditure culminated in a massive drain of health. The character's remaining HP dropped significantly to 17,053. A quick check revealed the character's stamina was at 80%, intellect at 70%, strength and agility were also at 70%, while magic remained at a level of 70%. Next, the character's current HP was displayed at 127. A surge of fury escaped the character, aimed at calling out another person's foolishness. A powerful command echoes out, directing the recipient's full attention and focus toward maximizing their stamina reserves. A drawn-out cry of pain escapes, followed by a gasp that suggests overwhelming exhaustion and strain. A realization hits, turning what was expected to be sweet into something sharply bitter. The intensity of the moment settles, leaving a tense stillness in its wake. A strange call, perhaps a designation or a mysterious code for GH, hangs in the sudden quiet. A visual transition marks the passage of time and setting. A powerful declaration is made, followed by a fervent address directed at their superior. A sudden, urgent shout rings out, calling for one MW Lord. A forceful call breaks the silence, commanding Kratos to awaken. Following this jarring interruption, a character looks around in utter shock, wondering what could have possibly just transpired. Meanwhile, the focus shifts to a critical source at the very core, powering the statue. It is revealed that this immense energy source was nearing a catastrophic self-detonation. The implication of the damage to his clothes suggested a massive catastrophe. He mused that if they had simply left things alone, the entire city would have been utterly destroyed. Yet Lord Kratos had managed to absorb more than half of the devastating blast, and successfully prevented a full collapse. Thanks to his actions, Kratos had indeed managed to save the entire city. This scene was purely transitional and requires no narration. He confronted them, questioning their true nature as demons. He pointed out that while the statue had gone berserk because of them, They could have simply retreated and gotten away. This led him to ask, with palpable confusion, why they had done all of this. A sudden shift in the atmosphere was followed by a collective exclamation, calling out to their demon lord. It became clear that this powerful entity genuinely did not wish for any harm to come to anyone. However, the narrative continued to suggest that even this benevolence was limited. Their demon lord seemed to care for no one, except possibly himself. The scene remained silent, allowing the weight of the previous unsettling sight to settle fully. A critical realization hits the characters. It is already the fifth night. Amidst the tension, someone voices a deep concern regarding the demon lord's well-being. The initial report confirms that he is indeed breathing, offering a moment of fragile relief. Yet another worried thought suggests things are not entirely settled. While the demons typically recover much faster than humans, a new concern was voiced that his recovery was proceeding far too slowly. Later, the damage report arrived. Fortunately, although many were injured during the chaos, there were no fatalities to report. The speaker then conveyed their gratitude, attributing the safe evacuation to the demons who had stood up against the angel statue. Because of them, everyone was able to leave the area safely. A simple, heartfelt thank you was offered in return. However, the gratitude came with an admission of fault. They apologized for allowing the sacred angel statue to move, acknowledging that it was their responsibility and that they owed a full apology. The character speaking conveyed a message of acknowledgement, reminding the other party that they had also saved his people. He immediately clarified that he harbored no intention of repaying any kindness with blame. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as a presence questioned the speaker's identity. A revelation followed, naming them Artanis, the siren-witch very demon who had once terrorized the kingdom. The accusers confirmed this identity, referring to her as the former demon lady of the wicked demons. They pressed their suspicion by questioning if their rescue was merely an act of pure goodwill. Their words hung in the air, sowing doubt that they might actually be deceiving Artanis. The character sharply dismissed their words, declaring that the accusation did not match his thoughts or the look in his eyes. A number 860 appeared before the character. There was a moment of silence as the confrontation paused. The tension continued to build in the space between them. The scene remained suspended, leaving the outcome hanging in the air. A different voice emerged, speaking about a time in the past when they had been immensely hungry, realizing that at the moment, they simply did not know what to do. A voice of deep regret finally emerged, expressing an apology for the invasion of foreign lands. The speaker referenced a divine doctrine, noting that the God they served spoke of the law of perfect order. Following this divine law, the speaker advocated that every piece of land touched should overflow with perfect abundance, commanding the construction of a kingdom where no one would ever go hungry. The speaker declared that the resulting outcome would be a perfect world. A legend was recounted, stating that the Saint of Ten would eventually appear and establish such a law. However, someone noted that they could not afford to wait for such a figure. In response, a promise was made. The speaker pledged to assist in making the lands fertile. The character observes the unfolding situation, a sense of perfect execution washing over them. With determined resolve, they whisper that they are drawing closer to achieving their ultimate desire. Finally, a simple expression of thanks completes the moment. A gasp of disbelief pierced the air as a name was whispered: Credos. The answer was immediate and dramatic. Yes, it was the demon lord Credos. He revealed that he had given away his own body, leaving him now to rest in this unknown void. The other character then questioned if he had made a wish, suggesting that Credos might be the one who brought him to this world. He quickly countered, stating it was difficult to say since possessing the power to cross dimensions was beyond his ability. It turned out he had simply made a wish. He theorized that perhaps something greater than a god heard the plea, which ultimately brought Credos to this placethat was all he knew. However, a voice cut through the air, sharply questioning what wish had been made. It seemed to challenge the notion of conquering the world and devouring humanity. The figure simply stated that this particular dream had haunted their mind countless times. The horror recounted was one of madness fueled by unbearable hunger, leading to the devastating situation of being forced to consume both one's own family and kin. To escape that desperate fate, they found themselves invading human lands, an action which ultimately resulted in them being defeated at the hands of an ancient paladin. Continuation of the previous thought, culminating in a defeat by an ancient paladin. The scene fades, leaving the weight of this tragic history hanging in the air. Despite being a demon, he finds himself in a place where he prays and asks for help. The weight of that desperation leads him to question what course of action remains possible. A deeper struggle emerges, focusing on the survival challenges. He wonders how they can escape hunger in this cursed land, and if a life alongside other beings is ever truly attainable in this vast world. In a moment of absolute vulnerability, all that remains for him is to beg for salvation. The reality of his current situation descended upon him, a realization that left him utterly overwhelmed. A deep challenge was thrown his way. The unseen opponent questioned how calm he remained, considering the fact that his physical body had been taken from him. They pressed further, questioning whether his desire to live differed fundamentally from simply being dead. Defiant, he dismissed the entire premise of the questioning. His intent was clear: Jangcheol Kim would find his path through this very body. A powerful declaration rings out, suggesting that a long-sought wish is finally being fulfilled. The tone shifts, conveying a sense of dependence and finality. The speaker expresses absolute reliance, confirming that the support requested must last until the very end. Next, a forceful accusation is levied. The words accuse the subject of protecting countless lives originating from an irresponsible heavenly realm, labeling them as fundamentally defective. The confrontation leaves the atmosphere thick with tension, setting up a critical moment for whatever comes next. A notification appears, indicating that the mana seed has evolved, rewarding its transformation. The system then displays the current and newly developed mana seed, showing its fundamental form. The system updates again, showing the mana seed sprout forming. A significant boost is announced, amplifying the character's stats by 2.4 times. Finally, a bonus ability is revealed, allowing the character to utilize 100% of Kratos' original stamina. Time passes, drawing out the moment with a noticeable pause. The character quickly rejected the offered assistance, protesting that they did not need it. The other person, perplexed by the reaction despite giving a helpful gift, was confused. However, the resistance continued, arguing that any kindness or gift given often implied a future need, making the whole interaction feel too much like a predictable trope. A desire to simply live a peaceful, steady life of farming was voiced. This person argued that the power they had just received was actually essential, forming the bedrock upon which stable cultivation should be built. The conversation abruptly shifted, dismissing previous discussions about Kratos. There was a momentary question mark hanging in the air, as if both parties were forgetting what had just been talked about. The character then revealed a startling piece of information: they had just met Kratos. This being claimed that the protagonist had been brought to this world because of his own specific wish, prompting an immediate and sharp question about what exactly he wished, suggesting he might be some kind of divine entity. The being, in response to the query, dismissed the notion of divinity, claiming to be merely a messenger window who knew nothing. Despite this explanation, the protagonist's suspicion remained palpable, suggesting that the being had quite the nerve. The character was left pondering the name, Kratos, with a look of deep contemplation. The scene ends, leaving the implications of Kratos' identity hanging in the air for dramatic effect. A sudden, urgent shout rings out, announcing the return of Kratos. He is fully awake. Confused, Kratos wonders if the characters were waiting for his awakening. When prompted, he maintains a facade of indifference, suggesting that they are merely comfortable in the spacious room and not genuinely concerned about him, especially since he is understood to be a demon lord. The characters observe his attempt to explain this facade as a classic tsundere personality type. Kratos quickly cuts him off, warning that such words give people the incorrect impression. The mysterious figure addresses the individual with a commanding tone, using the royal address of Your Majesty. Suddenly, a monumental shift occurs as the power of the demon lord Kratos awakens. The air feels charged with immense, unrestrained energy. The scene shifts, focusing on a question about the duration of his slumber. For how many days had he remained asleep? A voice confirms the duration of his slumber, stating that exactly 10 days had passed. Another voice ominously declares that on the 10th day, a saint would rise to usher in an era of perfect law and order. The declaration causes surprise, as observers struggle to process the profound implications. Could this indeed be him? The scene momentarily pauses, leaving the gravity of the previous revelation to sink in. Suddenly, a sharp shout breaks the silence. Someone warns the field chief about an extremely dangerous-looking human approaching. Another voice, sounding doubtful, questions the claim, whispering if it's truly so perilous just because the individual is merely human. The character simply stammers, struggling to formulate a reply. A voice whispers a realization, suggesting that the character before them is not to be taken lightly. He seems far more complex than an average wild man. The next assessment, however, is a mix of shock and alarm. One voice declares the figure to be a total weirdo, quickly followed by an urgent call to prepare for battle. The setting appeared to be a public recognition ceremony, suggesting a moment of civic honor. A voice echoed, affirming that the demons had indeed saved the city. The sentiment expressed was a profound desire to allow the people to know the truth and openly express their gratitude for the heroic deeds. The urgency was heightened by the fact that this rescue occurred in the middle of the night, meaning the people were completely unaware of who had saved them. A cautious voice spoke up, suggesting that the idea presented by their majesty was not a good one. To this objection, a more confident counterpoint questioned why it shouldn't be. The speaker continued, voicing a deep doubt that any human in this world would accept their actions so easily. They warned that the people might doubt the truth and even cower from fear, or some might respond with outright anger. Hearing this, another character pressed the issue, challenging them with the question of whether they were suggesting that all these good deeds should be kept secret or buried. It was emphasized that the actions were never performed for mere recognition. Instead, they suggested that only a select few people in this world possessed genuinely open hearts who could truly accept them. The realization was directed at the character, observing that such hearts were rare. Even royalty like their majesty could struggle to find them. Suddenly, a direct hit occurred. This time, the skill displayed was categorized as graduate student skill suck-up to the professor. While acknowledging a certain truth, the character continued by pointing out that they could not pretend anything hadn't happened. They insisted there must be something more to it than simply establishing formal relations. The man, King Dior of Camelon, stood firm in his convictions. He declared himself a man who paid his debts and whose principles were something he could not abandon. A sudden energy marked the scene, as it was declared that harvest time had arrived. He looked at the others, questioning if his efforts were meant to portray him as some kind of hero. Instead, he revealed that everything he had done was merely laying the necessary groundwork for this very moment. A character initially feigned reluctance, suggesting that refusing the Majesty's offers would cause an undue burden. However, when prompted to name their request, they quickly complied. In that case, the character proceeded to make a formal request. Their desired item was revealed to be the kingdom's treasure, specifically naming it as the Camelon sword. This selection seemed deliberate and weighty. The revelation of the Camelon sword generated a burst of excitement. It was quickly classified as an exceptionally useful piece of gear within the scope of their grand endeavor. The sword's details were nothing short of miraculous. It continuously healed the user in areas that caused damage over time. Furthermore, its special ability was revealed to cancel all status effects, including poison. However, one specific part of the sword's description caught his eye. It revealed that when paired with its sheath, the weapon gained incredibly detoxifying powers. Knowing exactly where the sword was located gave him a distinct advantage, allowing his intentions to become crystal clear. All that remained for him to acquire was the highly sought-after sheath. The speaker begins by posing a question about the sword, hinting that anyone who knows of its existence must also know it was stolen many years ago. A bold offer then follows. If they are granted the sheath, he will gladly reveal what is necessary. A reply emerges, explaining that the ancestors had instructed them to protect the sheath. The conversation continues with a brief pause in exchange. The tension remains suspended as the characters pause, allowing the weight of their words to sink in. The narrative moves forward as the scene continues to build anticipation. A stern rebuke is delivered, asserting that the demon has spoken out of turn and asked for too much. He bitterly reflects on how insignificant and ignorant he feels in the moment, only to be immediately cut off by a desperate cry of denial. The speaker laments that by saying anything, they foolishly opened their mouth. The self-reproach intensifies as he curses his own foolish and demonic mouth. A sudden, urgent shout rings out, warning the character to take good care of something important. The character then joyfully announces the successful acquisition of the Camelon sword's sheath. With the newly acquired item, an ambitious plan was announced. They intended to purify the swamp and transform it into fertile rice paddies, promising a massive harvest of delicious grains. Hearing this talk of sustenance, the character sighed dramatically, admitting how much he missed rice, and declared that they would be heading back home the very next day. The enthusiasm for this journey was bolstered by the realization that they were provided with all necessary supplies and a 200-man engineering corps, gifts all granted by the king. A concern quickly arose about the sheer magnitude of their passage, wondering if such a large movement would not draw unwanted attention. Coupled with that worry, was the prediction of inevitable dissatisfaction from those who disagreed with the kingdom's developing relationship with the demonic world. A momentary ease was achieved by believing they could simply conceal their demonic appearances. However, this optimism quickly met resistance when someone questioned the negative attitude, leading to an apology that seemed laced with guilt. Another individual stepped in, strongly admonishing the harassment of a teammate and questioning the malice behind the behavior. This outburst immediately halted the confrontation, leaving one person startled by the sudden intervention. The focus then shifted entirely. A clear warning was issued, demanding respect for an elder named Asuraith and reminding the disruptive individual that they had been out of line. The tension remained palpable as the situation concluded with a drawn-out exclamation. A sharp voice cuts through the tension, forcefully stating that without Lady Artanis, everyone present would have been in grave danger. The air hung heavy with an unspoken moment of silence. A more direct intervention follows, urging Asuraith to cease his brooding behavior. The speaker reminds him that he must abandon fixation on the past and focus entirely on the present moment. Finally, in a moment of clear remorse, the individual managed to whisper an apology. The responding voice offered a soft, reassuring agreement, accepting the apology completely. A moment of quiet passed, allowing the gravity of their interaction to settle in the air. The individual then shifted gears, expressing concern for Lady Artanis and noting that their presence had brought up sensitive issues. They cautioned about the fact that certain people had observed them, suggesting that rumors were unavoidable, adding a note of apprehension regarding the rise of an opposition group. A sudden sharp gasp broke the serious discussion. Chaos erupted as a cry went up about the sacred angel statue moving again. People began shouting warnings to evacuate and run away, leading to stunned disbelief and questions about whether this was some sort of second-phase crisis. A sudden, booming call echoed across the area. Demon generals, prepare for combat. This was immediately followed by a declaration of intent to turn whatever lay before them into dust. Someone abruptly called out to another, addressing them by name and demanding their attention. The next response, delivered as a simple name, indicated the identity of the person who had been called out. A collective gasp of disbelief filled the air, reacting to what had just been revealed. The source of the revelations quickly asserted their identity, declaring themselves Rocky, a statue infused with angelic powers. This claim was met by another character's loud questioning, challenging if that indeed was their true name. In response to the commotion, a figure offered an apology for the incident, attributing it to a defect in some heavenly object. This apology did not settle the tension. A third character sharply dismissed it, demanding that any admission of fault be delivered with genuine sincerity and deep conviction. The questioning grew more intense as they challenged the source, suggesting a lack of wit. The defensive posture hardened. The apologized figure questioned if anything was wrong, while the accuser maintained their outrage, questioning what they had just done. The message began by proclaiming that the heavenly realm acknowledged the severity of the incident. It stated its intention to offer comprehensive compensation for the harm done in the lower world. The offer was specifically directed toward Demon Lord Credos, praising him for having stopped the current situation and saving countless lives. As a token of profound gratitude, the heavenly realm announced it would offer something valuable. A representative from the heavenly realm declared that they would become a servant to Demon Lord Credos, asking him to use this new asset well and only for just cause. They explained that while their angel core had been destroyed, preventing them from wielding their full powers, they were confident in their continued helpfulness. Finally, the message concluded by stating that the communication channel between the heavenly realm and its representative would be terminated, as any further interference in the lower world was strictly against protocol. A simple, heartfelt thank you echoes through the scene. The full truth laid bare for all to see brings a sudden shift in atmosphere. A difficult question hangs in the air: would the people be genuinely grateful that Credos managed to save them? The response comes immediately, and Sharplothy absolutely would not be. Suddenly, a new level of panic erupts. One figure gasps out the realization concerning the Demon Lord's sudden presence within the Capitoland. That wasn't even the worst part. The true horror unfolds as they realize that the sacred angel statue, a symbol of their faith and protection, has been corrupted. It now stands as nothing less than a servant to the Demon Lord. A chilling voice echoes, giving an almost imperceptible sound of approval before the speaker declares their authority. This is Demon Lord Credos, and he issues a direct command to Rocky. Suddenly, chaos erupts. A frantic cry rings out as others realize they must flee, realizing that the demonic invasion is rapidly closing in. The sudden urgency gives way to intense venom. A figure directs their rage, demanding someone clean up the mess they made, and labeling them as a defective piece of trash. The figure emitted a loud, shocked cry of disbelief. The sudden revelations left everyone stunned, causing them to question everything. There was shock over the revelation of the Demon Lord's involvement, leading to a confusing realization: if the Demon Lord wasn't supposed to be the villain, then who was the true hero that had saved us all? A profound realization washed over them. An undeniable truth dawned: the Demon Lord we had witnessed was, in fact, the person standing before them. The shocking identity was then revealed with a simple declaration: Sir Jangcheol Kim. The character expressed a feeling of extreme embarrassment, lamenting that they could have earned a living in a more palatable way. When questioned about the depth of their commitment, they countered that fighting for humanity was unnecessary. They then revealed a more mundane motivation, explaining that their actions were merely an attempt to gain favor and earn points from the king. The other person immediately challenged the explanation, suggesting that this justification was not a genuine account, but merely an excuse. The speaker addresses the populace, appealing to them with a powerful call for unity and agreement. He then announces a diplomatic accord, establishing formal relations with the very demons who had protected their capital from imminent danger. As the first tangible step toward this alliance, the kingdom plans to dispatch its combat engineer corps into the lands of the demons, intending to make that territory fertile and forging a path toward coexistence. Following this major announcement, the speaker directs the crowd to send great cheers toward the hero who was responsible for protecting their capital. However, a noticeable sigh escapes the character, implying that the entire charade and the mounting responsibility of the situation feel immensely burdensome. The character pressed on, demanding to know why a simple smile couldn't be given, drawing attention to the visible happiness of those around them. A sentiment was expressed, noting how pleasant it would be just to observe the joyful expressions painted across everyone's faces. The moment hung in the air, leaving an unspoken weight of expectation among the characters. It was noted that there were many people genuinely grateful for what had transpired, and that a palpable sense of relief also settled over them because the tension with the demons had finally eased. A voice, almost like a seductive whisper, suggested that if one were to reciprocate the action here, they would earn even more points than they had anticipated. The silence that followed felt heavy, punctuated only by a thoughtful pause. The individual then sighed, voicing a concern that they would somehow end up with even less food to eat. A dramatic voice cries out the title, the Demon Lord. The sudden loss of points causes alarm, leading to frustrated questions about what steps would be taken next. The urgency builds as someone repeatedly calls out for a response. The conversation quickly escalates into heated accusations concerning the unfair treatment of a woman. One character shouts out that she should be respected because of her past as a demon lord, while another challenges this premise, questioning why her private parts specifically require respect. The heated exchange continued, with one character passionately arguing that respect was due to her private parts because their shared DNA was fundamentally tied to reproduction. Another immediately shot back, dismissing the claim as utter nonsense and questioning where such reasoning even came from. Despite the turmoil, a third party still praised the legendary status of Demon Lord Kratos. Attention then turned to a gentleman identified as Sir Asrahan. The focus shifted again, as several characters proclaimed that the rescue of Daparetia was entirely due to Demon Lord Kratos. They emphasized that, although his appearance might be frightening, he possessed a righteousness far superior to anyone they knew. Their fervor culminated in a repeated, drawn-out exclamation of the name Lihm. Then Kratos, the final utterance, lingered heavily on Long Lai. The enthusiasm surged once more, with multiple characters shouting affirmation and calling out the name Kratos in great volume. A wave of agreement built in the air, punctuated by excited shouts and the enthusiastic calls for Kratos' name. The shouting grew even louder, with multiple voices passionately chanting for Kratos' name in unison. The crowd's collective passion for Kratos became undeniable. In fact, the people were more moved by the immediate help they received than by any ancient fear of demons mentioned in old legends. Yet a quiet doubt lingered, but something held the crowd back, causing a momentary pause in their fervor. One character reacted with shock, declaring it impossible to take orders from such undeveloped beings. However, the commander of the Combat Engineer Corps, Porclay, held a significantly different perspective on the matter. Sir Magentano initiated the conversation by asking a question, to which Porkley responded with impatience, demanding to know what it was. Porkley then continued the discussion, inquiring about the conditions in the demon's lands after spending several days there. Specifically, he wanted to know about their living circumstances, including their dwellings, clothing, and hygiene. The reply was brief, but stark the reality of their lives was quite terrible. The conditions were even worse when detailing the clothing, as most of their garments were ragged and tattered. Furthermore, due to a severe lack of water, proper washing was virtually impossible. The difficulty continued into the living spaces, which were little more than crude wooden planks or hastily erected tents. The situation grew dire, especially concerning sustenance. Without the means to even cook a meal, their survival seemed dependent on reverting to truly savage behaviors. Suddenly, a call echoed out, attempting to rally the despairing group. One member reminded everyone that they had already been walking for half a day, emphasizing the urgent need to stop and finally have a meal. The food was described as perfectly delicious, noting the superb level of spiciness. The speaker then directed playful attention towards Commander Porkley regarding his unique recipe, and suggested that everyone knew his cooking was top-notch. Commander Porkley accepted the praise with enthusiasm, proclaiming that not only was he a first-class cook in the military, but that cooking represented the very symbol and pinnacle of civilization. A request was made for the Mekaizo pepper powder, leading to a question about whether the ingredient was intended to be added. The speaker responded by revealing a fondness for spicy food. A dramatic declaration follows, proclaiming that this particular Mekaizo pepper powder is touted as the hottest seasoning available across the entire kingdom. The speaker then continues with a boastful air, suggesting that only civilized humans are capable of truly enjoying such premium ingredients. The flow of conversation shifts abruptly as they inquire about the person's name, learning it is Baal, before emitting a sound of mild disgust. The conversation then transitions to a culinary recommendation, suggesting that mere potato consumption can become monotonous and offering them some food in return. This gesture is met with gratitude, but the encounter ends sharply as the speaker reverts to calling the recipients uncivilized demons. The speaker's tone shifted dramatically, issuing a forceful command that demanded immediate respect and submission to the taste of whatever was being offered. He chuckled, teasingly suggesting that the unique flavor might simply be unfamiliar to her, because she had never tasted it before. Suddenly, the character's tone shifted to one of mock indignation. He questioned her sincerity about reacting so dramatically over food, and demanded that she hand it over. The subsequent outcry filled the air. The other character felt embarrassed, reminding her that if she was going to eat, she should at least offer a word of thanks first. Once again, a distressed cry echoed through the area. A booming, theatrical laughter filled the air as a figure roared their disdain, labeling those before them as fools, primitives, and uncivilized demons. In response to the boast, a character challenged the statement, questioning whether this was merely an attempt at bullying. The opponent maintained their composure, acknowledging the meaning of the words while subtly taunting by claiming that the demon subordinates simply hadn't become accustomed to their food yet. They then pressed their point further, suggesting they were not responsible for any poisoning and urging the character to try some themselves. The confidence in the room shifted, as one individual declared that their opponent seemed to gravely underestimate the power of demons. A sweet, almost mocking greeting echoes through the hall. The tension builds as a sinister laugh rings out, suggesting that the opponents are expected to merely consume what they are accustomed to. The taunting intensifies, with the speaker cheering for the downfall of one opponent, dismissing them dramatically. A sharp call interrupts the escalating confrontation, someone calling out a question directed towards a commander. A casual yet unsettling question drifts through the air, expressing a curious interest in what sensation is causing all those people to writhe with palpable discomfort. This is followed by another seemingly random plea, demanding that one also get a bite of the strange experience. The moment lingers, the strange tension of the situation hanging heavy in the background. A plea was voiced, indicating a willingness to serve another person, but that service seemed complicated by some underlying conditions. However, it was immediately suggested that whatever offering or emotion was being presented did not seem suitable for the tastes of the demons. The demons' disdain was evident in the dismissal, concluding that such offerings were only suitable for civilized beings. The focus then shifted to Commander Porkleyoff, the Combat Engineer Corps. He mentioned that since she had carried a certain upset look from the moment they departed, He had been making an effort to keep her occupied. Suddenly, a sharp declaration was made regarding blood eyes. Deep within Porclay's mind, a shift was beginning to take place. A sudden declaration was made regarding uncivilized demons, followed by cryptic remarks about a difference in something related to Jace Noyusoid Omp. It was revealed that the opponent had devised a plan involving spicy food meant for Porclay's race. The concept was explained demons unfamiliar with seasoning would find such flavors quite painful. An invitation was extended, urging the recipient to try this new experience if they felt curious. However, a crucial secret remained hidden from Porclay. There was one undeniable fact he did not know. The scene shifts abruptly to a surprising announcement. The narrator declares that Koreans love spicy food, and then quickly introduces an unknown item called KMCHR. Transition scene, no dialogue or art description provided. Suddenly, a distressed cry erupts from off-panel, sounding desperate and commanding others not to eat something. Transition scene, no dialogue or art description provided. The moment of panic continues as a startled yell rings out, reinforcing the immediate sense that something cannot be consumed. The scene holds a sudden, heavy silence following the unexpected noise. The atmosphere remains tense as the characters process what just happened. A quick transition follows, maintaining the narrative suspense. The sequence concludes with a moment of unresolved tension, leaving the audience hanging on what comes next. A moment of pregnant silence hangs in the air, leaving only the unspoken tension between them. The reaction was devastatingly underwhelming. The subject declared that whatever they were experiencing was merely bland. The speaker's tone immediately shifted, passionately defending the meal. They reminded everyone that they had added twice the normal amount of Mekaizo pepper powder to it, leading to a sharp outburst questioning how anyone could call such a dish bland. In an effort to quantify the heat, the speaker declared the dish contained about 7,000 Scoville units, estimating its spicy level to be roughly on par with a red Shin Ramyeon. The challenger, unable to resist the delicious pain, first demanded an increase in spice. Soon after, a powerful announcement reverberated through the air. The racial traits Berserker Spice lover had activated. A sudden wave of panic broke out, marked by a frantic apology. Then, an exclamation of surprise confirmed the unexpected turn of events. A desperate cry echoes out, urgently warning that the person is in grave danger. With a sigh of exasperation, the character muses that something vital has been lost or is unaccounted for. A person, visibly startled, asks Commander Porclay about the mysterious powder, prompting another individual to explain it is a substance called Mekaizo pepper, noting its intense spiciness. Another exchange occurs as someone reminds the other individual about the crucial steps of grinding the pepper with seeds and ensuring the pith is removed. The accused person stammers an affirmation, then uses the potency of the spice as a defense, arguing that grinding it with the pith would make it unbearably spicy. Finally, the character delivers a biting accusation, cornering the other individual by declaring that they admit to being a spice victim. The character falters, baffled by what is being said, unable to grasp the meaning of the words. Yet beneath the confusion lies an undeniable feeling. They sense they are being quite heavily mocked. Confusion turns to disbelief when the individual hears mention of CL, immediately thinking of a specific, dangerous pepper known as Mekaizo pepper. They gasp, unable to accept what they are hearing. The focus immediately shifts to a sudden, desperate warning. The character realizes that consuming something so potent raw could be incredibly dangerous. The feeling was overwhelming, as if reaching a crucial point in his power. It felt like the culmination of everything. A gasp of disbelief echoed through the scene, followed by shocked exclamations regarding something far surpassing human consumption. The focus shifts abruptly, spotlighting the imposing presence of Commander Porclay. A critical exchange follows, where a character questions whether their enjoyment of spicy food implies any measure of civilization or refinement. A wave of realization hits the character, who expresses a terrifying certainty that a certain individual is indeed the demon lord and can somehow perceive all their innermost thoughts. The character raises an eyebrow, noting that the standard being applied felt somewhat unusual. A sharp challenge followed, pointing out that not only was the food uncooked, but the character had actually eaten it raw. This led to a rhetorical question regarding how this mundane dietary habit could possibly relate to notions of civilization. A new topic was introduced, questioning the competency of someone's combat engineer corps. The question suggested that if a capable soldier performed their duty exceptionally well, but couldn't handle spicy food, it did not automatically disqualify them as an able warrior. The character dismisses the idea of any established hierarchy, stating that such systems do not truly exist in this world, pointing out that there are far too many conflicting standards. He then shifts his focus to another individual, observing that while they might appear simple, they are actually incredibly foolish. Despite this, the character notes that she is stronger than anyone else and possesses a kind heart, concluding with an appreciative murmur calling it a compliment. Finally, his gaze lands on two more people. One appears to suffer from chronic colitis, but wields a blade with speed comparable to lightning, while another looks quite ugly yet shows great dedication in taking good care of children. The narration continued, detailing that while one individual possessed tremendous strength, their mind was surprisingly sharp and remarkably well-informed. However, the observer quickly realized this person might actually be totally overpowered. The focus then shifted to someone else, mentioning a character named Commander Porcelain. A different perspective praised someone, acknowledging that despite being a slight wimp in spirit, they were considered the best combat engineer within the kingdom. The scene transitioned to a humble plea, asking for guidance because the speakers openly admitted that they, as demons, lacked considerable knowledge. Following the plea, there was a moment of profound silence. The narrative ended with a lingering pause, letting the gravity of the situation settle among the characters. A challenging realization hit the speaker, pointing out that Porcelain understood their current actions. The speaker further pressed the point, revealing a shared past where they had been taught only to harbor hatred. Following that revelation, the speaker proposed a change in direction. They stated that if those involved were capable of changing, then we also must learn to do so, suggesting they leave the past behind and work together to rewrite history. The scene concluded with a new, unexpectedly domestic suggestion. A character pondered the possibility of teaching someone how to cook dishes that perfectly suited their individual tastes. With a sense of purpose, the character declared it was time for them all to depart. The journey was heading toward their shared home. Indeed, after what felt like several weeks of constant marching and traveling, they had finally reached their intended home. A sudden exclamation rang out, demanding to know why the other person had appeared there. The timeline snaps back, transporting the narrative several weeks prior. The scene opens with a deep contemplation regarding the nature of humanity, prompting questions about what draws people to this specific location and who they might be. The speaker declares their presence, admitting that they came all the way to meet Demon Lord Credos. Despite sensing no particular hostility from him, the speaker finds his attire so intimidating that they are unsure how to proceed. A sudden mention of the name Lord Hardock draws attention, instantly evoking a sense of deep historical significance. The conversation quickly shifts to a terrifying past event, detailing how Lord Hardock is the one who decimated the 4th-star Master at Fort Magrat. The accounts emphasize that the Master's entire body was torn apart in just a single strike. The shocking efficiency of the attack, suggesting it happened in a single strike, elicits a sharp gasp from the observer. The speaker concludes, hinting that if the current conversation is about past events, they hope for understanding regarding what happened previously. The situation escalates dramatically, as it is revealed that the 4th-star Master invaded human lands and attacked the main character while openly defying the orders of Demon Lord Credo. This whole debacle was merely a consequence of a previous battle. The implication weighs heavily, suggesting that the Star Master could actually be an enemy. Adding to the tension, it is also mentioned that Demon Lord Credo was away on business, leaving a vacuum of authority. This forces the speaker to question what the other character truly intends by meeting them. A moment of heavy silence follows, letting the weight of the revelation settle between them. The speaker finally voices a question, wondering if they could ask the other character about their true identity. The question hangs in the air, met only with a simple, confused query. However, the response cuts through all doubt. The character outright declares that they already know who the speaker is. A dramatic declaration rings out, revealing that the character is none other than a paladin who has been slumbering since ancient times. They are described as the Nameless Warrior, who awoke precisely when the demons began their invasion, destined to bring destruction specifically to the demonic forces. Hearing these titles, a shocked gasp escapes an observer who manages to stammer out an incredulous question. The revelation deepens, identifying him as the ancient paladin who was supposedly sealed within the Tower of Seals. It is even theorized that his awakening occurred right when the demon lord declared that they would begin farming. The narrative spotlight shifts to a warrior of utterly mysterious origins. Legend speaks of him as the figure who once dealt devastating destruction against the demons, suggesting his power was formidable beyond measure. Because the demonic forces were barred from entering the Tower of Seals, General Ogmir remained stationed at its entrance to maintain a constant watch. However, this careful vigil was about to be disrupted. He had been reported as dead, a victim of an overwhelming display of strength. The loss was considered complete. One character recalls having warned the Demon Lord that he must find and eliminate a specific paladin. Yet the response given was that if they left him alone, there would be no reason for them to continue fighting. This leads the speaker to wonder, questioning why this person has suddenly appeared at this moment. A confrontation ensues as the speaker questions how this individual knows about them. The response reveals that the legend surrounding them is known to all demons, and furthermore, they have been observed through General Ogmia's orb. Pressured by the reveal, the speaker demands to know if there is any other information that person might possess. The speaker first assures them that there is nothing more to reveal, before adding a crucial observation: the person they are addressing does not actually intend to fight us. A condition is then established: as long as they do not touch the humans, they also will not attack them. This promise is explained to stem from a decree made by the Demon Lord. The truth they convey is that the word of the Demon Lord can be trusted. Furthermore, a request is made for permission to remain in this location until the Demon Lord's return. A sudden sharp question echoed through the space Hardock. The moment stretched out in silence. Finally, a voice delivered the verdict: they granted permission for them to remain in that location. A character with an air of casual familiarity approaches, announcing that they are aged Kimchai and hoping for a pleasant relationship. This sudden arrival prompts shocked disbelief from the onlookers, who quickly realize that this person appears far more intimidating than any demon we might have encountered. A character observes the presence of humans, questioning why they have appeared. They then confirm that these individuals do not appear to be captives. The speaker reflects on a great deal of things that have transpired and offers an assurance: these people are going to assist with farming while they remain in the area. The sudden suggestion of farming caused a noticeable ripple of disbelief. One individual, however, responded with an eagerness to contribute, suggesting they might also be of help. A wave of apprehension washed over the onlookers as they recognized a figure. It was an ancient paladin. The concern deepened, morphing into worry about whether this individual might be the one to cause their destruction, leaving them questioning if everything would truly turn out all right. Every time the subject encountered demons, a wave of memories washed over them. A sudden, booming declaration cut through the air with a warning T-bone. In response, a vibrant challenge was thrown out, calling for the beginning of a game. The intensity built up again, accompanied by another urgent call: T-bone. The character observed that while the monsters in this area appeared quite weak, they did seem to provide a substantial amount of experience. Seeing an opportunity, the individual decided to continue their current spree of kills, claiming they had slain many more creatures before departing. A whisper of apology drifted through the air, suggesting a profound regret for what had transpired. A wave of realization washed over them, leading to a whispered admission of profound regret and error. The speaker's plea followed, asking for forgiveness and repeating the earnest apology, conveying deep remorse. A mysterious figure approached, making it clear they had come with a specific purpose. They needed to ask the target something crucial. The pressure of the moment led to a direct and probing question, demanding to know the identity of the individual before them. The revelation continues, hinting at secrets that Sigi and Hardock are keeping from the party. The speaker reveals a monumental truth: the person they interact with is supposedly a hero who has been dormant since ancient times. The conversation presses on, moving past that monumental claim. The speaker clarifies that in the original source material or game, this is actually all the descriptive information available about Hima, powerful character, who has supposedly been endowed with incredible strength and the ability to destroy demons. The moment hangs in silence, allowing the weight of these ancient tales and immense powers to settle over everyone present. A sudden outburst of tension is felt. One individual feels suffocated by the dramatic build-up, acknowledging that this character lacks any N3 EDI 771 factor. However, they immediately pivot to a deeper concern, realizing that despite his potential flaws, he remains the kind of person who could completely wipe out everyone if even one thing were to go wrong. He paused, considering his own existence. A deep memory flickered through his mind, calling forth glimpses of past lives. Dozens upon dozens of times, he had lived the exact same trajectory, brutally slaughtering the demons in his path. Yet this time was different. It was not inevitable. He found himself questioning the nature of the demon standing before him. He pondered what motives fueled their actions, wondering if they possessed families or if a desire to fight even existed. These were questions he had never permitted himself to ask, because every previous encounter ended in death. A single desperate question echoed in the air: why? The emotional weight of the situation spilled out in raw frustration. A forceful cry demanded to know why he had been forced into such carnage, followed by a sudden shift toward proclaiming a definitive conclusion about the story. A startling revelation followed, confirming that the figure understood his role as a game player. Even more shocking was the realization that the powerful being before him was not just a monster, but himself also existed within the confines of the game's characters. A wave of panic washed over him. He struggled to rationalize what was happening, asserting that the individual before them could not understand the concept of a game. Instead, he believed their understanding must be based on vague intuition alone, the fact that they moved as if under someone else's direct command. The weight of this revelation descended upon him. That person issuing those commands was none other than himself, currently inhabiting the form of the demon lord. The implication was too much to bear. He felt a sudden, desperate need to manage the narrative, figuring he needed to convince the person before them that he was the true mastermind behind the slaughter. In his frantic attempt to reclaim control of the truth, he claimed responsibility for every brutal act committed. A profound silence descended, allowing the weight of his words to settle completely. Taking a deep breath, he finally revealed his identity. His name was Wei Jiangqiao, and through his words, he declared to the world that he was an individual who hailed from another dimension. A sudden exclamation of distress erupted, demanding to know why merely speaking the truth was enough to provoke an attack. This fear quickly escalated into a desperate cry for help, insisting that immediate assistance was necessary. A realization hits, revealing a profound truth: the individual is merely a created story, designated as the protagonist of some kind of game. This existence leads to a deeper, existential question. If one is only written into a narrative, does that mean the being lacks true reality? It suggests a fleeting nature of their very existence. Perhaps the speaker is indeed an entity existing within a constructed story. However, they immediately express doubt, wondering if this conceptual connection, this notion of being part of a narrative, is truly that important. The implication was clear: whether the person facing them was the aged Kim Chai or someone else, both were being presented with the possibility of thinking freely and making choices as they saw fit. The speaker then addressed the nature of their own existence, suggesting that regardless of whether they were a game protagonist or merely a background character in a story, if there was any responsibility they could take on and fulfill, they intended to do so. A moment of quiet defiance followed, accompanied by the rhetorical question asking if the aged Kim Chai himself desired to live. A tense silence hung in the air before a declaration of help was offered. The character stated that they would assist with farming endeavors. A simple exclamation of acknowledgement followed, suggesting a moment of realization. A dramatic announcement was made, exclaiming about a crybaby mister. The tone shifted into a concerned query, asking if the crying had finally ceased. A realization dawned upon the observers, pointing out that man was none other than a legendary paladin, nameless hero. They debated if they should have finished him off earlier, noting how even he had managed to defeat General Ogmia. One of them pointed out that General Ogmia was actually exiled to the role of Tower Guardian, specifically because he had been prone to an uncontrollable desire to consume his own kind. This suggestion implied that perhaps General Ogmia might have successfully removed a nuisance for them. Suddenly, the tone shifted to concern, as someone questioned them about overhearing that the adults were saying they planned to kill everyone. The weight of fear hung heavy in the air, with every single person stating their deep apprehension. One voice immediately shot out, questioning the overheard whispers and reminding them that the demon lord had assured everyone such things would not happen. This was followed by a seemingly sincere comment about how wonderful the other person appeared to be. A different voice spoke up, revealing themselves as a friend to the demon lord, and stated their purpose was actually to come help with farming. Suddenly, a new curiosity emerged when someone asked if the two people were romantically connected. The abrupt question elicited a sharp exclamation of surprise from everyone present. A sharp outburst of disbelief erupted, claiming that demons could never feel love. This sentiment was quickly followed by another character's incredulous shout, calling the whole situation unbelievable. However, a single declaration cut through the rising tension. They were a couple. The hostility escalated as one character harshly accused the other of being a low-ranking fool, immediately followed by another venomous command to shut their mouth. The mood shifted dramatically as a new inquiry was posed. Was this person responsible for defeating a Sioux rat? Next, a character expressed keen curiosity regarding the type of power capable of bringing such a tyrant to his knees. The questioning only deepened, challenging the individual to prove that strength. The figure addressed everyone as the monarch of this bitter cold, demanding they exhibit their true power. The name of a Surate echoed through the air, a final sound in the confrontation. The narrative then paused, teasing the audience with a glimpse into future stories. It promised an encounter in a land far removed from current hardship, leaving readers wondering what awaited them at that time. A poignant thought followed, suggesting a longing for something more valuable than mere weapons and protection, hinting at deeper, unstated treasures in the world. A mysterious voice questioned if they were the four great heavenly demon generals, Asurate and Siagi. A confirmation quickly followed, acknowledging that identity. The conversation then shifted with words suggesting that a wish would come true in time, followed by the assurance of looking forward to doing nothing. The exchange was met with a sudden moment of confusion, indicated by a series of question marks filling the panel. The narrative tension then allowed for a brief pause, leaving the focus lingering on the current moment before any further action took place. A name was called out: Kim Jangchiol. It brought forth a reminder of how Credos had originally promised to transform this area into nothing more than a rice paddy. Observing the situation, the character mused that since his knowledge of farming was non-existent, there was nothing he could do proactively. It seemed fate intended for him to wait patiently until a specific mission arrived. The mysterious figure challenged the idea of being questioned about how to utilize them, suggesting that wielding a sword instead of a mere magic wand would grant immense power. This defiance was immediately countered, as the speaker dismissed the concern, stating that they were already strong enough and had no interest in such matters. The conversation then shifted back to their initial topic of farming assistance. Responding with a nod to their divine nature, the speaker confirmed that making the land fertile was indeed the goal, as they were the god of abundance. However, their immediate concern quickly shifted away from the soil and focused entirely on the emotional well-being of the person addressed. A sudden wave of suspicion hit the air. The speaker questioned whether anyone could truly trust Credos, following up with accusations that a specific figure had led them down a path of danger. Defiant, the speaker declared that they would personally observe and judge this individual. The speaker then offered a profound piece of advice, warning the listener not to let their guard down, explaining that Credos would eventually become an intrinsic part of them. They continued by assuring that whenever power was needed to face danger, simply speaking a certain word would be enough. Finally, the speaker affirmed their commitment, stating that they would not forfeit this incredible strength. A silent pause stretched out, allowing the weight of their words to settle in the tense atmosphere. The speaker then declared a powerful command, insisting that the royal quarters must be maintained for the kingdom's combat engineers. This sudden declaration caused another character to question their actions, asking where they intended to go. The speaker outlined the initial phase for cultivating the swamp of decay. This plan required purifying the swamp's inherent poison. To achieve this purification, the speaker declared an immediate need for Camelin's treasure sword, very purification sword paired with a specific scabbard. A forceful shift followed. From that moment onward, the speaker announced their definitive intention to seize the treasure sword. The setting abruptly shifts, transporting the characters to the stormy and desolate wastelands of the Fourth Star region, the abandoned lands. Somewhere within those desolate corners, a new scene begins. The scene transitions, leading the narrative to a location beneath a cliff. The character introduces himself, stating his name is Marosh. He reveals that he is an ordinary young man of the Orc tribe, a tribe generally known for its weakness. He recounted how a human merchant once approached him, advising him to purchase a particular sword and venture into the abandoned lands. The merchant had promised that if he succeeded in defeating the demon lord there, no one would ever look down upon the Orcs again. However, having taken a wrong path right from the very start, his journey had led him to fall down an insurmountable cliff. He questioned how many years had passed, expressing an overwhelming hunger and pleading to any own regardless of who they were to simply get him out of his predicament. He questioned if even the demon lord would be able to free him. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed out, causing him to pause. The moment of silence following the sound seemed to hold the weight of all expectations. A figure finally revealed itself, speaking with a tone of desperate surprise. The speaker introduced himself as Marosh of the Orc tribe, explaining that he had become lost and trapped in this area for several years. He recounted his meager diet, sustaining himself only on moss and bugs found on the cracks. He continued, seeking to know if the person before him knew anything about orcs. He described them as a weak minority that usually hunted small animals or monsters in remote outskirts, suggesting they might be a fond childhood memory for the listener. Marosh then painted a picture of this recollection taking place when he was around 6 years old, during a beautiful season when autumn leaves danced gracefully. Marosh then recalled his mother's words, impressing upon him the importance of speaking well, noting that foolish speech could lead to a fool's life. He continued by mentioning how pretty his mother was in the village, and how his father had taken a liking to her when they were young. The character then grew desperate, making a plea to be freed from their current location. The memory flashed back to a childhood encounter with Karosh, a neighboring individual who was just as antagonistic. The recollection painted a picture of snow piling up and silence descending upon the village entrance, while the narrator was alone making a snowman. Because of his perceived weakness, he had no choice but to stay still, remembering how Karosh once threw a snowball at him. He recalled that despite their current circumstances where all farms belonged to the chief, the reality was that only the chief and his family received the harvest, with only an absurdly small amount distributed to the rest of the tribes. This systemic imbalance culminated in the southern tribe's rebellion. The conversation escalated with accusations about the source of the opponent's violence, suggesting that it perhaps originated from their parents. A clear threat followed: continue speaking and face death. The pressure intensified with a new set of rules imposed from that moment on. The opponent could speak only 3 sentences. The warning was absolute: if he crossed the line, his life would be forfeit. Even though this was the first time the narrator had been physically attacked, it felt strangely familiar. However, the attacker didn't kill him immediately. The warning came again: even if he managed to stretch his sentences beyond the allowed 3-sentence limit, death would still be assured. The onlookers seemed to question if the opponent was unable to communicate at all, unless he was constantly talking. The opponent's voice cut through the tension, demanding attention with a direct address. He sternly commanded that the sword hanging at the waist be handed over. Transitioning with palpable silence, the scene holds a moment of charged tension. A promise was then offered. The opponent stated that they would get him out of there and provide for his needs. But resistance flared up instantly. The character hesitated, murmuring that they could not do it, followed by the opponent questioning why and pleading if he did not want to leave the place. The initial refusal was quickly softened with a simple admission of misunderstanding. The intensity shifted abruptly as the character spoke of Lala, mentioning that she did not want to be separated from him. He added a touch of surprised affection by noting that she even gave it a name. The narrative concluded with an exasperated declaration, calling the opponent truly annoying. The character reflected that obtaining Camelon's treasure sword in the game was rather simple. He seemed to continue thinking that once he met this specific man, Marosh, things were set to take a certain turn. The flow of dialogue then intensified, presenting an overwhelming volume of information that poured out. This stream of continuous chatter kept going on for hours, suggesting a long and drawn-out exchange between the characters. The characters were overwhelmed by the intense impulse, struggling with a desire to simply kill him. Then the action escalated dramatically when they seized a coveted treasure sword, bringing the conflict to an abrupt and decisive end. However, the reality of the situation hit them hard. They realized that this wasn't mere fiction. They were confronting real life, and harming a living being was an absolute line they could not cross. The weight of their actions and the irreversible nature of reality settled heavily upon all present. The name Marosh echoed in the tense atmosphere. A warning was issued, suggesting that remaining in the current place would prove fatal. The speaker then pressed on, proposing that handing over the sword appeared to be a mutually beneficial arrangement for all involved. While acknowledging the truth in those words, the speaker then revealed a greater concern. Lara hated the entire situation. The tension escalated, with someone disregarding Lara entirely and demanding the immediate surrender of the item to the young man. This sudden demand was met with a squeak of panic. The pressure intensified, demanding the object be handed over quickly. However, a panicked appeal was made regarding Lara's anger, suggesting that if she became upset, the consequences would be far worse. A sharp outcry rings out as someone reacts strongly to being touched, immediately asserting that the individual belongs exclusively to Marash. The unexpected development of a talking object causes utter shock and disbelief. The little creature dramatically vents its frustration, lamenting that the monster-luring thing touched it because Marash hadn't taken proper care of it. Hearing this, someone attempts a hurried apology to Lara, promising improvement going forward. However, another voice immediately points out the repetitive nature of such promises, before a final exclamation declares them both an irritating pair. A sudden outburst of desperation rings out, demanding purification abilities and ordering someone to keep their distance from a particular individual. This is followed by a high-pitched shriek and a series of distressed whimpers. The desperation escalates, with a plea to separate the speaker entirely from Marash's side. The individual then warns that they will not even employ 1/10 of their true power. The intensity culminates in a frustrated outburst of pure exasperation. A sudden shift in the conversation began with a desperate cry about hunger, followed quickly by a worried question regarding being separated from one another. The desperate pleas escalated into urgent commands to stop, followed by a raw declaration of a simple desire, the wish simply to live. The conflict continued as the character addressed Marash, questioning if their behavior was causing intense anger. They spoke of feeling greatly restricted, describing the confinement as suffocating and unable to breathe. Though they initially conceded that their own fault lay in something said, they immediately questioned the sharp tone with which it was delivered. The character expresses deep concern, questioning whether Marash's recent behavior is due to intense hunger. They voice a heartfelt belief that Marash would never genuinely desire to be separated from them. A moment of sorrow passes as the character offers apologies, pleading with the other person to allow them both to finally live their own separate lives. The dialogue leaves a noticeable, emotional gap as the characters process their respective emotions. The character finds it impossible to accept the separation. They challenge Marash's current commitment, passionately urging him to find a way to separate from them through his own sheer strength. The emotional intensity of the exchange continues, leaving the characters grappling with difficult decisions about their future. Someone voices a warning about the orcs having weak constitutions, prompting another character to wait and question if this implies something deeper regarding Miss Lala's situation. The conversation then shifts to a troubling possibility that if Marash separates from Miss Lala using his own strength, she might not also relinquish everything and find a new owner. One of the characters responds by suggesting this is just how things tend to end, while quickly adding a caveat that Marash does not possess such immense strength. The dramatic tension of the conversation lingers, leaving the characters momentarily suspended in thought after these heavy revelations. The dramatic shift in tone was immediate. A sharp correction was made, emphatically stating that the needed action must happen right now. Unexpectedly, a new voice suddenly called out to someone referred to as Baal. The sudden atmosphere shifts, and a commanding voice announces the granting of a special mission. The speaker then directs their attention toward a skinny orc fellow, issuing a dramatic challenge. The goal is to transform this individual into a muscular monster, much like himself. With this task set, the narrative continues onward. A sudden, blunt question cuts through the tension. Have you tried exercising before? The realization hit him, a sudden wave of denial. He frantically protested that Marash was simply a weak nerd, incapable of ever exercising. The opponent continued, painting a picture of Marash as someone too frail and lacking in will to ever gain strength through physical training. They asserted that his beloved was the weakest, skinniest thing imaginable. The taunts escalated, becoming pointed questions aimed directly at him. The aggressor questioned if he was weak to the core and how incapable of doing anything without their presence, suggesting complete helplessness. However, someone quickly interjected, warning him not to listen to the sword's words. The moment hung heavy with tension, leading to a muffled gasp of surprise. A warning voice cautioned that the sword was constantly whispering insidious words designed to erode the victim's psyche. It explained that this manipulation operated like hypnosis, distorting the truth through gaslighting. A shocked voice scoffed, questioning how someone who appeared so foolish could articulate such sophisticated and insightful thoughts. The speaker then revealed a past of profound weakness, noting that there was a time when they themselves were a demon raised only to be consumed. However, they spoke of the relentless effort put forth, detailing how they worked diligently and practiced over and over again. Despite the difficulty of after 2 days, then 3 full days nothing seemed to change. They observed that living beings tend to give up when immediate rewards are absent, noting it was simply their nature. Yet, despite this inherent inclination, an internal resolve motivated the character forward. This refusal to surrender defined their continuing efforts. Initially, the character thought they were too simple-minded to conceive of any other possibilities. However, a sudden realization struck them: this person was actually quite smart, and their current words even held the tone of an experienced mentor. He reflected on the years, viewing those identical days that piled up. They became 10 years of tireless repetition, which ultimately made him strong. The thought was suddenly interrupted by an observer marveling at his articulate speech. The name Marash was called out, bringing the scene to a momentary pause. A voice offered clear counsel, suggesting that the day should start by making it one where the recipient gives their absolute best effort. The moment settled into a quiet, expectant silence. The pressure became too much. A wave of panic washed over him, causing him to falter and repeatedly cry out that he could not continue, insisting that his best efforts were insufficient. A mocking laugh rings out, challenging the assertion that they were gaslighting. The speaker points out how quickly their opponent gave up, leading to a forceful accusation that Marash 15 was nothing more than a pathetic and weary loser. The initial jabs continued, with one voice reinforcing the accusation that Marash 15 was a total loss. This elicited a sharp warning to stop speaking of his name. The tension mounted as a third presence weighed in, finding the exchanges between both opponents incredibly annoying. A shift in focus brought a new voice into the conversation, casually inquiring about someone's condition. This speaker then pointed out that their mental strength had been weak from the start, before predicting that a difficult road lay ahead for everyone involved. A palpable sense of triumph washed over the scene, as one person declared that an opponent was completely wiped out. They seemed unsurprised by this outcome, remarking that it was exactly what they had expected. The exchange paused, leaving the weight of their pronouncements hanging in the charged atmosphere. He then transitioned the conversation, mentioning a distant country called South Korea. He explained that it was a place filled with people who spoke of exercising, and initially, everyone believed they could succeed simply through hard work and sheer fighting spirit. However, he quickly painted a contrasting picture, stating that this fervor was actually like a flickering candle, and most people would give up and drop out quite easily. Despite the high dropout rate, he concluded by noting that there were still 2 types of cases who managed to succeed. One group was those perverts who genuinely enjoyed exercising. And then there is the other type, one that has absolutely no choice but to do it. The figure near them repeated the command, urging someone to get up. This insistence was repeated again, as the command to get up echoed through the air. The demanding voice insisted, calling out the command to get up again and again. The pressure intensified as the insistent shouts continued, urging movement. One voice then shouted a warning, declaring that failure to get up would result in death. Simultaneously, a different command started echoing. It demanded that the stone be lifted, repeatedly calling out this single instruction. Suddenly, voices started shouting instructions, urging the character to hold for 1 count and encouraging a single easy repetition. Facing the pressure, the character struggled, barely managing to protest that they could not continue with the immense effort. The taunts continued, mocking the character's inability to perform the exercise, and suggesting that they would rather remain associated with Lala. The teasing tone escalated into urgent demands, repeatedly urging the character to perform even a single repetition. With grunts and strained effort, the character struggled through several attempts at just 1 repetition, struggling mightily until a final, exhausted cry escaped them. A sudden, sharp cry of war rips through the silence. A stern voice quickly interjected, questioning the merit of the action. The person was then met with a protest, stating that they had genuinely succeeded in their attempt. The critique continued, emphasizing that the execution was flawed and that improper form meant the action simply could not be counted. The sequence of reprimands then began, marked by repeated shouts demanding recognition and calling out the count 1. Repeat. The stern critique persisted throughout these multiple counts. The grand operation titled Terror commenced, aiming to transform Marash into a muscular warrior. To support this endeavor, housing was quickly established for the Human Combat Engineer Corps. These workers then dedicated themselves to assisting with the cornfields until the pervasive poison in the swamp could be dealt with. Thanks to the monstrous strength provided by aged Kimchai, the field expansion continued to progress smoothly. And just like that, Time slipped by swiftly within the abandoned lands. The character reflects that the principles of farming and exercising are fundamentally linked. He advises that forcing growth, like rushing the sprouts, will not yield faster results. Instead, patience is key, because there is a set time for everything to flourish. The conversation then turns among the three individuals, Hugh and Ian being addressed or mentioned. A reminder is given that all they must do is simply execute their own assigned part, and then wait for the result. Finally, the weight of expectation is placed upon Hugh on two separate occasions. A sudden focus brings the attention to Hugh, who then turns his gaze toward Hugh. A realization follows, confirming that the seeds gifted by the kingdom were indeed of high quality, allowing them to thrive and grow even better. The atmosphere shifts dramatically, preparing for a new transition. A figure muses aloud, suggesting that perhaps the other side deserves a look at this same level of quality. A soft, drawn-out sound breaks the sudden silence. A voice calls out the name, followed by a rhetorical question asking if the others are ready to say goodbye. In response, the character confirms that they are, declaring their readiness. This unexpected answer leads to a realization from an observer, noting how Bao's mannerisms seem to have influenced him. The focus then shifts slightly as someone calls out the name Lala. The character delivers a heartfelt message, expressing deep gratitude for everything. A moment of quiet silence falls over the scene. A challenge is issued, reminding them that there are still many things awaiting them and encouraging them to proceed with their attempts. Baal asserts that the orc race is far from weak. He explains that they merely lack exercise, but in reality, they possess genes more powerful than any other known race. Then he demands to see the completely hidden potential within the orcs, calling out the name Marash. With a dramatic shout of "Here I go, Lala," the character declared their intention, immediately following up with a fierce determination to hold on with all of their might. Witnesses gasp aloud, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude and incredible power displayed. A supportive voice rings out, urging the gym member to keep going and make their effort. The encouragement intensifies, becoming a forceful chant demanding that the person consume their own hard-earned muscles. Momentarily, the focus shifts to a blank space, allowing the struggle and effort to build in anticipation. Finally, a sense of immense achievement breaks through. The character proclaims with relief that they have done it. The scene breaks with a cheerful, motivational message, encouraging the reader to complete their current set and promising a doubled reward for the next day. A moment of exhaustion leads to a critical question, questioning how difficult it must be to maintain such intense daily routines. This quickly shifts into an emotional plea, asking if the other person genuinely wishes to end their connection. The speaker forcefully dismisses everything, declaring that the continuous suffering and effort expended will ultimately be in vain because the other person is deemed too weak. A noticeable pause follows as the recipient responds with a weary plea, asking the speaker to finally quiet down. The scene transitions into a brief, silent beat, allowing the tension to settle. A character stutters in disbelief, asking what the previous speaker had just said. The confusion deepens as they repeat the question, struggling to comprehend the words spoken. The speaker awkwardly apologizes, vaguely attributing their roughness to having gained muscle recently. This observation immediately triggers a panicked reaction from the listener, who desperately urges them to lose the muscles and stop working out, claiming they are too thick. The tension culminates as the speaker delivers a devastating punchline, stating that they aren't working out because they actually want to break up with their partner. The speaker challenges the other person, asking if they still care. Then they deliver a painful blow, stating that the relationship isn't failing because of incompatibility, but because the emotional manipulation and nagging have become utterly unremarkable. The conversation shifts, and the speaker declares a need to find out something specific. The focus then shifts to the speaker's self-doubt, as they question whether a weak and young orc like themselves are genuinely capable of being considered true warriors. Standing at the edge of that dark cliff, the speaker reflects on how they would have succumbed to madness a long time ago if they had been alone. They acknowledge that it was the other person who kept them alive, and because of that person, they find themselves wanting to surpass their own limitations. They express this feeling with genuine warmth. The pressure escalated, marked by a forceful declaration promising no mercy. The tension continued to build as a character shouted for maximum effort, urging everyone involved to pull with all their might. One participant countered, affirming that the efforts being exerted were precisely what they had been doing all along. A desperate cry echoed out, urging him to keep hanging on, because if he failed, the survival of everyone they cared for was at stake. He acknowledged the gravity of the situation, confirming that he understood the immense challenge ahead. However, a flicker of doubt crossed his face as he questioned whether his current strength was sufficient to meet the demands. The urgency of his friends grew palpable, as they pleaded with him that it was useless and impossible for anyone to pull him away from this struggle. A moment of profound doubt filled the air, questioning if all their efforts had been completely wasted. But before that despair could set in, a sudden surge of defiant energy rose up. The implication was clear failure was not an option. The speaker passionately proclaimed the virtue of a true warrior who continues to give his absolute best effort every single day, regardless of the outcome. No dialogue or visual action was provided for this scene, ensuring narrative continuity without disruption. This scene concluded the segment, allowing the intense emotional buildup to settle before moving into the next chapter of the story. A sudden cry erupted, filled with exhilaration and genuine surprise. The sheer power of the orcs was quickly acknowledged, suggesting an immense and formidable strength. The figure urges them to return immediately to the village and inform every member of their tribe. They emphasize that the orcs have the potential to become incredibly strong. A moment of silence stretches out, followed by a soft call of lamentation. The gratitude offered was simple, addressing Oink directly. Finally, the speaker addresses a demon lord, expressing heartfelt thanks. They acknowledge that with the help of this person, they were able to begin and manage to get so far. The speaker then spoke, commanding that from this moment on, the recipient take good care of Lala. They concluded with a note of protective concern. A name was called out, repeating Marash, with a sense of familiarity. A question followed, expressing confusion about why the recipient continued making a specific sound. The scene concluded with an announcement the person had successfully acquired Camilla's treasured sword. A screen of glowing text quickly informs the reader that a passive skill is restoring 12 health points per second, while another buff significantly extends the duration of satiety. The character reacts with an exclamation of surprise, realizing that the current experience far surpasses what they expected from the game itself. A wave of deep sadness washes over the character, lamenting that they have been abandoned once more. They bitterly recount that this pattern of being discarded happens all the time. The character reflects on past relationships, mentioning how the mage who was supposed to guide them abandoned them because they spoke too much, and how even a thief discarded them simply because of their intense devotion and predictability. These memories explain why the character had been cruel to Marash. Yet amidst that bitterness, they repeat a painful sentiment: they have been dumped again. The character spoke in a trembling voice, asking if the swordsman was going to abandon them again. With deep self-deprecating pain, they confessed that perhaps they were inherently flawed, like a sword that made everyone feel bad. But the swordsman immediately countered, challenging those words by asking who suggested that they were flawed. They then reminded the speaker that Marash only grew strong because of the support shown to him. A pause followed, allowing the focus to shift onto the swordsman's earnest declaration. The swordsman delivered a powerful promise, vowing never to abandon their people. This oath was followed by an undeniable proclamation: they were the demon lord. A declaration of love rings out, quickly followed by a horrified exclamation about how easily someone falls in love. A figure reveals a legendary item, calling it the treasure sword, and confirming its existence for all to see. The moment arrives, marked by a simple directive to move forward. The tension breaks with an unexpected, playful promise of a feast, suggesting that the excitement will lead to some rice paddies. With a loud cry, the focus turns to an incredible weapon: Camelin's legendary treasure sword. As the blade returns to its scabbard, it unleashes a magnificent surge of true power. Meanwhile, another powerful technique is revealed: the active skill of nutrient extraction. This ability is described with alarming detail, stealing and absorbing 1% of a target's nutrients every second. If those captured nutrients are beneficial, they restore vitality and health points. However, if the nutrients prove harmful, the skill can safely detoxify and decompose them for release into the air. With a sudden burst of energy, someone shouts an encouraging cheer for Lala, signaling that the action is about to resume. A sudden, urgent cry demanded the need for nutrients. Immediately following, there was a call for extraction. The scenery suddenly shifted, revealing they were in a swampy environment. Meanwhile, the situation for J.T. was improving, signaling that he was clearing up. Even thoughts of rice farming surfaced. The final moments concluded with a brilliant burst of starlight. The bounty of the harvest is lauded by a booming voice, followed by an exclamation about taking away the poison from the swamp with just one step. It is revealed that this difficult task of managing the swamp's contaminants is instead accomplished through Lala's nutrient extraction. The poison previously absorbed by Lala now undergoes a process of decomposition, finally being released into the surrounding air. Moving through the swamp in this manner facilitates purification, alongside a process of nutrient extraction. However, the power source is overwhelmed by an incredible amount of HP. It becomes worrisome because none of the extracted nutrients seem to be returning sustenance after such a draining process. But despite the efforts, the energy seems to falter. Despite the fatigue, a resilient cry echoed out, proclaiming that simply continuing to live was always meant to be difficult. It was a rallying call, a determination to keep moving forward. A sudden moment of confusion arose, questioning the actions of Cred OS. A whisper then followed, mentioning a paladin who was actively purifying the poison within the swamp area, an effort crucial for establishing new rice paddies in the region. The moment hung heavy, filling the air with an unspoken tension. The pause stretched, demanding attention while the characters watched unfold. Concern quickly surfaced, suggesting that the person in question was overexerting themselves, perhaps even dangerously so. However, others reminded the group that this pattern wasn't new. He had a long history of pushing himself to unsustainable limits. Ultimately, it was understood that his self-imposed burden stemmed from a deep sense of need to save everyone. A faint memory flickered into place, suggesting that the witch in question had always been associated only with strength and fury. Despite the countless demons, this woman appeared to be the one who understood the hearts of others best. It raised a profound question: was what she exhibited genuinely warm care? Or was it simply hypocrisy, considering she had already taken numerous lives using the person referred to as aged Kimchi? Her desire now to save them struck a deeply cynical chord. The narrative paused, forcing the question: was his tireless effort driven by genuine goodness? And once this land of demons became prosperous, would that commitment to protection fade away? Doubt quickly flared into accusation, suggesting that his inherent nature as the demon lord meant he was prone to simply feasting on all life. The weight of expectation seemed too heavy for even a selfless heart. The focus narrowed, leaving only the first-person perspective hanging in the air, suggesting a solitary point of view about to take center stage. He declared a profound transformation, stating that he had switched his path from the ways of killing to the ways of saving. He then reflected that for someone like Kim Jang-cheol, it wasn't unusual for him to change, especially given their shared connections. A pause hung in the air, followed by a challenging ultimatum. He conceded that if someone placed their trust so heavily in him, they should proceed down the path that they desired. Suddenly, a booming announcement echoed out: aged Kimchi, you've arrived. A moment of pause hangs in the air. Someone notices the person's exhaustion, gently suggesting they rest. However, the individual retorts with a deeper concern: if they take time to rest, would food like rice or bread magically appear? Finally, the conversation moves forward, as if a next objective is needed. Shall we move on to the second step now? The conversation now moved definitively to the next phase, announcing the second objective, a purification effort designed to clear out the aquatic weeds at the bottom of the water. Suddenly, a sharp question was posed in the area, demanding to know who was present. The character reflected on his actions, revealing that he had taunted the demons by feeding them hot peppers, adding a dramatic flair to their suffering. He concluded with a pointed statement, suggesting they should be grateful she did not end his life. The conversation then progressed with a theatrical question about proceeding to step 3, involving the 4 great heavenly demon generals. The focus shifted, instructing them to move towards the Tower of Seals. One character questioned the necessity of going so far merely to prepare for rice farming, suggesting it seemed like an excessive journey. However, a measured response confirmed that, in fact, there was indeed a reason for their presence. A conversation then moved to a matter of local geography, referencing an aged Kimchi who shared knowledge. This character pointed out that there was a small stream located near the village of exiles. Finally, the urgency of their purpose was made clear. Another character emphasized that there was something absolutely necessary for them to have in order to successfully begin rice farming. The speaker then points to a group of individuals, asking if they are the necessary ones. They confirm that these people are called King, and assert that this lineage is what will keep the rice paddies healthy. A moment of hesitation causes the speaker to suggest that nothing can be done if it is for the sake of farming. However, a sudden outcry cuts through their thoughts, questioning what actions are currently taking place. The questioner demands clarification, reminding everyone that they were supposed to kill the individuals and use them as compost. A different character intervenes, enthusiastically praising the group, explaining that they are actually creatures that eat weeds and modify the paddies. They further reveal that these individuals are eco-friendly pesticides. A gasp of shock echoes out, voicing the distress at the thought of harming such cute creatures. A deep regret is voiced, followed by a reminder of the pattern that the missions assigned usually involved eliminating targets. A moment of tense silence hangs in the air. Suddenly, a burst of exuberant excitement erupts, declaring something utterly amazing and fantastic. The speaker continues to rave about their cuteness, proposing the idea of keeping several of these unique creatures as pets. The conversation takes a scientific turn when someone remarks that benthic invertebrates are difficult to keep as house pets, prompting an incredulous reaction from another person about the unusual nature of such items. The speaker confirms that the creatures are indeed different in this specific life, hinting at a uniqueness outside of normal experience. They explain that their current goal is to rescue these creatures and ensure they all find a happy ending, showing a profound dedication to their well-being. The moment passes in quiet anticipation, leading to a brief pause that heightens the drama of their discussion. The scene concludes with a lingering moment of silent tension, allowing the weight of their shared mission to settle over the characters. The narrative moves forward, detailing the third crucial step, releasing king snails into what was once thought to be the swamp of decay, but which are actually destined for our very own rice paddies. These creatures, with their incredible appetite and immense reproductive capability, are expected to tackle the weeds growing within the paddies. Next, the plan outlines the fourth step, dividing the sections and accurately mapping out the reservoir locations. Following this preparatory work, the Combat Engineer Corps is slated to begin large-scale construction efforts. Finally, the fourth and final step was revealed: sowing the rice seeds. One character questioned why they were sowing the seeds so quickly, noting that preparing the paddies usually took much longer. However, the response was a confident confirmation it had to happen right now. A moment of quiet reflection followed, as the group pondered a specific individual. This person was remembered for having attacked using all sorts of complex tactics and clever diversions. They eventually concluded that this individual must be among the most cunning of all the demons. The individual continued, laying out a meticulous plan. First, prepare the initial puddles, while planting rice seedlings in advance elsewhere. When they are ready, then transplant them into those beds. This approach allows one to filter out the weaker plants before moving on, ensuring only the healthiest ones are cultivated. A truly efficient method. He simply explained that the person was just smart. To make later transplantation easier, the next suggestion was to grow the rice in soil-filled boxes. Upon hearing this, one character quickly agreed to get them ready right away. The other speaker then mused that farming might eventually be done without him, prompting a sharp retort. He argued that the skills were learned because of the teachings he provided, but his words softened as he admitted that he hadn't even taught 10% of the necessary knowledge. The instruction continued, beginning with soaking the rice seeds in water. Once sprouts grow, they must then be transplanted into their proper seedbeds. The care for these seedlings required diligent attention, necessitating the continuous regulation of both temperature and humidity. A voice announced that the preparations for the paddies were complete, much to the excitement of a figure who exclaimed that the timing was perfect. The attention then shifted to the sixth step, one notoriously boasting the greatest difficulty. The challenge was revealed, planting rice straight from the realm of hell. The challenger's eyes fixed on a specific location, whispering recognition for that place. It was revealed to be the Abandoned Lands, a place known for harboring dangerous demons. A sudden flash announced the start of something new, followed by a sharp cry proclaiming Blood Eye. The characters express confidence, noting that with the use of the Blood Eye skill, they can easily grasp a complex situation without needing to check every detail individually. Later, they believe that starting the rice planting effort should be achievable. Although this task is generally considered a major undertaking, there seems to be hope for success. Finally, the name Artanis is called out. The conversation immediately shifts gears, focusing on the logistics of agriculture. The characters emphasize the necessity of handling rice planting and boast about owning a high-performance tractor for the task. Suddenly, an unexpected burst of sound cuts through the air. A laugh echoes, followed by a boastful declaration that Artanis' power will allow for the instant planting of rice. A sudden outburst of surprise rings out, followed by an immediate apology. Then the focus shifts to practical advice, reminding everyone that they need to keep a consistent spacing. The speaker then elaborated, noting that if the subjects are packed too closely together, there would be issues with both nourishment and proper air circulation. Conversely, if they were placed too far apart, it would simply become an inefficient use of space. A frantic warning echoed, demanding that they move in a straight line at regular intervals. Soon after, a distressed cry for help pierced the air. A startled squeak of surprise signaled sudden alarm. Someone called out the name Artanis, prompting a confused and questioning exclamation. The character was confronted with a harsh judgment. They were expelled. The narrative pauses, leaving the characters in a moment of stunned silence. Another beat of silence passes, allowing the heavy implications of the expulsion to settle over everyone present. The character finally breaks the quiet, voicing their deep frustration and sorrow by stating that all they truly wished was to be helpful. The tension continues to build, leaving the consequences of the recent events hanging in the air. A simple numerical confirmation of 2 echoes through the room, signaling a shift or perhaps a challenge to the emotional fallout. With a sudden burst of energy, someone exclaims an enthusiastic greeting, calling out B-boy to capture the attention of those around them. The sudden announcement is met with a brief, silent pause, letting the moment hang in the air. Following this exchange, a brief moment of quiet suspense descends upon the characters. The scene maintains a low level of tension, allowing the weight of their unspoken emotions to settle. Finally, the tension settles into a quiet beat as the characters appear to take a steady breath before whatever comes next. The crowd reacted with shock, exclaiming about how fast the mysterious figure truly was. A loud shout filled the air, immediately proclaiming that a disaster was unfolding. Someone exclaimed about aged Kimchi, followed by a sudden burst of confusion. A figure was then warned that they were expelled from the area. With a sigh, it was observed that the characters who were usually considered powerful and trustworthy were proving ineffective for this specific kind of work. A realization dawned, suggesting that perhaps the traditional method was, after all, the true answer. With a sudden, dramatic declaration blood, EYE. Concerns soon followed, with shouts warning that the water was draining too fast in one area, and the ground had become unsuitably hard in another. Despite these risks, a particular spot seemed to be deemed safe enough. A cry of pain echoed, referencing strain in the back. It was reminded that rice planting itself was a task demanding massive stamina expenditure. Everyone working so hard emphasized that even a single mistake could not be afforded. The strain was evident, causing a character to complain about the overuse of a particular skill, feeling as if their eyes were about to burst. A system notification appeared, indicating that the character's blood eye level had increased to 3. Following the increase, another notification sounded, revealing that the no-blink activation condition had been shortened to 180 seconds. With these improvements, the character felt a surge of renewed confidence, acknowledging that their performance had noticeably increased and warning themselves against letting guard down in such critical times. With a sudden burst of power, the character dramatically announced that they were activating Blood Eye once more. A chilling voice suddenly questioned if the opponent had recently seen the Demon Lord at all. The opponent could only reply with a single, hesitant sound. A shocking declaration echoes through the area, Demon Lord. Then a moment of utter finality descends, as it is announced that the Demon Lord has indeed collapsed. Despite the shocking news, someone urgently cries out for an awakening, calling out, "Please wake up," and repeating the desperate chant of Demon Lord. The character appears to be calling out the name, perhaps asking for a sign of life with murmurs like M, P, and W. The scene ends in a heavy, prolonged silence, leaving the fate of the fallen Demon Lord shrouded in mystery. A weary plea suggests that the treated body deserves a much gentler touch. The speaker then challenges the listener, bringing up previous promises about not letting the demons starve. They remind the listener that if they do not work hard, the farming efforts will surely fail. A sharp correction follows, warning that impatience inevitably leads to poor choices. A prime example given is the catastrophic fate of invading a human world and being completely wiped out. Confidence is then stated, asserting that the speaker possesses enough intelligence to worry about other things. This leads into an irritated question, asking why the listener must comment every time the character falls asleep. The confrontation shifts focus, revealing that the speaker's consciousness stirs slightly whenever the listener faints. A warning is issued if this pattern continues. The speaker might just reclaim control of the body entirely. The conversation begins with a declaration of inability, suggesting a profound limitation. This is followed by a gentle rebuttal, implying that the claim made was perhaps an exaggeration. The narrative shifts dramatically, changing the perceived threat from a mortal enemy to something far friendlier. A visitor's arrival completely recontextualizes the encounter. There is a momentary pause, an unspoken beat that hangs in the air, allowing the weight of the previous statements to settle. A new perspective is introduced, stating that the current situation or feeling embodies a particular sangha sudden artistic framing for an intense moment. The scene ends with a beat of quiet intensity, leaving the audience suspended in the atmosphere created by this powerful new realization. A sudden, dramatic realization hits the speaker: if planting rice is necessary for marriage, then something major has been revealed. This seemingly petty worry quickly transforms into a playful outburst directed at their hateful person. The conversation shifts gears completely. One character questions how the other knows such a specific song, followed immediately by a startling confirmation that they are now fully awake. The speaker then shares a strangely specific history, claiming they have heard the other person's voice countless times. They detail how often that voice was heard during moments of picking up various items. The narrative concludes with the speaker expressing a growing curiosity about cultivation. They wonder if this activity, called rice planting, is truly as enjoyable as it appears. A sudden, somewhat comical burst of sound punctuates the quiet moment. The focus then shifts dramatically as a character reveals their high stakes, warning that failure to plant rice could jeopardize any hopes of marriage. The ensuing exchange is charged with emotion, featuring a playful sigh followed by a sharp declaration aimed at someone perceived as hateful. The tension mounts as one character insists on the need for diligent effort and earnest dedication, only to abruptly challenge the other with a question demanding clarification about what happens next. A sudden gasp escapes the character upon witnessing a bizarre sight, leaving them stunned and questioning what they are seeing. The story flashes back to a period of several months ago, placing the action within the elf territory's Everglow forest. A voice calls out, inquiring if Lady Millennia has called for someone. A greeting is offered to Alina, followed by the revelation that an important mission has been entrusted to her. A shocking rumor surfaced, suggesting that the humans and demons had recently formed diplomatic relations. Alina's reaction was one of disbelief, questioning how such wicked races could possibly join hands. The individual standing before her confirmed the rumor, confirming that the shocking alliance was precisely what Alina feared. Alina voiced her fears, predicting that these newly allied races would inevitably invade other peoples and attempt to place the entire continent under their control. This sparked a thought of immediate military preparation. Another character cautioned her against that thought, explaining that preparing for war immediately would prove even more dangerous. The argument continued to emphasize caution over immediate conflict. A more seasoned voice observed that these clever beings hadn't hidden the establishment of relations at all. They would likely justify their actions with some superficial reason, and if anyone prepared for war in such a delicate situation, they risked being framed as the actual aggressors. The speaker warns that these clever beings will eventually gather the strength of other races to target them. They point out that naive races, such as the dwarves, would be easily deceived by this maneuvering. With that warning, the plan became clear. Alina was assigned to journey to the land of the demons. Her mission would be diplomatic, establishing crucial relations between the elves and the powerful demons. The strategy advanced. First, they planned to use the demons' strength against their own internal enemist factions hostile toward us. Once those factions were weakened and guards let down, the final strike would be directed at their very necks. A plea was made, urging the listener to make a desperate promise. The appeal was framed not only for personal ability, but more importantly, for the sake of peace and the survival of the entire elven race, receiving an emphatic declaration that such a task would surely be accomplished. With that resolve solidified, the character accepted the burden of carrying their entire race's destiny, making a determined journey toward the hostile land of the demons. The narrative then shifted focus to Fort Magrat, a critical border location separating the land of demons from the land of humans. It was revealed that at this exact point, two other individuals were also heading toward the same perilous destination. First, the scene introduces a character, the dwarf diplomat named Gratis. Following him is Malenkov, who has been dispatched from the human magic tower. The narrators theorize that the two characters must share a similar objective. They point out that in such a volatile situation, everyone would naturally feel threatened. They also recall the known exchange between the magic tower and the human kingdoms, questioning whether these two are attempting to gain an upper hand using this current opportunity. This sets the stage for a growing political tension between these major powers. It became clear that the surrounding political turmoil did not matter to him. His intent was singular: he would gain enough influence and stability so that only the elves would establish relations, and from there, his plans would continue. He proclaimed that he was solely dedicated to protecting the peace of all elves, painting himself as a bastion of stability and goodwill. However, the surface calm soon fractured. A sudden urgency took hold of him as he cried out for people to plant seeds anywhere, and as quickly as possible. Facing a baffling situation, he expressed utter bewilderment regarding the actions of those around him, admitting that he could not fathom their motives. Suddenly, an oppressive and undeniably evil aura washed over the area. A collective gasp went up as characters realized that this power belonged to no one less than the Demon Lord himself. A calm voice cuts through the tension, politely yet firmly requesting a moment of attention, reminding everyone that they are present as diplomats. The next exchange was sharp and accusatory, fueled by surprise and frustration. The characters questioned the presence of these individuals, particularly pointing out the absence of any discernible power or gifts. A sudden, commanding tone was enforced, demanding that everyone remain completely stationary and do not make a single move. The pressure mounted as characters mocked the situation, noting that the Demon Lord seemed excessively angered simply because no gifts were presented. Amidst the rising conflict, there was a weary acknowledgement of the impending battle, coupled with the realization that victory seemed impossible. A conspiratorial whisper revealed a contingency plan, suggesting that if the situation immediately went wrong, certain preparations would need to be made for an escape or retreat. A dramatic cry echoed through the hall, announcing a sudden ambush or attack. Several individuals attempted to reason with the Demon Lord, arguing that they were diplomats who did not understand how things worked. They warned that he would not be given any more sustenance or protection. The confrontation escalated as the diplomats realized they wouldn't be fed, recognizing that this treatment was indeed characteristic of a Demon Lord. Suddenly, new voices cried out, calling for experienced instructors to properly teach these recruits. The harsh, critical tone sliced through the air, questioning how such individuals could live without possessing even basic life skills. The instructor's voice sharpened, issuing a dire warning that he would make sure the recruit maintained their focus. The pressure immediately ratcheted up, with the warning that if movements were not fast enough to simulate 6 arms, those limbs would be ripped apart. This initial threat was quickly followed by a realization: the recruit actually did possess 6 arms. A moment of playful reprimand followed, reminding them that the intense criticism was directed specifically at them. With the harsh words hanging in the air, a final command was given to start working immediately. The workers were shouted at, ordered to keep their lines straight and maintain spacing while they moved the materials. The pace was relentless. Move it. Move it. The demanding tempo continued with a slow, steady rhythm. The accusations began flying, highlighting the immediate consequences of previous actions. One person blamed an elf for their hasty words leading to forced labor, while another retorted, pointing out that the accuser had remained silent when they needed to speak. The bickering escalated, with a noble person criticizing an elf for their pointed ears and short stature. This was quickly met with venomous retorts, calling the critic a ghoul-faced freak, and suggesting that based on appearances alone, they were the most lowly among all of them. The confrontation reached a peak, warning everyone to stop wasting their energy with words. Amidst the heated exchange, one character abruptly cried out an apology. If words are desired, then the only path forward is to syncto perform the very song of mana. A distinct rhythm began, counting out the beats 1, 2, 3, 4. The stakes were immediately raised with a sudden, dramatic declaration, suggesting that one must be skilled at planting rice before they could even hope to get married. The source of the escalating tension was revealed. Baal possessed a hidden, impressive talent and ability to sing with a baritone voice. The singing became intensely emotional, evoking thoughts of someone heartfelt and loving. Meanwhile, another voice urgently pleaded for him to cease singing. The culmination of the emotional outburst was an immediate, soft apology. The audience reacted with shock, questioning how Artanis was capable of destroying a kingdom by himself, and expressing astonishment at the sheer power needed for him to address the witch so forcefully. A character watched them with an almost mocking admiration, marveling at the stability of their arms while dramatically questioning if they should grant more appendages, perhaps 6, or even expand them further to 13. This suggestion was followed by a weak admission of deep apology. The narrative shifted, emphasizing the importance of engaging in tasks regardless of difficulty or current workload. The crucial advice was to perform them with genuine happiness. A different struggle was revealed, where the necessity of planting rice was presented as intrinsically linked to the possibility of getting married. The tension escalated as a character cried out, expressing deep frustration toward another person they considered hateful. The moment ended, leaving the characters in a silent state of suspense. The character simply looked at the number 2. The character let out a gasp, followed by another sound of pure distress. A profound sense of inadequacy washed over them as they uttered that planting rice, and the possibility of getting married seemed suddenly unattainable. A sudden sound of distress escaped the characters, pulling them out of their dazed state. Someone noticed the person nearby and immediately reacted, calling out to them with a tone of annoyance. The question was posed, asking if the individual was from Cred OS, followed by a casual request for confirmation. The speaker then made a pointed observation regarding the group of beings who were resting nearby, recalling that they had been disciplined in the rice paddy earlier. They challenged the individual further by asking which district of demons they belonged to, stating they did not recognize them. The tense conversation was momentarily paused, leaving a palpable silence in the air. The characters appeared confused, admitting they had no answer, before a voice cried out in distress, calling for someone who was viewed as a deep enemy. The scene shifts to a desolate backdrop, painting a picture of abandoned land swamps of decay and forgotten paddy fields. The harsh reality of forced labor weighs heavily on them. The grueling routine has continued for 2 weeks now, making it feel like a never-ending nightmare. The exhaustion is palpable, with one character feeling the physical strain as if their back was about to break under the relentless burden. The sheer intensity of the environment was overwhelming. It felt unbearably hot. The menacing presence of the demon remained relentless, patrolling without giving any moment's rest. There was absolutely no time to allow even a brief reprieve. Instead of establishing peaceful diplomatic ties, their fate had turned into servitude. They recalled that once they were 3 times more powerful than the demons themselves, and it was by battling fiercely that they protected the very peace of the elves. The scene opened without dialogue, leaving the audience to absorb the quiet tension that followed their realization of their diminished power. The character staggered, swaying dramatically. Another voice echoed, suggesting a deeper struggle or loss of footing. A sudden cry of alarm broke the tension, expressing utter confusion and shock at the current situation. Exclamations of surprise filled the air, with one person questioning what had happened and another reacting in a sudden shriek of fright. Finally, a quiet groan signaled the exhaustion and pain of the character, confirming that the physical toll of their situation was undeniable. The character remained silent, seemingly overcome by their current predicament. A sudden realization grips the character, realizing that a powerful demonic presence is rapidly approaching. The situation quickly worsens. The character finds themselves facing a grim end point, hinting at imminent demise. The scene fades, leaving the gravity of their approaching fate hanging heavily in the air. A groan escaped the character, signaling a sudden shift in their predicament. The figure realized that instead of meeting the searing heat of hell's fires, they were actually experiencing an incredibly comfortable temperature. They seemed to process with disbelief how this situation differed from their expected fate. Suddenly, a shocking realization hit the character was that not the demon lord's familiar. A sudden realization caused a jolt of mild discomfort, making the character wonder if someone had momentarily cooled them down. A quick dip into the cool, refreshing water served as a momentary respite. With a sigh of satisfaction, the character noted how refreshing it felt, before glancing around with sudden urgency. They urgently called out to someone named T-Bone, announcing that his turn was next, and then voiced concern about everyone just idling around, questioning if the situation was truly acceptable. The atmosphere suddenly shifted as a voice instructed someone to switch out, followed by commendation addressed to a human for doing good work. Encouragement continued to flow, urging the character to maintain their momentum and prompting everyone to heighten the excitement and effort. Suddenly, a profound sense of strangeness settled over the character. They realized that, while everyone was behaving with excessive friendliness and considering established diplomatic relations, there was something else at play. It wasn't just mere nicety. The character observed the scene, noting that everyone appeared overwhelmingly happy. A thought struck them: was this genuine happiness, or did it look strange to an outside observer? Suddenly, the character felt a surge of realization, recognizing this individual as the Witch of Melodith, first high-ranking person they had met. Their thoughts shifted to deep criticism, labeling the elves as a selfish race. They felt that they never considered helping other races first, or even joining forces with them. The speaker asserted that the demons were comfortable making a living without causing harm, and that the humans felt a deep sense of pride in assisting them during such poor times. A warning followed, suggesting that since the listener could not grasp their reality, they must believe the humans and demons would cooperate to initiate a great war, leading the listener to ask if this was truly true. An exchange with the elf then took place. The demons firmly told the elf that they were not so foolish as to be easily used. Confirming this resistance, they reiterated that the elf should not mistake their intentions. The silence that followed was absolute, leaving the weight of their words hanging heavy in the air. A sudden burst of playful energy broke the tension. One character cried out about the cold, prompting a playful scolding that was quickly followed by unrestrained laughter. A new perspective was offered, suggesting that despite the eccentricities, their demon lord maintained a degree of generosity. This goodwill, it was noted, manifested as careful observation aimed at fostering diplomatic relations with the individual who displayed the utmost diligence. The immediate focus, it seemed, was shifting entirely to the mundane task of farming. A moment of resigned realization was followed by a sudden cry of alarm, quickly giving way to unrestrained, booming laughter. The character conceded with a frustrated sigh, accepting that if establishing diplomatic relations was the goal, they would simply have to go along with it. However, as time continued to pass, the initial brisk rhythm of planting rice seedlings began a noticeable slowdown. The sheer physicality of planting rice seedlings presented a major challenge, particularly the immense strain it put on the lower back. Furthermore, since the muscles could only recover slowly, even rotating shifts to 4 instead of 3 proved to be incredibly difficult. A critical sense of urgency washed over him. He realized this situation needed to be resolved quickly before the climate could change significantly. His trusted high-performance tractor Sartanis, an aged Kimchuer showing little sign of strength. He questioned their capacity, asking if the remaining members could handle it. Despite the physical toll, an encouraging response emerged, promising that performing all the necessary tasks throughout the entire day would not be difficult at all. Observing the situation, he pondered why no one else seemed to share this particular level of determination. One character, visibly agitated, urgently demands that if anyone has an idea, they speak up, when the other seems flustered, suggesting their confusion stemmed from believing everyone else had a different plan. The first one immediately counters, forcefully insisting that such thoughts were far from stupid. The atmosphere shifts as the focus momentarily turns to a discussion about 4 praise stickers, addressed seemingly to someone named T-Bone. Finally, a clear instruction is given for the group's next steps. It is declared that starting immediately, they must weave corn leaves to create stretchers, followed by organizing the rice planting into cooperative teams of 3. The instructions continued, clarifying the division of labor. It was specified that 2 strong demons of appropriate height would be needed to carry the stretchers, while a lighter demon capable of combat engineering would lie on top to plant the seedlings. With all roles defined, the group received a signal to commence the work. The time for planning was over. It was time to begin. The entire effort was undertaken with shared determination, all working together for a bountiful harvest. The sheer determination echoed through the scene, spurring everyone to work even harder. It was clear that both the magical tower resident and the dwarf were putting forth their maximum effort. It was as if the Witch of Melody herself understood the gravity of the situation, encouraging them all with the same powerful message. A sudden realization hit them. Demon Lord wasn't just absent, he was actively observing everything. The grand declaration echoed across the field: we elves must establish diplomatic relations. After completing the rice planting, a resounding call went out for a bountiful harvest. A sudden wave of confusion washed over them. The realization dawned that their labor had been performed entirely on someone else's land. A sudden, unsettling question crossed the mind: why was a smile appearing? The focus quickly shifted to a grand proclamation, calling out for the bountiful harvest. Following that, a seemingly polite challenge was issued, suggesting the need to inspect the land further. This was met with a sudden, dramatic acknowledgement, calling out the character as a demon lord. The conversation then took on an unexpectedly warm tone, admitting that, while fear was present initially, the experience proved to be valuable. This appreciation wasn't limited, it extended equally to the diplomatic roles played by elves, the magic tower inhabitants, dwarves, and even the noble labor of demons. However, this sudden praise was interrupted by a startled outburst. A complaint arose that if they were all diplomats, there should have been more acknowledgement, or at least something said about it. The moment was filled with vague sentiments, as if the speaker found themselves perpetually wondering about the identity of those around them. Following this confusion, they quickly shifted to an apology, expressing deep regret for having forced the others into working. A sudden, distinct call rang out, voicing the name Yaunu. The character delivered a delicate apology, expressing profound remorse for the situation that had unfolded. They continued to implore forgiveness, stressing that the actions were not meant to be intentional or malicious. Seeing the man's obvious groveling, a sharp calculation took root in her mind. She knew this was the perfect opportunity to seize control, aiming to completely overpower his influence and maneuver the diplomatic ties into their favor. A powerful objection was raised, dismissing the idea that such profound issues could ever be resolved with nothing more than a simple apology. Another voice joined the condemnation, arguing that such severe neglect toward a representative of the great magic tower was simply beyond comprehension and unacceptable. A pause followed, filled only with a hesitant interjection. The character paused, voicing a profound, almost questioning thought about whether certain things were truly the result of mere neglect. Another voice exploded with outrage, vehemently protesting any suggestion of neglect, while passionately reminding everyone of the massive effort and hard work put in at the magic tower. The tension seemed to deflate instantly, as the character repeatedly offered a sincere apology, clearly regretting their previous words. A sharp burst of dismissive laughter cut through the air, belittling the demon lord's perceived importance. The tone immediately shifted, becoming rigidly formal. The characters declared their intention to set the foundational terms for their diplomatic relationship, and demanded that all necessary documents be presented without delay for the negotiations to properly commence. A profound silence descended upon the scene, heavy with unspoken doubt. The question then floated into the atmosphere, suggesting a possibility that had yet to be fully considered. The realization was accompanied by a sudden, overwhelming rush of emotion, a tide of wonder that briefly eclipsed the gravity of the moment. A defiance sparked, turning into a challenge. The speaker declared their refusal, followed by an intense question demanding to know what the other person intended to do about this sudden resistance. The initial apology was conveyed as completely sincere. The speaker made it clear that they were prepared to accept any anger, and even offered the ultimate gesture of reconciliation by considering giving up their own terms. However, a sudden catch in the breath suggested that their feelings were far from settled. The realization solidified into a refusal to work alongside people who constantly oppressed those who simply bent their heads in respectful submission. A gasp of shock escaped a character, followed by a declaration that the situation was disastrous. This sudden realization led to further surprise, as they confessing they had assumed another person was merely a weakling. The character quickly tries to interrupt, stuttering out an apology for their misunderstanding. They then attempt to correct themselves, clarifying that they originally intended to suggest the forging of weapons using their unique dwarven smithing techniques. However, the person being addressed dismisses the clarification with a strong tone. They bluntly remind the other that they never stated any intention of establishing diplomatic ties in the first place. The moment hangs suspended, filled only with a heavy silence. A desperate plea rings out, calling for the demon lord to pause and listen. The voice continues, laying out a tempting offer: the opportunity to gain magic from the magic tower and even rule the world through powerful military strength. The manipulator then suggests that earning a comfortable life without needing to rule anything is an easier alternative, before pressing the issue again by questioning whether their true goal was starting a war through alliance. The air thickens with a charged silence following the heated conversation. Suddenly, a sharp command is issued. Addressing someone named Baal, the speaker orders that two specific individuals be immediately escorted back to their respective tents. Amidst the surprise, a high-pitched commotion erupted from two individuals. They exclaimed that they could use their magic to even transform farming into something extraordinary. But this enthusiasm quickly vanished as a third voice warned them both to leave the area once the sun rose. The character observing the event sighed, recalling having met many people just like them in life. These were individuals who displayed sheer arrogance whenever they possessed some advantage, yet swiftly became submissive the moment those advantages disappeared. They concluded that regardless of how appealing the promises these people offered, they were destined to cause trouble and hurt those around them in the end. With this certainty settling over him, the The character announced his intention to return to his own tent. The conversation then turned to Lady Alina, prompting the question of whether she too had come to establish diplomatic ties. She responded with a simple affirmation that her goals aligned. The speaker then revealed that they held the exact same thoughts, suggesting a shared plan to seize dominance through powerful means. They spoke of seizing power over the entire continent. Yet, there was a surprise when the other party seemed to be giving up so easily. At this point, the speaker declared that their mind had completely changed. Observing how demons looked at one another, the speaker noted a profound contrast. They had seen genuine hope and joy shining through farming, suggesting their true focus lay elsewhere. A voice was heard, offering a profound apology for attempting to utilize demons in the context of war. This was immediately followed by a blessing and hope for the recipient's bountiful harvest. Then a sharp call brought attention to Lady Alina. The speaker then declared a major shift in allegiance, promising that from now on, the demons would serve as allies to the elves. Furthermore, they assured everyone that they were available for any help needed at any time. The only exception stated was the scenario of open warfare. A desperate curse escapes him. He regrets not having stayed longer, wishing he could have used the diplomatic negotiations as an excuse to remain in that location. With renewed determination, he commits to finding what is needed. A powerful cry echoes out, calling forth the name Bradge's holy sword. The voice, seemingly affectionate, praises their hard work, noting that they have endured far more than expected. Yet it warns that the journey is not over and his vision remains limited. He explains that, due to his current condition, he has overused his blood eye while surveying the fields. This limitation forces him to guide them primarily through the shortcuts. Acknowledging the directive, he reassures himself of his understanding, confirming that following the shortcuts is their main strategy. With a parting promise, he wished to see them again someday, leaving behind a lingering sense of unresolved farewell. The defiance surged through him. He refused to back down like this, driven by the imperative need to fulfill the strict orders of the magic tower. Silence falls over the area, leaving only tension in his wake. The intensity of the confrontation continues, signaled by a sudden burst of mysterious energy. The immediate conflict reaches a momentary, dramatic peak. One character questioned the nature of a T-bone. The count ticked to 2. A realization dawned that they might have pushed themselves too far, followed by the bitter conviction that people from the magic tower were fundamentally weaklings, even when compared to common humans. In the wake of that intense feeling, a plea was voiced asking if it was genuinely impossible to merely rest in a tent for one more day. This request hung unanswered in the silence. A breezy response followed, suggesting that granting the request for a single day's rest was not too much trouble, given the generosity of the demon lord. Immediately following this, a sudden shift in focus occurred, with the character announcing a new goal: stealing Bradge's holy sword. Meanwhile, a key piece of information was shared about the location of the item they sought. It was supposedly situated at the coastal cliff. Finally, 2 characters began a conversation. One inquired about seeing a person named T-Bone from the other, who immediately confirmed that he had indeed spotted him. The scene shifts back in time, recounting that earlier this afternoon, T-Bone had been heading toward the coastal cliff in a considerable rush. The characters then reminisce, noting they hadn't seen him for quite some time. A different conversation takes place, where one character reminds Artanis that the harvest is being delayed in their current location. Artanis quickly acknowledges this and promises to arrive shortly. Finally, a plea is made. The characters request that Flute go and find T-Bone for them. They express their worry, noting that his behavior has never been like this before, and Flute readily agrees to the task. The plea immediately turns into a series of urgent calls, calling out for T-Bone. A concerned whisper questions if he truly went down there, followed by a series of rhetorical questions concerning what might lie within. The ensuing reaction is filled with shocked cries, registering a sudden distress and disbelief. The rising panic culminates in a powerful declaration. The demon lord explicitly stated that no one was permitted to enter the area. Overwhelmed by the situation, a curse of frustration escapes. A sharp cry of pain echoed through the air. He let out a breath of relief, internally noting how close he had come to danger. He thought about the young person in question, realizing thankfully that she was simply a child. A sudden, shocking outburst of surprise registered in the air. The individual yelled out, complaining that the attack had hurt and accusing him of being a villain. A sudden panel displayed information: the name Flute, with the rank listed as low-rank mob, setting his habitat in what was noted to be the final boss area. The scene transitioned to a dramatic chapter title, signaling the shift into the next major part of their journey. The panel simply displays the chapter number, 900. A gasp of shock rings out as someone observes the figure remains unfazed, even after being hit by the fierce flames of wrath. Whispers escalate, questioning if this person is perhaps a high-ranking mage. A harsh warning echoes out, suggesting that if anyone were to enter this cave, it would cause a disaster for all the demons. The determination in the voice solidifies, promising that no one will be allowed past, regardless of what happens. The tension escalates immediately with a frustrated outburst, followed by an observation that someone seems to possess a notable resistance to fire. The threat is confirmed, leading the next character to prepare for a new tactic. The antagonist decides to switch strategies, planning to take the target down using sheer physical magic. With that intent locked in, they unleash a powerful attack called the Blade of Execution. The buildup of force culminated in a massive, guttural effort. A sudden cry of surprise was followed quickly by a deep, anguished roar as the attack impacted. Another burst of effort signaled the continuation of the confrontation. The struggle continued with a fierce primal growl. A mocking laugh echoed, revealing the antagonist's cynical belief that the target was merely a child. A sudden guttural cry cut through the silence. A sudden shift in tone comes as the character asserts their intent, declaring they are going to take the other person to the adults. Their words grow more forceful when they accuse the individual of trying to enter a cave and causing injury. Faced with these accusations, the person speaks out, pleading that there has been a misunderstanding. They assure everyone that they did not arrive in this location with bad intentions. Finally, a question is posed, expressing surprise and demanding to know why the other character is present. The speaker commanded the listener to draw closer, urging them to take a look at something specific. A sudden cry of surprise erupted from one character. Addressing someone named HN, a figure spoke next. A chilling, repeated sound followed the previous exchange. It was revealed that the item in question was a magical tool designed to combat insomnia, calling it the heavy metal lullaby. The speaker then noted that, fortunately, the listener possessed no natural resistance to its effects. A look of profound satisfaction crossed the speaker's face as the plan seemed to come together perfectly. With a sharp, dramatic shift in tone, they quickly declared their intention to use someone as a hostage just in case. The focus then shifted, revealing the presence of a powerful item deep within a dark cave, Bradge's holy sword. The speaker's voice boomed, making a declaration regarding the highly profitable harvest awaiting their magical tower. The conversation begins with a hesitant address to Credos. A sharp exchange erupts, filled with intense questioning and startled exclamations. The sudden dynamic raises the tension considerably. The accusatory tone intensifies. Someone asserts they are not messing around, adding that no words were even exchanged. Yet another voice notes that the face speaks for everything, suggesting a careful moderation of harshness. The narrative shifts focus to a concern about T-Bone, noting that he has not been seen since the morning. The speaker then advises an adjustment in both posture and expression, concluding with a reminder of their own vulnerability. The concern escalated quickly. Someone questioned the whereabouts of T-Bone, noting that he was not one to vanish without leaving a trace. It was revealed that the speaker had asked Flute to search for him, but she too had failed to return. The last known direction for T-Bone was toward the coastal cliffs. The situation was fraught with danger. The coastal area presented numerous risks, given the strong waves that made any fall perilous. Furthermore, another warning followed about the inherent dangers present there. A sudden realization hit the protagonist. Not only was a divine relic, Bradge's holy sword, present an item that carried catastrophic risks if misused, but there were also groups of demons who could be used to find the missing children. However, this chance seemed immediately denied. Facing the daunting landscape, the protagonist decided that due to the inherent dangers of the cliffs, they would proceed alone. A moment of quiet contemplation passed, leaving only lingering thoughts. As the protagonist gazed at the cliffs, a profound sense of memory washed over them. It was as if they were remembering something incredibly important. The journey continued, filled with unspoken thoughts and the weight of memory. He suddenly remembered that the weapon they sought was actually located within a hidden cave near the cliffs. And there was more to be revealed. The story reveals the existence of the Holy Sword Dungeon. It is described as a hidden labyrinth that can only be entered right before facing the final boss, Credos. This dungeon is a place filled with absurd traps and pure malice. Reaching the end of this labyrinth after enduring dozens of painful deaths is said to be an incredible feat. Deep within the labyrinth, there rested something immensely powerful: Bradja's holy sword. It was revealed to be the strongest weapon available in this realm, currently embedded and concealing its true form. The danger was immediately apparent. A warning suggested that pulling the sword out could trigger unforeseen consequences. The moment hung heavy in the air, leaving the characters poised before this ultimate choice. The initial comment suggested that the experience points could only be gained once during a first playthrough, and no longer available. This led to a sudden realization: if the holy sword given at the beginning of their journey was related to what Kimchai possessed, it might mean that another such blade awaited them deep within this dungeon. However, these exciting possibilities were quickly dismissed. The reality was that the dungeon's traps were no joke. Only someone skilled enough to evade every single trap would even reach their goal. And as if that weren't enough, the path to the sacred item was guarded by an imposing figureea boss described as both atrocious and unbelievably massive. Suddenly, a voice rings out with great urgency, warning others not to venture into that area, emphasizing that there is nothing good waiting inside. Silence follows the warning, leaving one character to react with a confused what. A realization hits them all, leading to the immediate concern of why every single trap appears to have been triggered. A sudden thought echoed among the characters: could this mean that someone had already passed through this entire gauntlet? And if so, who on earth was it? The scene holds a tense silence as the weight of their discovery settles over them. Their curiosity about the identity of this unseen traveler builds, creating a palpable sense of mystery. The atmosphere continues to thicken with unanswered questions, drawing everyone's focus to the potential implications of this secret presence. Just then, a single name is spoken aloud: Hugh. The mention of this particular name shifts the focus and signals a new development in their investigation. The name Hugh echoes through the air, its sudden mention taking center stage. A strange sensation begins to take hold of him. His body feels increasingly erratic, and an overwhelming pressure builds, as if something massive is about to explode from within. In a moment of sudden, sharp realization, he manages to utter the single word: T-bone. He muses on the journey they have taken to reach this depth, realizing that even if an explosive event occurs within his body, he intends for his parents and all his aunts and uncles to remain completely unharmed. A moment of profound contemplation passed, leading the character to realize that survival depended only on holding on a little longer. Before the scene could fully resolve, a sudden voice cut through the tense silence, questioning who dared to intrude. This was quickly followed by a dramatic challenge, aimed at anyone who dared to boast about the holy sword belonging to Bradja. The confrontation escalated rapidly, culminating in a definitive decree from King Stoma: the person was to be executed.